Order it being 11:05 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-284, an act to amend the Canada Student Financial Assistance Act, Canada Access Grants, in the name of Mr. Regan.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jacques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak this morning to Bill C-284. This bill has a social side to it because it's for students. It would make sure that they get certain monetary benefits to keep them in school. And I think it's a long overdue bill. This is kind of an update of the bill, basically, because it takes the former bill and the regulations under that bill to put them into an act. So it's a lot more solid as such. And as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, it has a social dimension to it. Unfortunately, not everyone today in society can afford to pay for post-secondary education. For example, in the Aboriginal file, the first 7 years I was here in Parliament, I worked on that file and I visited the reserves, and often students finishing high school were told, well, it's really too bad, but the Band Council has no money to send you to university or college. And it always really disturbed me, Mr. Speaker, because in a country like Canada, we have the means, we have the resources, and to say to some people, you can't go to school this year, and the same thing goes in the new society too, because there are new realities, there are single-parent families, that's more and more a fact of life, and because of that, very often, a single parent with children has a really hard time not just providing for them, but also they have to tell their kids, look, I don't have enough money to send you to university or college. So that's unacceptable too. I think we need to make sure that all young people who want to continue their studies are able to do that without worrying too much about student debt, because that's another problem too. Personally, I had to take out student loans when I was studying, and I paid them back afterwards, but the student debt rate is very significant these days. And I think we all agree that no one should be disadvantaged in Canada in terms of going to university or college. And students without post-secondary they may be forced to work for a while at low-paid jobs in order to afford to go to university, and so that's just going to delay their post-secondary education. Now, you won't be surprised that we think this is a matter of provincial jurisdiction. However, I must say that in the bill before us, in Clause 14, it says a province can opt out with full compensation, and that suits us, Mr. Speaker. So basically, the bill says that for tuition, you can pay up to half of your tuition, and to a limit of $3,000. That's for normal students. The bill also provides for an extension beyond just the first year. So this reflects an understanding now that a student going to university or college, if the family can't afford, well, then the program has to follow the student all the way through. So there's up to $3,000 throughout the course of study. And another important part of the bill is that it helps students that have a disability. It may be, for example, blind students, people with mobility impairment, and this bill helps them too, and I think that's quite laudable. So as I said, it's not just in their first year, it'll be for all years of their post-secondary education that this will apply. I also wanted to say, Mr. Speaker, that I was talking about a reserve earlier. There's the issue of encroachment on provincial jurisdiction. And the other fundamental problem that's not being settled here, in our view, is that if the federal government would take action in terms of the fiscal imbalance, we think this type of problem would be fixed entirely instead of going piecemeal like this. So you won't be surprised, Mr. Speaker, that there is a fiscal imbalance. People in the National Assembly, the Liberal government in Quebec has recognized that, and it's in the order of $3.9 billion. That's a lot of money. There's $2 billion that university students' associations are calling for to be injected into education funding. Well, if the fiscal imbalance were settled, we wouldn't have to proceed piecemeal on each issue with a tiny encroachment on Quebec's jurisdiction here and another encroachment on Quebec's jurisdiction there. I think the fiscal imbalance, if that were rectified, that would solve everything. There would be no need for these encroachments on provincial jurisdiction. Once the transfers are made, whether it's via the fiscal imbalance or tax points or what have you, the basic underlying problem has to be settled, and that's not being done here. I should also point out that the Quebec system is exemplary. I think we showed that with the Millennium Scholarships, because the Quebec scholarships aren't just based on merit, whereas the Millennium Scholarships are just based on merit. And often what that does is when students have an easy time in school, very often they come from a wealthy background, and so their learning has been easier, and they're the ones getting the Millennium Scholarships, whereas the Quebec program is a universal program based on need. So that means if you have a single-parent family that can't afford to send their child, can't afford the post-secondary tuition fees, well, in Quebec we recognize that. And we want to help that type of person. So, as I said, Mr. Speaker, I was glad to see the sponsor of this bill recognize the encroachment on Quebec jurisdiction and to include an opt-out with full compensation clause. The other issue for increasing numbers of single-parent families and poverty in single-parent families is quite high. So if we could help those people, young people who want to go to school, well, that's quite laudable. There's another group of people I'd like to talk about, and that's those with disabilities. And there's a description of those people. And what's understood is a serious visual impairment, a mobility and motor impairment that prevents the student from doing their daily tasks easily. Mr. Speaker, those people shouldn't be considered people that should just be abandoned because they're not able-bodied and that it's not easy for them. I've met blind students who were very intellectually advanced, and the fact that they were blind or deaf was no reason to exclude them from post-secondary studies, because these are people who are always going to have difficulties, whereas if we took care of them, they could be very helpful and useful to society. So that's basically what I have to say, and I would conclude by saying, Mr. Speaker, that the wealth of a society, often I say this when I go to school boards, the wealth of a society is not its forests, its mines, its waterways, its natural resources. The great resources of a society are the young people in schools who are going to take over. And we mustn't forget that. And Quebec has always looked after those people. We're proud to have the lowest tuition fees in Canada. And we're proud because that enables more people to go to university or college and to get their degrees or diplomas. And we help those people out. And the resource of a society is its youth. And the better trained the youth is, the better it will ensure the survival of the society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Parkdale Hyde Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak in support of Bill C-284. This Act would extend the Canada Access Grant for students from low-income families from the first year of study to each year of a student's first program of study. And while this bill does not address all of the problems in post-secondary education, and while the bill itself is imperfect, I do support this bill. I believe it represents a more progressive and efficient approach to increasing access to post-secondary education by providing direct funds to students in need at the time when tuition is due. I know in my community in Toronto, I have spoken with young people who have completely written off the possibility of attending post-secondary education because they believe that this is only for the wealthy. These are people who, increasingly, these young people, I think, are losing hope that they can better themselves in society, that they can make a constructive contribution in society, and that is a terrible, terrible tragedy. I also speak to many other young people who have gone to post-secondary education, but who are now living under an incredible, crushing debt. Some of them live with debt of tens of thousands of dollars, the size of a mortgage for some people in some parts of this country. For young people starting out, trying to get a foothold in the workforce, starting out with that kind of debt, especially living in a city like Toronto with our housing prices, is it's ridiculous for young people. They simply can't do it. I have young people coming to my office in tears, not able to meet the requirements of paying back their student debt. So this is a pressing need, not only for these young people, but for our society. Post-secondary education is a public good. It is a social good. And if Canada is to remain a wealthy, developed country in a 21st century economy, we need to attract the best and the brightest to proceed with their education, and not only those who are the wealthiest. We've seen over the last several years huge cuts to education. The Liberals, when they were in power, cut over $2 billion to post-secondary education in the 1990s and slowly added a convoluted patchwork of so-called student assistance programs, tax credits and savings schemes that disproportionately benefited high-income families. The Conservatives have perpetuated this system with the textbook tax credit and raising the student debt ceiling in the budget of 2006. Mr. Speaker, I believe that all Canadians have a lifelong right to learn, and while post-secondary education is important for young people, it's also a public good that should be accessible and high quality for all Canadians. And as we see our economy changing and evolving, people no longer expect to be in their same job over a lifetime. As a society, our best adjustment programs recognize this and help people keep learning throughout their lives and therefore better equip themselves for different jobs down the road. And yet we've seen in our education a system that has been relatively affordable, become one where it's relatively unaffordable. And it's interesting to speak right after my colleague across from the block who described the system in Quebec, where not only do they have the lowest tuition rates, but they offer a more universal assistance program for students. Students today identify, over 70% of them identify financial barriers as the greatest reason for them not pursuing a post-secondary education. and education is becoming less and less affordable and accessible than at any time in our history during this century, which is, I find, astounding. Now, there are concerns that I have about this bill. While supporting it, I believe that it is important to have
together.
Assistance not only for the lowest income students, but also for those who are more middle class families, but for whom university tuition is out of reach. So I believe there is a greater assistance that needs to be offered to middle class students. I also believe that the amount that's being offered is insufficient to assist even low-income students with the true costs of post-secondary education without still incurring enormous debt. Eligibility in this program is based on income instead of need, so regardless of what kind of program a student is taking, the amount is not increased. And as I mentioned earlier, it's important for Canadians to have access to lifelong learning, and mature students are excluded. Financially independent students, even though they're living on their own, they're financially independent because their eligibility is linked to parental income. And as the previous speaker indicated, they do not target students from rural and Aboriginal backgrounds where there are particular challenges. But nevertheless, this bill is certainly a step in the right direction and deserves our support. But I do want to say, Mr. Speaker, that this one bill can't solve the problem, that we do need a real overhaul of post-secondary education in Canada. And an NDP government's first priority for post-secondary education would be to dramatically reduce student debt. We would make sure that tuition is no longer out of reach of even middle-income Canadians, and that debt levels are reduced. We would shift the focus of student aid to more non-repayable grants, and we would make sure these grants are available when tuition is due. Ultimately, what the NDP would do is enact a Canada Post-Secondary Education Act that would legislate stable core funding from the federal government for post-secondary education, and we would enshrine the principles of accessibility, quality, academic freedom, and accountability of a public not-for-profit post-secondary education system. I see my time is almost up, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say in conclusion that while I support this bill as a long overdue first step towards helping students and their families cope with high debt and rising tuition fees, that the overall national need for a comprehensive approach to post-secondary education is greater now than ever, and that this is fundamentally what our country needs to address in the coming months. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Desneti, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in support of this bill introduced by the Honourable Member for Halifax West. It's a pleasure for two reasons. The first is that the Honourable Member has family roots in Meadow Lake, a town in my riding, celebrating its 70th anniversary this year, and that is well known for its community spirit and hospitality. The second reason is it's a pleasure as this bill will create real opportunity and respond to challenges in Saskatchewan. Expanding the Help Canada Access grants gives students from low-income families and students with disabilities tremendous aid to meet Saskatchewan's emerging labour force gap. Saskatchewan is at a unique place right now. Many of our baby boomers are starting to retire. As a result, many jobs, ranging from teachers to nurses to welders, need new people to come in and fill these positions. To respond to this gap, there is an emerging youthful population in northern Saskatchewan where much of the wealth-generating natural resources are. This northern Saskatchewan represents in many ways an emerging new Saskatchewan. Meeting Saskatchewan's labour gap and building this new Saskatchewan will require many strategies, but most importantly, we need to enable all young people, regardless of background, to have access to the best skills training and education Canada provides. Currently, Canada Access Grants provide financial assistance to students from low-income families and students with disabilities for the first year of study. Bill C-284 extends the availability of this grant to all 4 years of study. The bill also gives Canada Access Grants a statutory base, which will make it difficult to end or change without parliamentary scrutiny, giving the grants program long-term stability. This bill meets a need I saw time and time again when I was a student, a teacher, and now as a parent. My wife and I have watched with immense pride our oldest children go on to post-secondary education at the University of Saskatchewan. Their accomplishment was the result of many years of dedication and hard work. Added to that pride is knowing that they are attending a school with the best college football team in Canada, the U of S Huskies. The biggest challenge for all students is trying to meet numerous costs like greatest emerging minds of Canada, my students, and to help them explore their potential. But again, I was far too often faced with the terrible sight of youth, regardless of obvious merit and tremendous ability, denied the opportunity to go on to post-secondary only because of a lack of funds. Over this last week, I saw many of the new future leaders of Saskatchewan as I spoke and met with students across my riding. In Meadow Lakes Carpenter High School and Creighton High School, I spoke with grade 12 students who asked tough questions and had insightful opinions that showed sharp, inquisitive minds and remarkable potential. I also met and spoke with NORTEP and SIIT students in La Ronge, students who are further along in their journey of learning. They will soon be assuming the leadership role they have worked so hard to achieve. I am very proud of all of them. All of these students are on the cutting edge of Saskatchewan. They represent the new Saskatchewan. But still, many challenges must be addressed. Many communities face poverty, need improved roads or basic infrastructure. Also, there needs to be more investment into education at all levels. This bill will help so many to be able to contribute by taking away much of the burden of tuition and unmanageable debt. Students will get the opportunity they need. And I know many will take this opportunity and run with it with the rest of their lives. On a closing note, I also had the opportunity to meet with students from the Northern Adult Education class in Indian Lake. These students are making education a priority for their life and their children's lives. This commitment and dedication is an inspiration. But there is also a deep disappointment with the impact of the Conservative government of deep betrayal, of being targeted for no good reason. I've also heard of the disappointment from other groups as well. Community access programs and youth employment opportunities are threatened without the commitment of the Conservative government. Industry Canada officials also admit there are no plans to continue First Nations SchoolNet, a huge blow to learning at schools on many First Nations reserves. The cuts and lack of commitment to educational tools have hurt Northern Saskatchewan. We need to take advantage of all learning opportunities and build more of them. This bill will help students gain financial stability and encourage them to fulfill their potential. I ask the Conservatives to take a lesson from this bill and fully commit to building opportunity for our future leaders and the new Saskatchewan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to have this opportunity to participate in the debate on Bill C-284, proposed by the honourable member for Halifax West. C-284 proposes to extend the Canada Access Grant for students from low-income families to all years of a student's first program of study, such as an undergraduate degree. Additionally, C-284 would repeal the Canada Access Grant provisions in the Canada Student Financial Assistance Regulations and incorporate them in the Canada Student Financial Assistance Act. Before discussing the substance of this legislation, I would like to reassure the member opposite that Canada's new government is committed to supporting access to post-secondary education. Moreover, I believe our government shares with the parties opposite a common recognition that education is the key to prosperity and advancement. As the philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau so eloquently pronounced, we are born weak, we need strength. We are born totally unprovided. We need aid. We are born stupid. We need judgment. Everything we do not have at our birth and which we need when we are grown is given to us by education. The natural resources of Canada will be shaped by cultivation. But our human capital, the future generations of leaders and visionaries, will be shaped by education. Through education, we will create the vibrant and dynamic workforce Canada requires to compete and, more importantly, succeed in the global economy. Lamentably, during the course of its 13-year-long tenure, the previous Liberal government's commitment to post-secondary education was questionable at best, negligent at worst. In the words of the member from Kings Hants, currently a Liberal leadership aspirant, the former Liberal government systematically, and I quote, slashed transfers to the provinces to such an extent that it created a tremendous vacuum in funding for universities throughout the country. The provinces were simply not able to maintain adequate funding to our post-secondary universities and community colleges across the country. As a result of the deficit that existed in the funding of post-secondary education, we saw, for instance, the doubling of the average amount of student debt after a 4-year program in Canada. We saw tuition doubling not just in one province, but all across the country. Canada's new government, on the other hand, has recognized the need to support the future well-being of Canadians through investments in post-secondary education, along with increased individual supports for apprenticeships and students. With respect to supporting apprenticeships, our new government has introduced new measures that provide both strong incentives for employers to hire new apprentices and to encourage many young Canadians to pursue apprenticeship training. These incentives include, number one, a new apprenticeship incentive grant, which will provide grants to apprentices in the first 2 years. 2, an apprenticeship job creation tax credit to encourage employers to hire new apprentices. And thirdly, a new tools tax deduction to help tradespeople with cost of tools. These new measures will encourage new registrations in apprenticeship programs and support the successful completion of this training. Furthermore, in Budget 2006, we have demonstrated our commitment to assist students acquire an education. We have done so by offering substantial measures such as a new textbook tax credit, expanded eligibility criteria for students seeking Canada student loans, and exempting scholarship and bursary income from taxation. Budget 2006 also allocated $1 billion to the provinces and territories to support pressing investments in post-secondary education and infrastructure, such as libraries and laboratories. These measures were well received, for as Claire Morris, President of the Association of Universities and Colleges of Canada, stated, they underline Canada's new government's commitment to promote a more competitive, more productive Canadian economy. In addition to the measures announced in Budget 2006, the Government of Canada provides nearly $15.5 billion through the Canada Social Transfer Funds, which provinces can allocate toward post-secondary education and social services. These include $1.7 billion to support post-secondary education research and $1.8 billion in grants and loans to enable students to access post-secondary education. Moreover, our government also provides a wide range of tax measures and savings incentives to assist Canadians with their post-secondary education. These measures include the tuition tax credit, the education tax credit to help cover non-tuition costs of post-secondary education, and the student loan interest credit. Also, the Canada Learning Bond and the Canada Education Savings Program help hardworking families save for their children's post-secondary education. However, I would like to stress that in cooperation with the provinces and territories, we continually examine ways to improve supports for post-secondary students. In this context, the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development has been given a specific mandate to undertake discussions with the provincial and territorial governments to discuss the overall objectives for post-secondary education and training, appropriate roles, and ensuring appropriate accountability measures. Having provided the appropriate context for the balance of my remarks, I will now address the substance of C-284. Each year, the Government of Canada makes significant investments in non-repayable assistance for students in need. This assistance includes, for example, grants specifically designed to help students with permanent disabilities, high-need students with dependents, and students from low-income
we could hear you
families.
earlier,
Currently,
while English
the Canada
was
Access
off.
Grant for students from low-income families is available to students enrolled in the first year of their first post-secondary program of study, provided this occurs within 4 years of their graduation from high school. C-284 proposes to enable a student to receive the grant in any year of their first program of study, again providing he or she started that program within 4 years of completing high school. It is important to note that this particular grant was just recently introduced in August 2005. Accordingly, the Canada Access Grant for students from low-income families has been in effect for only 1 single year. As a result, some observers have noted that there is insufficient data available to confidently conclude what degree of impact this particular grant has had. Prior to extending this grant, it would be beneficial to wait for more data to become available. This additional data would enable us to better analyze and predict the potential impacts of extending the grant to additional years. Another important consideration in the C-284 debate is the reality that such a proposed change would necessitate extensive intergovernmental consultation with participating provinces and territories. Moreover, further analysis would also be required to determine the extent to which non-participating provinces might be eligible for increased alternative payments. I would like to further point out that the second component of C-284, which proposes the repeal of the Canada Access Grant provisions in the Canada Student Financial Assistance Regulations and their incorporation in the Canada Student Financial Assistance Act, would have significant consequences. It should be noted that incorporating the Canada Access Grants directly into legislation would make it burdensome to adjust both the criteria and amounts of the grants should changes become necessary. The inclusion of the Canada Access Grants in the Canada Student Financial Assistance Act would mean that Parliament's approval would be required for any future enhancement of the Canada Access Grant for students from low-income families and the Canada Access Grants for students with permanent disabilities. Adjusting these grants through the regulations in which they are now included is a far more efficient and effective way to make required changes. Moreover, placing the Canada Access Grants in legislation would also create a discord of governing authorities over the various grants available through the Canada Student Loans Program. While the Canada Access Grants would be governed by legislation, the grants available under the Canada Students Loans Program would remain subject to change through regulatory amendments. For the aforementioned reasons, the House should objectively consider the manner in which C-284 proposes to modify the Canada Access Grants. Finally, Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, I would like to again assure the member from Halifax West that we share a common commitment to support access to post-secondary education. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to have an opportunity to participate in this debate on the private members' bill pertaining to access grants for post-secondary education. This, as you can tell, for our caucus, Mr. Speaker, is a very important issue. In fact, probably one of the most critical issues facing our country today as we look to the future and as we plan for a full employment economy in an era of new technologies and new adventures. It's our obligation, Mr. Speaker, as members of Parliament, to ensure that all of our young people have access to post-secondary education if they so choose. And Mr. Speaker, we know from the lineups at community colleges, from the demands we're hearing at universities, that in fact students are prepared, our young people of this nation are prepared to make a commitment to the future of this country, to do their best to further our values as Canadians and to pursue the very best in all of us, but are facing huge, huge difficulties. Mr. Speaker, the obstacles to post-secondary education are incredible. The costs for students in this day and age are enormous, and many, many families are finding huge difficulties in creating those opportunities for their young people. And as you will know, Mr. Speaker, many families will do anything to help their children pursue their life's dreams. You will know, Mr. Speaker, that some families make this the top priority. They will mortgage their homes, they will go into debt, they will ensure that they scrimp and save on many things in order to be able to afford the ever-increasing education costs and rising tuition that young people are faced with today. So anything we can do as a parliament to ease the way, to make it possible to access post-secondary education is absolutely imperative. I, Mr. Speaker, believe in fact that this should be the #1 issue for the federal Conservative government as it approaches both its economic update this Thursday and its budget in the spring or late winter. There for years, Mr. Speaker, we have devoted time in this House to the urgent priority of health care. We set that aside as a #1 issue. Canadians believe it is a #1 issue, and we've done a great deal. Well, we may not have conquered that frontier, and there's still much more work to be done. We also know that it is imperative for us to invest now in education. It's imperative that we, in fact, ensure that this government provides increased cash payments to provinces for education. The proposal we have before us today is one small piece of a big puzzle, one small part of a solution, one answer to many big problems facing students today. When you think about the fact that the cost of 1 year of entering first-year university, tuition is probably getting close to, $5,000. In my day and age, when we went to school, when I went to university some, 35 years ago, tuition was less than $1,000. It was probably about $500 a year, and we were able to access very reasonable student loans and grants. Today, that is gone. Students haven't got that the same access to low tuition, and they haven't got the same access to decent loans and grants. We do not have a comprehensive, universal program to ensure that all students, no matter what their income, are able to access post-secondary education. We've got a band-aid of programs. We have the Millennium Scholarship. We have the RESPs. We've got with tax credits for textbooks. We've got a little bit here and a little bit there, but not the universal program that we need. This motion before us, is still before us, is another piece that helps improve the overall situation, and that's why we support it. But it is not sufficient, Mr. Speaker. What's truly required here is for the government to say, this is the #1 challenge we face as a country. Let us make sure that our share of money going to the provinces, it gets back up to at least 25% on an annual basis. We know that we're now looking at single-digit numbers, that in fact the federal share of education is below 10%. In other words, the vast majority of the cost of the system is coming out of provincial coffers and individuals. And that has to change. If we truly believe in creating a bright future for this country, if we truly believe in developing a civil society and being a leader around the world and being a star on the global horizon, then surely we have to make this our #1 priority. And we will do everything we can to try to reverse the present trend, where we saw with the Liberals over the last 13 years serious ongoing cuts to education. We still have not recovered from 1995, when the Liberal government took a huge bite out of transfer payments. $6 billion altogether in terms of health and education and social assistance, the biggest bite out of social programs in the history of this country. We have not recovered from that point. We have not been able to convince, we were not able to convince the Liberals in the past to restore cash payments and to put in place a formula that would ensure money grows according to population and according to GNP. So, Mr. Speaker, we're now at this crossroads where the Liberals neglected to address this issue over a decade, and now the Conservatives have come with some more tinkering. The last year's budget change, credit for textbooks is a little bit of a help, but hardly for the serious erosion that occurred under the Liberals. So we've got two governments that have basically put education at the low end of the priority, at the low end of the list of priorities for this country, and we have got to try to raise that here and now in this Parliament. This bill helps us to focus our attention on this issue, helps us to move a little closer towards a more complete system of assistance for students. But, Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. Until the government makes this a priority, and until it actually decides to return to a system of serious partnership with the provinces, we're in deep trouble as a country. We will not be able to train our young people and educate our young people to meet the challenges of the future. We will be lost on the global front because we have failed to actually equip our students with both the specific tools of the new trades of the future, and because we have not created a lifelong learning process where we understand and encourage the notion that education is about learning how to be good citizens, how to participate in a full, meaningful way and create the
this bill, but I urge them to do more than that, to go beyond this Band-Aid approach and to start putting pressure on the government, and for the government itself to start looking inward and say, we must make this our new frontier. Education is about who we are as a nation and how we treat our young people and how prepared we are for the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate.
Resuming debate.
Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to participate in the debate on Bill C-284, sponsored by the member for Halifax West, who has been a real champion on behalf of those in most need in our society, and who could be in more need than low-income and disabled Canadians who are looking for an opportunity to improve themselves, to get a post-secondary education so that they can become fully realize their aspirations and their abilities, Mr. Speaker. I'm surprised that the government simply doesn't seem to get it, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Mr. Speaker, one of the Conservative speakers said that having the lowest debt to GDP level in 24 years is bound to help all aspects of our economy, including children looking to obtain post-secondary education. Well, Mr. Speaker, I know that we're paying down debt, etc., but the rubber doesn't hit the road. You need programs to be able to target them, Mr. Speaker. You can't just say that the economy is improving and therefore low-income Canadians will have more income for which to be able to pay for important activities of their children, such as post-secondary education. I also am very disappointed in the government's attitude towards what they've done and how that supposedly is going to take care of the situation that's been raised by the honourable member. And Mr. Speaker, when I looked at some of these issues that that the members have raised, they talk about, well, we have a textbook tax credit. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's about $80 worth of value or something like that. But the rest of the things, Mr. Speaker, whether it had to do with the an infrastructure trust or some of the other aspects, these were global. These were global issues that we're not going to target those who in fact need the help the most, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, the Bill C-284, does raise the fact that this Canada Access Grant is only available for the first year of study. But, Mr. Speaker, what happens after the first year? How do low-income Canadians, families and families with disabled children, how do they carry on? How do they finish what they started, Mr. Speaker? Nothing's going to change dramatically in the 1 year, and that's why the beauty of this bill is to say, you know, this is a good idea. This is an idea which has got its start, and we need to finish the job, though, Mr. Speaker, to make absolutely sure that those who embark on this challenge of post-secondary education have every opportunity to fully complete the program and to be able to take their place as a contributing member of our workforce. Mr. Speaker, the last Conservative Speaker tended to suggest that it would be a real burden somehow if we were going to have to make a burden for the government to change legislation, because all of a sudden, instead of being a regulation, we now have to make changes to legislation. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't think Canadians will accept the fact that somehow it's a burden to government to make some modest changes to be able to implement important programs where it is going to, in fact, translate into assisting people who need our help. Now, Mr. Speaker, today in the papers I read a piece talking about Preston Manning and Mike Harris, and they put out their next missile, or should I say, targeting Canadians yet again. And they were saying that government has to get out of funding provincial responsibilities. In other words, Mr. Speaker, this is the Conservative Brain Trust saying to Canadians, you know what? We want to get out of this. This is the ideological difference here. The Conservatives want to get out of anything that has to do with provincial jurisdiction. It doesn't matter, Mr. Speaker. It means, in fact, not supporting this, but it means getting rid of things. Wait until, more attacks, Mr. Speaker, come on to the whole aspect of how we support Canadians in areas which have principally provincial jurisdiction, but it's like saying healthcare. Healthcare delivery is the responsibility of the provinces. So let's not support the healthcare system where it involves the delivery. Well, Mr. Speaker, we have, because it was important. Many times, the prior governments have looked to providing capital funding for MRIs and for CT scanners, Mr. Speaker, for special programs, for wait times. Mr. Speaker, the deal that we had with the provinces, some $42 billion deal to provide the necessary funding that our healthcare system could, in fact, establish wait times for critical areas. That's been done, Mr. Speaker, and it was because the federal government was playing a role in an area particularly to do with provincial jurisdiction. But, Mr. Speaker, when it comes down to it, the measure of success of a country is not an economic measure. It is a measure of the health and the well-being of its people. That means the federal government has a role to play regardless of jurisdiction. There are ways to collaborate and to work with the provinces to ensure that the objectives of all Canadians are going to be met. So, Mr. Speaker, I was very disappointed to see that the Conservative Brain Trust decides that we have to get out of funding provincial responsibilities. And the government itself said, one of the big things we've done, well, we transfer $15.5 billion to the provinces for post-secondary education. Well, Mr. Speaker, we do that because it's part of our ongoing responsibility. It wasn't a decision of the current government. In fact, that is under the transfer arrangements that we have with the provinces with regard to healthcare, post-secondary, and established programming financing, Mr. Speaker. Those are ongoing responsibilities of the government. And, of course, Mr. Speaker, you will know that the provinces continue to put pressure on the federal government to continue to provide additional funding up to levels so that we can deal with the demands, with the growing demands that are in our healthcare system, in post-secondary, and in an established program funding. I also thought that it was interesting that Mr. Harris and Mr. Manning also said we should get out of funding welfare, Mr. Speaker. We have nothing to do with welfare. Child care, they want to get out of child care. Doesn't this paint a picture, Mr. Speaker? Two prominent Conservative persons, one a former premier and one a former leader of the official opposition for I guess, the then Reform Party or the Canadian Alliance. Mr. Speaker, it says that the federal government is getting out of supporting people. It's basically saying, fend for yourself. We're not going to provide those programs. You got to get, I think the line I heard from them was something to the extent, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians should no longer be dependent upon their government for things. They shouldn't be reliant on the government for anything. They should take care of themselves. They have to go and do their own thing, Mr. Speaker. And I can't believe that that's the case. Mr. Speaker, we're in a knowledge-based economy. We are an economy, Mr. Speaker, where the degree of education of a Canadian is going to be extremely important in terms of the success rate. I remember doing some work some years ago, Mr. Speaker, about the economics and the implications of a post-secondary education. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in terms of unemployment rates, a person with no post-secondary education had a 15% unemployment rate. Was for people who had no post-secondary education. For those who had some, maybe just some, Mr. Speaker, they would have an unemployment rate of something like 10%. But those who had a post-secondary education, whether it be university, community college, apprenticeship, or skills training, Mr. Speaker, their unemployment rate was only 3%. Much below the national average. In fact, Mr. Speaker, that was the key. It was the key determinant of whether or not someone was going to have a job. It was whether there was a post-secondary education. Mr. Speaker, this bill, 284, says to Canadians, we need to do a little bit more on behalf of low-income and families who have disabled persons in their family who want to get a post-secondary education. They are important to Canada. They are important for our future economic strength and well-being, Mr. Speaker. Some have said, I can't afford to go to post-secondary education. Mr. Speaker, we want to eliminate that as an excuse. It should never be, I can't afford. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, we have to be able to say, you can't afford not to go to post-secondary education, Mr. Speaker. It is because of the unemployment rate that I mentioned. It is also because of the spread in the income that persons can earn. So I want to thank the member for Halifax West for a very thoughtful bill to come forward to this place, Mr. Speaker. It's the kind of bill that says, I don't have to, as the previous speaker said, let's wait for a little while and see what the reaction was to the first year of the proposal, and then we'll decide or think about it. Mr. Speaker, it is a no-brainer. We should expand this bill to cover all the 4 years of a post-secondary education. Thank you.
The honourable member for Leeds-Grenville has the floor for 3 minutes before the rebuttal from the honourable member from Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have this opportunity to join in this debate on Bill C-284 introduced by the honourable member from Halifax West. And as we've heard during this debate, C-284 asks us to endorse the extension of the Canada Access Grant for students from low-income families from 1 year, as it is currently, to all years of a student's first program of study. And in addition, it proposes we vote to repeal the Canada Student Financial Assistance Regulations that apply to this grant and incorporate them into the Canada Student Financial Assistance Act. But, Mr. Speaker, this government, and I want to reassure Canadians that this government is determined to find ways to support students from low-income families to realizing their dreams of a post-secondary education. And we want to enable these young people to obtain the skills and knowledge that post-secondary education can provide. And we want all young Canadians, regardless of their family's income, to have the opportunity to compete for the challenging and fulfilling careers of tomorrow. Access to post-secondary education will help them contribute their skills and knowledge and will make our national workforce stronger, more flexible, and better positioned to compete in the global economy. But, Mr. Speaker, as other members have pointed out in this debate, to extend the Canada Access Grant for students from low-income families to cover all years of a student's first program of post-secondary study, while perhaps noble in intent, may be premature at this time. And it should be noted that, in fact, this has been only operating for a little more than a year. But, Mr. Speaker, this government is doing many things to help post-secondary education. and helping access across our country. But before extending this grant to all years of a student's post-secondary education, I believe it is essential that we consider Bill C-284's proposals in the larger context of Canada's new government's support for post-secondary education, which does include various forms of assistance. In total, we're providing $1.8 billion in grants and loans to help students access college or university across the country. This is in addition to $15.5 billion that the government will provide this year through the Canada Social Transfer for provinces and territories to allocate for post-secondary education. We also have a wide range of tax measures, including the tuition tax credit, and we also have a tax credit for textbooks. So, Mr. Speaker, this government is doing many things to help access to post-secondary education. But at this time, we believe that this proposal is a little bit premature, and fundamentally, not only are C-284's proposals not informed by hard evidence, but they would impose an unnecessary obstacle to the provision of effective and efficient support for Canada's students. And Mr. Speaker, I know I'm out of time, but I appreciate the opportunity to have this brief intervention on this bill. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax West, the sponsor of the bill, for 5 minutes rebuttal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to take the opportunity to thank all colleagues in this House who've spoken on this bill. I know it's a matter of interest to many, and it should be a matter of interest to many, because if we're going to build a stronger, more prosperous society, a stronger economy in the future, we have to invest in education. We have to invest in young people who are trying to get an education, especially those from low-income families. Now, my honourable Conservative colleague who just spoke said the government is determined to find ways to help low-income students access education. Mr. Speaker, this is a perfect opportunity for the government to show that, to demonstrate that. We've seen very little evidence of it so far. In fact, in the budget, there was the $80 tax credit for textbooks. Not a heck of a lot when you consider what textbooks cost students every year. And moreover, it was a measure that students have to wait till April or later after they file their taxes to benefit from. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that students need assistance when they're starting in the fall, when they're paying their tuition, not 6 or 8 months later. And that's a fundamental problem with that modest measure the government offered in the last budget. You know, Mr. Speaker, the Standing Committee on Human Resources of this House has been traveling and doing a study on employability. We've heard a lot across the country about the skills shortage that's looming, that's already begun in many sectors and in parts of the country. And we are seeing a looming need because of the fact that people who are in baby boom age are heading toward retirement. The boomers are more and more over the next 5 to 10 years or so going to be retiring, creating a lot of spaces for people in various sectors where we will need people to be highly skilled. So we need not only literacy training to build up the foundation of people, we also need skills training, and we need higher education. All these are essential. We can't leave anyone behind. And the idea of this bill is not to be, of course, the be-all and end-all. It's not to solve all problems. It is to help with one particular problem, and that is for low-income students to get access and be able to afford to go to post-secondary education, to university or community college. That's absolutely vital, and I think we've seen very, very little interest and very little action on this from the government side. So I hope this will cause the government to reflect and put pressure on the government to do more. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Speaker has ruled that this bill requires a royal recommendation, which means to say that it cannot become law unless the Minister of the Crown actually gives it his endorsement or her endorsement. And so that's disappointing, Mr. Speaker, and so far we've not seen that from the government. I don't think we're going to now, which suggests that they're not interested in helping low-income students in this very effective way. It's a program that already exists for students who are in first year, who are people who have low income or have disabilities. Both of these are groups that we vitally need to make sure are included in the prosperity of our economy, that we utilize the skills and talents of these people. If we don't provide assistance to them, if we don't provide more assistance to education generally, particularly universities and community colleges, then we're not going to be able to have all the people who have the talents to be in university, to be in community colleges, get there. They won't be able to afford it. We have to do more to make it more affordable. And I agree with the idea of the dedicated education transfer to the provinces. But I also think it's important that we have assistance directly for students, the kind of assistance that this program provides. It is, in fact, one part of the puzzle. My honourable colleague for Parkdale High Park was concerned that the bill did not provide for middle-income students, and I agree with her wholeheartedly that there is a need to have measures provide for middle-income students, and that's why in the election campaign we had on our platform the 50-50 plan, which would have paid for the half of a student's tuition in the first and last years of an undergraduate program. That, I think, was a very good measure. It isn't the be-all and end-all, but it was a very important start which would have helped. Programs like that are important, but I think this program, the Canada Access Grant program, is one important program that helps low-income students, students who have disabilities, to get into university, to make it more affordable for them. I think this bill deserves the support of all members of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 12:04, the time provided for debate has expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Monsieur Regan, appuyez.
Mr. Regan, seconded by Ms. Redmond, moves that Bill C-284, an act to amend the Canada Student Financial Assistance Act, Canada Access Grants, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities.
To adopt the motion. All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, November 22nd, 2006, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement. Projet de loi émanant.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
C2, the Federal Accountability Act.
Order. Mr. Baird, seconded by Mr. Lund, moves that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honours that this House agrees with amendments numbered. May I dispense? Yes. Agreed? Thank you very much. Debate. The Honourable, the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, it's not a pleasure for me to have to make this speech today.
I'm rising to speak once again to Bill C2, the Federal Accountability Act. I'd like to say it was a pleasure for me to rise again to speak to this bill, but Mr. Speaker, I am very disappointed by certain senators' attempts to dilute this landmark piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, this government was elected on a plan for change. This government was elected because Canadians, voters, Canadian taxpayers wanted change. Voters said they wanted an honest and accountable government, a government, Mr. Speaker, that they could trust. They want to know that elected officials and the public service employees act in the best interests of Canadians. And, Mr. Speaker, I believe that that trust must be earned each and every day, and it starts with making government more accountable. That's why our first legislative priority focused on making government more open, more honest, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, more accountable. The public was so suspicious of government as an institution that the then Leader of the Opposition made a commitment that this would be the first piece of legislation his new government would bring forward, so that there would be no excuses as to why it wasn't introduced and successfully passed, Mr. Speaker. On April the 11th, only 9 weeks after this government officially took office, I was very pleased on behalf of Canadians and on behalf of the entire government caucus to introduce the Federal Accountability Act into this House. The Act, and almost as important to the Act, the accompanying Federal Accountability Action Plan, focuses on making everyone in government more accountable, from the Prime Minister on down. Mr. Speaker, we understand that our success as a nation depends on instituting a more effective capacity and capability to get things done better for ordinary working Canadians and for their families. By instituting an unprecedented level of rigor and scrutiny across the federal public sector, the Federal Accountability Act provides a firm foundation for rebuilding Canadians' trust in government. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell the House that in drafting this legislation, we paid careful attention to a couple of very important factors. First, we didn't want to establish more red tape, more bureaucracy, or a significant number of increase in rules. Most of the new entities created in our bill replace or strengthen the independence of existing ones. And where there are new rules, we have endeavored to make them simpler and more straightforward and more effective. Second, Mr. Speaker, we didn't want to build a government that stifled innovation and created a culture within the public service that is overly risk-averse. We wanted to balance more effective oversight with flexibility. This is something that's incredibly important if we want a dynamic public service for the next century, for the next generation. We want to have the best and the brightest, and recognizing whenever people of good faith act that from time to time there will be mistakes. In drafting Bill C-2, this government listened to many stakeholders. We listened to and received contributions from all parties in this House, and Mr. Speaker, and I believe it made this piece of legislation stronger. Members of the House of Commons worked to pass the Federal Accountability Act in 72 days. They thoroughly reviewed and analyzed hundreds of separate clauses and amendments. And they put in well over 90 hours of work in 6 weeks, went above and beyond their regular duties to make sure they got it right. And, Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the hard work of the member for Nepean Carleton in that committee. He worked tremendously hard with all the government members on that committee. But I'd also like to recognize a number of other people. I'd like to recognize the member for Winnipeg Centre, who worked tremendously hard on this issue. We often disagreed with this member, but we never disagreed that he was well motivated and wanted to strengthen this bill. So I'd like to congratulate him for his work. I particularly was pleased with some of the amendments that he brought forward, particularly to put the Canadian Wheat Board under the Access to Information regime. That was one of the best amendments that came to the bill, and we were very happy to support my friend from Winnipeg on that bill. I say to the member from Winnipeg, I read the paper on Saturday, so I wanted to just simply remind him of that great amendment that he brought forward. I also want to acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, the member for Vancouver Quadra. We often disagreed, but he brought a high level of commitment to the task, and I should recognize that.
I'd also like to thank the former member for Repentigny, Benoit Sauvageau. Mr. Sauvageau worked very hard, and as a new member, a new minister, it was a great pleasure for me to work with Mr. Sauvageau. His efforts, his work, his friendship, which is recognized by all members. So I wanted to underscore here in the House that his work was very important in producing this bill in the first 72 days of the House.
Greatly missed, not just within the caucus bloc, the Bloc Québécois, not just in his own constituency of Repentigny, but for those of us on all sides of the House. Mr. Speaker, many Canadians, I think, watch Parliament, not least of which my performance, and they see a very adversarial system from time to time. But what they don't see is quite often members from different parties are able to work together, and the late member for Repentigny's work is the best example of that. Mr. Speaker, I firmly believe that we did a good job in the House of Commons. The committee, I believe, did a good job. The government didn't get everything that it wanted, but the bill came out of the special committee stronger than it went in. I firmly believe that this House did its work. I do note, Mr. Speaker, that not a single member of Parliament in the House of Commons wanted to get up and go on record as opposing this bill. I do note that the member for Vancouver Quadra, I do recall the member for Vancouver Quadra said he supported the bill in his first 2 minutes of speaking, as did the member for the Bloc Québécois and of course, the New Democratic Party. Mr. Speaker, aside from a few typos and ambiguities of wording, the bill, as passed on to the Senate, was effective, it was comprehensive, and it was carefully focused. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the majority of the more than 100 amendments proposed by the Senate have drastically diluted the objectives of Bill C-2's wide portfolio of initiatives. Mr. Speaker, I have grave concerns that most of the amendments passed by the Senate, if left in place, would do irreparable damage to the overall intent and effectiveness of the Federal Accountability Act. These include the most egregious examples of amendments, including increasing the political donation limit from $1,000 to $2,000. We want to end the role of big money in politics. The one thing you can say about Mr. Chrétien and the previous Liberal government that he led is they did a lot on this regard, where we're finishing the Chrétien work, Mr. Speaker, and making it even more modest. So ensure that middle-class Canadians, Mr. Speaker, have a bigger voice in politics and not the interests of a few high-powered financial contributors. And this was a welcome change that I think all members took great note of. Mr. Speaker, there are also amendments that the Senate proposed to delay the implementation of the new political financing laws until as late as 2008. Oh, no. 2008 is too late, Mr. Speaker. We think these measures should be put in place in very short order so that Canadians can have the benefit of this new regime. The members of the official opposition, we had discussions with them and made what I think is a reasonable and an honourable compromise to have these new limitations come into effect on January the 1st, so that it would not affect the current Liberal Leadership Convention. This was also an issue which was spoken to by the Bloc Québécois and others, in the spirit of working together, in the spirit of cooperation, something, Mr. Speaker, which you know I bring to this House each and every day, we agreed to consider a change. Allowing political staffers to jump the queue and get priority placement over other applicants for public service jobs. The Senate wants to allow partisan political aides to get into our nonpartisan public service. This is something that has deeply troubled public servants in the nation's capital for many years, where they want to compete for a job, but the competition is cancelled, and a political appointee gets the job. And, Mr. Speaker, if you believe in the merit principle, there should be competition, and that's what we're seeking to do. And this is an issue which has been certainly brought to my attention even before the election by the Public Service Alliance of Canada and representatives, and it's certainly one that I support. There is a great deal of experience that political aides, whether they be Liberal, Conservative, or what have you, but they should have to compete like everybody else for a job in the public service, Mr. Speaker. The other concern that I had is removing the Canadian Wheat Board from inclusion under the Access to Information Act. We want to bring light where there is darkness. We believe that wheat producers, barley producers in Western Canada should have the right to know what's going on at their wheat board, Mr. Speaker. We think that's important, and I was terribly distressed to see the unelected Liberal Senate try to, for the very first time, remove an agency from coverage under the Access to Information Act. Some people said we weren't going far enough, but then want to retreat. And I say to the Canadian Wheat Board and its supporters, what have they got to hide, Mr. Speaker? Let's bring more openness to the Canadian Wheat Board, Mr. Speaker. Adding exemptions for foundations under the Access to Information Act caused me and all of us a great deal of concern. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it's no exaggeration to say that many of the Senate's amendments would place an unfair burden on the private sector, shackle managers in the public service, and stifle innovation. This is especially true with the Senate's amendments on the sections dealing with whistleblowing. Mr. Speaker, whistleblowing is important to me. I know it's important for the member to P. Carleton. I know it's important for all members because we want our public servants to be able to have the confidence. I know my constituents in Ottawa, West Nepean, this was an issue in a recent election, to have the confidence that they can step forward and follow a simple process to report wrongdoing without concern that they'll lose their jobs and not being able to provide for their families. And this is a culture change that we want to take within the public service. I suspect the measures contained in the Federal Accountability Act go farther than any other Western democracy with respect to protecting whistleblowers. I'm very proud of that, Mr. Speaker. This House presented a balanced piece of legislation to the Senate, and we're now faced with the task of having to restore that balance. This is especially dismaying given that the government demonstrated its willingness to work with the Senate to achieve a strong consensus. We agreed to a number of amendments to the Act, some before it ever reached the Senate, and subsequently others during the clause-by-clause review deliberations of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee. I should underline the great work that the chair of that committee, Don Oliver, did, Mr. Speaker. He is an exceptional Canadian, and he did an excellent job. Unfortunately, this spirit of cooperation was either misunderstood or simply ignored by some honourable senators. That leaves the members of the elected House of Commons facing a major challenge, Mr. Speaker. We must rebuild this legislation. We must rebuild this legislation. We must strengthen it, and we must restore the measures for increasing accountability that Canadians want and deserve, Mr. Speaker. We will look at each of the Senate's proposed amendments on a case-by-case basis. We will judge each one on its merits. Some are acceptable, but this government cannot support them all. I am very eager, as I know my constituents in Ottawa West Nepean are, and I believe that Canadians are, to see this bill implemented quickly. But we will not compromise our commitment to delivering more accountable government simply for the sake of expedience. In fact, let's be clear. The Senate, in proposing a host of counterproductive amendments, has unnecessarily delayed passage of the bill. Canadians will see this for what it is, and, Mr. Speaker, I believe they will ultimately hold those responsible to account. The Federal Accountability Act and our Federal Accountability Action Plan, as passed by this House, focus on fixing problems. They focus on rewarding merit. They focus on achieving value for money and on being more honest and building a more effective government. On June the 16th, I noted in this House that if Parliament can do if this Parliament can do one single thing, it will be to end the culture of entitlement and replace it with a culture of accountability. Mr. Speaker, this government remains absolutely committed to achieving that crucial objective. I urge the members of this House to help us meet this challenge by demonstrating the same spirit of cooperation that they so wisely adopted 4 short months ago. Together, we can ensure that the Federal Accountability Act serves the purpose it was designed for, to provide a government based on openness and honesty, which reflects the very best that Canada has to offer. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Here, here. Well done.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important bill, and I know the minister is aware that the parties agreed not to have a vote. In fact, it was deemed to have been voted on and supported by all parties. But there still were some concerns, and the concerns, Mr. Speaker, were with regard to the haste at which the bill was put together. But, Mr. Speaker, my issue is not so much there as it is with, other than to make the point that about a third of the amendments that were proposed to the bill by the Senate were by Conservative senators. So I think that's that's proof positive that there were some flaws in the bill. Mr. Speaker, my question has to do with the Whistleblower Act, which was given royal assent last November in the last Parliament. It was a Liberal bill, and it had the support of all parties. It passed unanimously in this place. It was going to create a new officer of Parliament. It was going to provide protection for whistleblowers, Mr. Speaker, public servants who came forward to identify, as the minister quite rightly points out, to show wrongdoing on behalf of the departmental officials and, in fact, the government, Mr. Speaker. The issue is that the government still has not proclaimed that act. It is not the act of law in Canada today, Mr. Speaker, because the government has not, in a year now, has not taken the opportunity to put it into place so that that public servants can now come to a new officer of Parliament and outline their concerns about the waste and mismanagement of that government, Mr. Speaker. Why hasn't the minister proclaimed the Whistleblower Act from the last Parliament? Will he do it now?
The Honourable, the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you to the member for Mississauga South for his intervention. We have real problems with C11. It was better than nothing. Conservative members of Parliament, the last Parliament, did vote for it. It was better than nothing. There was a huge change from the beginning of C11. The Liberal government of the day did make massive changes at the end due to pressure. I don't think one person who came before the committee hearings on Bill C11 supported the bill. No. I don't think a single. True. I don't think a single one. Maybe the. No. Maybe the Liberal members, when they get up, will mention one group who supported Bill C11. I look forward to hearing it. Certainly, the Hansard that I reviewed. We wanted to make it stronger. We wanted the Public Service Alliance of Canada had real concerns, as did their members. The Professional Institute of the Public Service argued strongly that we shouldn't repeal Bill C11 through the Federal Accountability Act. Rather, we should improve upon it, and we certainly accepted that advice. We think that it wasn't strong. The Conservatives voted for it. It was better than nothing, and I'm happy to concede that. We think we could improve it. And that's why when Parliament reconvened, the very first bill that we presented was to do just that. It shows the priority that we placed on it. I don't think there's a single public servant out there that will say the improved Bill C11 from the previous Parliament isn't stronger and better as a result of the work that the member for Nepean Carleton and the Federal Accountability Act put in place. As a member representing a riding here in the capital, I'm certainly very proud of it.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to ask a question. I have some comments and a question for the Minister, because he is blaming the Senate for having made amendments and studied this bill so exhaustively, and then he says that his bill is seeking balance. But did the Senate not do the work that the C2 Legislative Committee should have done? That is, take the time to analyze each one of the provisions, each clause, and take the time to hear witnesses, to take a look at each clause, and to make the necessary changes and amendments. I sat on the committee studying C2 on the Legislative Committee, and it was going full tilt. Even the minister bragged about it. 72 committee sitting days in 6 weeks, 92 hours. It was far too quick. We had one witness after another, and we really didn't have time to pursue questions or allow them to make full comments. People were appearing in teams, and we saw all of the political parties, all of the directors of all of these parties only being given a few minutes to express their concerns, and we only had a few minutes to ask them questions. So it seems to me that the Senate did a reasonable job, and it balances this bill. And this is my question, Mr. Speaker. The minister said that some amendments suggested by the Senate will be accepted. Can he tell us which ones he will accept? The Honourable President of Treasury Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments made by the Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. It's very clear that we will be accepting quite a few of the Senate amendments, and this is in the motion that we are debating and also in the order paper. That is, we've indicated which ones we are willing to accept, and I can prepare a list to help in the debate. I would be prepared to give a list of the amendments that we will be accepting. I have no problem with the Senate doing its own work. Once this House passed the bill, we would be very willing to allow the Senate to take a look at it for 2 or 3 months. Now, it took them 120 hours to study this bill, and I have no problem with that. But the problem is that it took 140 days for the Senate to look at this bill. They did 1 week of work at the end of June, and then they took a 7-week break. And then another week, and then another 1-week break. And that is my problem. Most citizens of Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert or Ottawa West Nepean don't get a 7-week holiday. And my problem is that, as you say in English, I'm concerned about the foot dragging. That's why we're here today. We are prepared to debate amendments and vote on them, and I believe this is very important for democracy. Thank you.
Comments? The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, an honourable member, a Liberal, mentioned the Whistleblower Act.
And he asked why is it that we must pass the Accountability Act with respect to whistleblower protection. And I would remind him that the whistleblower protection that our government introduced as part of the Accountability Act is dramatically different from that which found itself in C11, the previous Liberal bill. To begin with, every single stakeholder group, every single one of them opposed the previous Liberal bill on whistleblower protection. There was no support amongst whistleblowers. There was virtually no support amongst public sector unions. There was strong opposition against from PSAC, and every single whistleblower that came before the committee opposed it. Quite to the contrary, the Conservative Accountability Act provides for 2 years of jail time for anyone who punishes or bullies a whistleblower. It creates a tribunal of judges that is capable of ordering the restoration of a whistleblower's career and providing back pay and even consequences to those who abuse whistleblowers. All of that is going to be managed by an independent tribunal of judges, not by bureaucratic or political leaders. Finally, it removes the 2 cover-up clauses that the Liberals had put into the last whistleblower protection bill, the cover-up clauses which would have allowed information related to a whistleblower disclosure to be hidden for up to 5 years. We've eliminated that and the other cover-up clauses. So I'd like the Honourable President of the Treasury Board to comment on the very profound improvements to whistleblower protection found in the Accountability Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable, the President of the Treasury Board should know that he has 20 seconds for
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, we wanted to make it stronger. This was whistleblowing protection was a big issue in Ottawa West Nepean. I know it was a big issue in Nepean Carleton. I should also point out that the New Democratic Party member for Ottawa Centre, this was a big issue in his constituency because we felt the measures contained in Bill C11 weren't strong. We've worked together to fix it instead of nix it, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request from you to remind me when I have approximately 5 minutes left to get carried away in these passionate debates. I was a member, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me.
I would like to advise the Honourable Member, although I'm loath to do so, that he has unlimited time.
And I really didn't know that, and it gives me a sense of false power, perhaps. But I will keep to what my whip has told me my time is, and to remind myself of when I want to wrap up. But I thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I began saying, I was a member of the C2 Legislative Committee, and tout d'abord, je voudrais remercier.
I would first like to thank the Liberal team for its work. That is the team who sat on the committee, our leader, that is our committee leader, the member for Vancouver Quadra, as well as the member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce and the member for York Weston, who worked very hard with other party representatives on the committee, for example, the member for Nepean Carleton and the member for Winnipeg South. And I'd like to say a special thanks in memory of the late member Frédéric Patigny.
We voiced our opinions with much passion. In many cases, I recall the member from Nepean Carleton with exceeding passion and language, which we all remember well. Well, this was, according to the Honourable President of the Treasury Board, a project to end the role of big money in politics. How farcical, Mr. Speaker. A year ago, the Conservative Party was campaigning under the slogan, "Stand up for Canada." Today, 10 months later, their true slogan appears to be, "Stand up for Conservative friends only." Un fois de plus,
once again, this minority government, and I emphasize the word minority government, Conservative government, wants to use the House of Commons for partisan purposes. And once again, the partisan Conservatives have taken the upper hand over the common good of all Canadians.
Why this minority government wanted to rush this bill through the House, the committee, and then on to the Senate and through its committee. They thought no one would see how partisan, how biased it actually is in certain respects. The more time we spend on this bill, the more flaws and loopholes we find. This is why there was such a dépêche. There was quite a rush to get the bill out from the spotlight and the microscope of the committees who did good work and to the final passage of the bill in this House. I see it, therefore, Mr. Speaker, as quite ironic in that the Conservatives campaigned on the promise of cleaning up government, to play by the rules, and how today they are trying to tweak the law to sneak in some self-serving loopholes on political donations.
All of this after an investigation by Elections Canada with respect to the Conservative Party and the fact that the President of the Treasury Board said that his party had forgotten to report about $2 million in expenses for the 2005 convention.
Hearings, particularly in this case at the Senate level, that, well, the Conservatives forgot. They forgot to declare convention fees as political donations for their convention of March 2005. They had an opinion which was almost, in this post-football weekend, an audible from the line. The quarterback at C2 Legislative Committee, representative of the Conservative Party at that point, merely suggested, well, we don't think that convention fees are donations. That has since been completely ruled out of order and improper by Elections Canada officials, by every party in the House except the Conservatives. And now we will see, as the theme of this response to the President of the Treasury Board's speech indicates, that it was really all about cover-up and legitimizing something that is quite possibly illegal. Almost $2 million. This is no small change, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative minority government talks about tightening Canadian laws, yet it can't even follow the existing laws when it comes to political donations. As I say, I'm not the only one standing here and saying this. The people of Canada should know, Mr. Speaker, that the Chief Electoral Officer Jean-Pierre Kingsley, repudiated the Conservatives' excuses and ruled that the party violated the rules. And there are other complaints coming against the Conservative Party. They are attempting to fix their illegalities with certain portions of this law. So today, with Bill C2, this minority government is trying to cover up their past mistakes, and clean up their mess. The very fact that they are trying to change the rules in extremis at the last possible minute clearly is an admission of guilt. In addition to the convention attendance fees, these are the regular les frais de l'inscription pour les congrès.
The attendance fees for political party conventions.
Every party member attending a convention of whatever stripe. In addition to the coloring of those as non-political donations, erroneously, quite possibly illegally, in addition, the Conservative Party had the temerity and gall, in practice, to allow corporate observers. Remember, just by way of footnote, Mr. Speaker, that C-24, the very fine Liberal bill brought in under the Chrétien government, ruled or made law that corporate donations would not be acceptable, corporate and union donations. But here we have the Conservative Party charging, to this date, $1,000 for corporate observer fees, which again were not reported as political donations. So I now understand, Mr. Speaker, after 70 meetings of the C2 Legislative Committee and after following the Senate Committee, I now understand that what the President of the Treasury Board meant when he said he wanted to take the big money out of politics, he meant all the big contributions that were made off the radar screen, not under the Canadian Elections Act, not reportable, elicited by a Senate hearing in the spring of the year by the committee of the President of the Treasury Board. These sums, totaling probably well more than $2 million, these are the amounts, corporate donations, that the President of the Treasury Board of the Conservative Party wanted out of politics. They didn't want them reported. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, hijacking the House agenda to pass partisan legislation is becoming a full-time hobby for this minority government. Time and again, the President of the Treasury Board stated he wants to reduce the influence of big money and make the political process more open. He
repeated once again on May 4th when he testified before the C2 committee, even though his boss, Prime Minister Harper, wanted to bring to an end the influence, money's influence.
The Treasury Board, who is sometimes given to bombast, and we can understand his enthusiasm, but we have on the other side the cold eye of the Prime Minister on this very subject, saying the same thing. We want to finish the role of money, big money, in politics. And what they meant, now we see it, what they meant is the corporate observer status fees and the registration fees for conventions as being out of politics, not reportable. That's what they meant. We didn't see it at the time.
Unfortunately, though, this government can't act and carry out what it says it will do. It says it's the champion of transparency, but they didn't declare some $2 million in costs for their convention. In 2005, Conservatives want to use a C2 to...
Speaker, is not a bendable concept that can be adjusted to fit partisan objectives and past illegalities. Contrary to what the Conservatives may think, the Liberals believe accountability should apply to all parties all the time, not only when it's convenient to do so, or in their case, when they get caught. But a review of C2 is necessary because there is more than just the passing illegality and cover-up, Watergate-like as it is, by the government with respect to political donations. There were some accomplishments at the Legislative Committee with respect to making deputy ministers more accountable to Parliament. This is a good thing. With a tighter lobbyist regime. At first, the Conservatives didn't want people who were past workers for them in opposition to be able to ratchet up the ladder of influence when the government changed. But there was much debate on that. And there was some reach of the Access to Information Program and Access to Information Act to some of the agency boards and commissions, which it can be argued is good and bad depending on the commission, agency, and board. And time does not permit it, and unlimited as it is, Mr. Speaker, for me to get into all of the agency boards and commissions involved. There were also, it bears saying, some Liberal accomplishments. The Liberal members at the committee, following on the advice of the legal counsel to this chamber, to Parliament, protected an 1868 privilege, a constitutional privilege which, in their haste, the Conservatives tried to roughshod through the House. They removed the aspect, the Liberal opposition members did, of the secret ballot, and most importantly, despite the words of this minority government, saved Aboriginal First Nations communities from the overreach of audit principles imposed to be imposed by this government. However, there were some significant missed opportunities in not properly debating, in the haste that was the aura of both committees, frankly, many amendments that were brought by all parties with respect to some very key elements which might have made this bill stronger. There was a proposal to eliminate donations from people under 18 years of age. This was ironically proposed, and it was ironically defeated by the Conservative majority on the committee with the help of the New Democratic Party. It might also be said that in the haste to put the C2 Legislative Committee together, there were no opinions from constitutional scholars. There was neither the time nor the inclination of the leading constitutional scholars to give evidence at those committees. One wonders if we'd had the sage advice, for instance, of Donald Savoy on his thoughts regarding the freeze in public sector and lobbying industries with respect to how government should work, how much different a bill we might have. Last year, the Conservatives campaigned on 6 key words. They campaigned on 6 key words. We often think they only had 5 principles, but they're much more imaginative than we give them credit for. They used actually 6 words. That's one more than 5 in their platforms. They used accountability, opportunity, security, family, community, and unity. And those are good words, Mr. Speaker. Now let's take a minute to analyze what this government did since they came into power. On the same day they announced over $13 billion in surplus, thanks to good Liberal management, they cut funding to some of the most important community programs in the country, including literacy, Aboriginal programs, minority groups support, and women's equality issues. This is their vision for community, presumably, from their election campaign. They cut many youth programs that aimed at promoting exchanges between young Canadians of different regions, such as the Summer Work Student Exchange Program. Furthermore, the Prime Minister publicly accused many Liberals of being anti-Israel. This is presumably their vision of promoting unity, per their campaign promise. They decided on sending a $100 monthly check. They decided in favor of sending a $100 monthly check per child to Canadian families, a sum not good enough to pay for quality daycare services and childcare services, especially that this measure is taxable, while creating no new childcare spaces whatsoever. Then this must be their concept of family, as enunciated in their campaign strategy. As for security, another key word, the Conservative minority government decided to bring forward a very American 3 strikes you're out law with C-27. The concept of innocence until proven guilty is out the door. This must be their vision of justice. Then there's the theme of accountability, which this bill deals with. In light of what the Conservatives are proposing to do with C2, it is clear they believe accountability should mostly be a tool to help clean their own past mistakes, especially the $2 million in convention fees, in registration fees that have not been disclosed, that are the subject of complaints officially filed with Elections Canada, and the untotaled amounts of corporate observer fees given by corporations who were, by C-24, outside the scope and allowability of political contributions before this Act. So we have large sums of money that haven't been accounted for. So how is it that this government can stand on this bill with respect to political contributions and say that this is truly an accountability act? They can't, Mr. Speaker. And finally, the last word in their campaign was opportunity. Once again, What this Conservative minority government is trying to do with C2 is creating a partisan loophole, weakening the access to information laws and watering down the Federal Accountability Act. Opportunity is probably the word that currently best describes the government's principles and modus operandi. More specifically, they are highly opportunistic and partisan. Today, the government should truly stand up for Canada, as they promised to do. They promised to adopt the recommendation of the Information Commissioner's report on access to information. They've already had 2 chances, and yet they continue to break this promise. If this government truly wants more transparency and more accountability, they need to leave partisanship behind and support these amendments. This is what true accountability is all about. It's important, Mr. Speaker, to underline that we have supported many instances of this bill, and it's in many instances this bill and its thrust. But it's important to underline that the concept of this bill is nothing new. That C-24, as the Honourable President of the Treasury Board has already said, was a very good step. It was a Chrétien government step with respect to political financing and transparency. Would that the Conservative government, in its most recent clandestine fundraising activities, would that it would follow its own words of the President of the Treasury Board in the House today and be more accountable. Sadly, they are not going to be. They're going to wait till they're dragged. Talk about foot dragging, Mr. Speaker, until they are dragged before the courts and found to have been part of illegal contribution schemes, as indicated by Mr. Kingsley. Now, Mr. Speaker, in the spirit with which the Liberal government brought in C-24, in the spirit with which the Liberal government promised to implement the recommendations of Justice Gomery's report, we move forward with the deliberations on C2, and we are happy, in the further vein, Mr. Speaker, for these amendments, which I'm about to read by way of motion, to go forward. So, Mr. Speaker, I would move, seconded by the member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Le Chine, the following motion. The motion before the House should be amended by deleting, number 1, deleting from the paragraph commencing with the words disagrees with the following: 25, 34 to 54, 55 sub A to sub D, 55 sub E 2 to 8, 56 to 62, 65, 94. 2. Inserting in the paragraph commencing with the words agrees with, immediately after the number 158, the following: and 25, 34 to 54, 55 sub A to sub D, 55 sub E 2 to 8, 56 to 62, 65, and 94. 3. Deleting the paragraph commencing with the words Amendments 25. B. By 1. Deleting from the paragraph commencing with the words disagrees with the following: 121, 123. 2. Inserting in the paragraph commencing with the words agrees with immediately after the number 158 the following: and 121 and 123. 3. Deleting from the paragraph commencing with the words Amendments 120, the letter S is the first word, the numbers 121 and 123, and the words and by removing the Canadian Wheat Board from the coverage of this Act. C. By deleting from the paragraph commencing with the words disagrees with the following: 118, 119. 2. Inserting in the paragraph commencing with the words agrees with immediately after the number 158 the following: and 118 and 119. 3. Deleting the paragraph commencing with the words Amendment 118 and the paragraph commencing with the words Amendment 119. D. By 1. Deleting from the paragraph commencing with the words disagrees with the following: 67. 2. Inserting in the paragraph commencing with the words agrees with immediately after the number 158 the following: and 67. 3. Deleting the paragraph commencing with the words Senate Amendment 67. This is the motion I wish to table. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I have some time to conclude. No? Yeah. Unlimited, indeed. That's the same. In conclusion?
It is my duty to advise the honourable member that since he has now moved an amendment, that is the conclusion. I will take the order, please. I will take the amendment under advisement and now open for questions and comments. I recognize the Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party has engaged in specious accusations around political campaign funds. They have complained that the Conservative Party decided not to charge taxpayers for the cost of its convention. Now, let's be clear on what this accusation entails. The Conservative Party could have considered all of the convention fees that came from its last convention as political contributions and issued tax rebates, the kinds that return funds to the original donor. That would have benefited the Conservative Party dramatically. It would have been in the Conservative Party's financial interest to go about its affairs in that way, because it would have caused taxpayers to subsidize the convention, and not just the cost above the donation amount above and beyond the cost of the convention, but the entire convention delegate fee would have been subject to a tax credit. So he's right in one sense that it would have provided a significant financial benefit to the Conservative Party for the party to have considered those delegate fees to be donations. But our party does not believe that taxpayers should fund our operations at a political convention. And therefore, we made the principled decision to forego the tax credit that goes along with the donation. The Liberal Party, on the other hand, does it another way. My question is this. If he is in fact right, is he going to recommend to Revenue Canada that they provide tax credits to all those people who attended the convention? How much would it cost to the Canadian taxpayer if all of those convention delegate fees were then turned into donations and taxpayers were forced to pay out a rebate? How much?
The Honourable Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, the honourable member wants us to put a price tag on right and wrong and a price tag on ethics, and I don't think that's the way it works. In fact, that's not what we heard by way of blathering hyperbole from the honourable member during the C2 hearings. But let me remind the member that there is a law called the Canada Elections Act. There is a section in that act, and if the member wishes to write it down for future reference, he might be more suited to speak on the subject next time with more information. And that section is 404.1 of the Canada Elections Act. That is the section that declares or sets out what a financial contribution for which tax receipts would be issued. We have Mr. Jean-Pierre Kingsley saying that the convention fees are political donations. They must be declared as such under Section 404.1. We have, at least the way I see it, Mr. Speaker, and it doesn't matter the way I see it, I suppose, but the way, more importantly, Jean-Pierre Kingsley sees it, a violation of the Canada Elections Act. And what this amendment brought on by the Conservatives attempts to do is to codify their illegality, to slip it through under the white knight of accountability in general, when it is in fact anathema to the whole principle of accountability and the fact that all laws should grace legal actions. They should not condone illegal actions. It's a fundamental principle that laws cannot condone illegal activity. So my friend asks the question the wrong way. His answer, however, is simply this. Section 404.1 exists. The Conservative Party broke that law, and now they're attempting to cover it up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from the Liberal Party for having made the presentation that he did. he did a very good analysis of the situation. I'd like to come back to one of the elements of his speech that dealt with work done by the committee. The committee did exhaustive work, as did the Senate. At the time when we were working in the committee, we worked very hard, very fast. We had to put in far many hours a day. And indeed, we heard many, many witnesses. The witnesses arrived with 30-page briefs, but in view of the fact that perhaps that witness was the fourth witness we heard, and we had 4 or 5 more waiting in line, we were only able to hear a synopsis of their presentation, 2 or 3 minutes, and then we only had a few minutes for questions. I'd like to ask the member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe this question. Does he not think that the work that was done since that time, as the Minister has said, the committee was very proud of the speed at which it did its work, 72 hours, 9 weeks after the election. Was that good work or was it not good work? Many said we went too fast, we didn't have the time to analyze, question, and in fact read the briefs. It really made no sense at all. Indeed, another group took over and took the time to read. Something that's very important is that they took the time to reflect upon what they had read and what they heard from the witnesses thereafter.
So I'd like to know if the member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe thinks that helped and improved the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe. Of course, the work at committee was effective under the circumstances. I'd like to emphasize once again the hard work done by the bloc members on that committee, in particular the previous member for Repentigny. But since there's not much time, I'd like to say 2 things, very important things, that were put in place because of the committee's deliberations. It was in the evidence of Mr. Donison from the Conservative Party. That's how we got the information that the Conservative Party forgot to state the registration fees for its 2005 convention in April, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken. And secondly, at the other committee, the Senate committee, during the evidence of the president of Treasury Board, we found out that the amount of those registration fees was almost $1.7 million. Those are 2 examples that show that the work of the 2 committees on C2 was effective, notwithstanding the fact that we were pressed, we were rushed, and witnesses were hurried too in this process. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, if we'd had a proper amount of time to discuss things and hear witnesses in an appropriate fashion. Perhaps there would have been even more effective results than what we now know. I wanted to say that, Mr. Speaker. Questions or comments?
The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, La Chine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened very closely to my colleague from Moncton Riverview Dieppe, and I'm looking forward to hearing from my bloc colleagues because, as the member just said, the bloc, together with members from the Liberal Party who were sitting on the House Legislative Committee on C2, we worked together. And I think that to the extent that the NDP and the Conservatives allowed us to, we did a good job. But we were limited, we were constrained, and that was so it was up to the Senate committee to make up for the shortcomings. My question for the member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe is that the president of the Treasury Board claims that the Senate tried to slow down the passage and the consideration of Bill C2, tried to put a stop to the government's goodwill. I'd like your opinion on the Senate's work in contrast to what the President of Treasury Board said. Order, please. Order.
UGF would like to know that the clock has run out, but I will allow a few moments to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, in essence, the Senate did some very good work, and it's important to underline, Mr. Speaker, that the bill that was originally presented as C2 to the Commons Committee is not the bill that is being talked about here today. There were a number of carvings away, of overreach, of unconstitutionality, of hasty and inappropriate drafting, of a conservative agenda gone wild. There'll probably be a video series out soon, Conservatives Gone Wild. But clearly, and I see my time is up, Mr. Speaker, clearly the work of both committees was very important to the process.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Maurice Champlain. Mr. Speaker, today, with the return of Bill C2 to the House, after transiting the Senate, I would say, to start with, that the Bloc Québécois is going to support Bill C2 because this bill, I'm not saying it's perfect, but it introduces measures to enhance accountability and transparency from government. This bill is going to lay the foundation for a culture of openness versus what I would call the culture of secrecy that we've already seen in the past. A culture of accountability versus management habits that were careless about the value of the public good. So from this standpoint, the Bloc Québécois is very happy that this bill is going to put forward some possible solutions. We support it because C2 includes a code of ethics for ministers. The bill introduces, I would say, put an end to the favoritism that allows political staff of ministers' offices to join the public service ahead of qualified public servants, and we've seen this unfortunately in the past. C2 also reinforces the powers of the Auditor General and the Ethics Commissioner. C2 also provides limits to lobbying. This bill also significantly reduces the influence of money in election campaigns and leadership campaigns. Furthermore, C2 creates a position of Director of Public Prosecutions, which provides for independence in the administration of justice. In part, C2 responds to the numerous problems raised by the sponsorship scandal. But above all, I would say that the Bloc Québécois supports this bill because a number of ongoing demands of the Bloc Québécois have been included in this bill, including appointments based on merit for returning officers by Elections Canada. There's a register of lobbyists that's being introduced, and it will no longer be headed by a public servant, but by an officer of Parliament. In terms of political party financing, this will now be more like what we have in Quebec. So corporate donations will be banned, and individual donations will be held to a much more reasonable limit. This will also strengthen the powers of the Auditor General, as I said earlier. She will now be able to follow the money all the way along. In addition, contrary to what was in the initial bill put forward by the government, rewards for whistleblowers will be done away with. We held, and we still held, that provision would have fostered a poor culture in the public service. Another request of the Bloc Québécois was that the Commissioner of Ethics, rather than a minister, be able to exempt political staff from the application of the bill, especially when it deals with a junior political staffer or a part-time staffer. We're also very happy that C2 includes that the Conflict of Interest Act be reviewed in 5 years. MPs will then have an opportunity to take stock of this bill. And in our view, beginning now, we feel that that exercise will enable us to discover that the Conflict of Interest Act has no teeth. It's powerless. And another request from my colleague, from Repentigny, my former colleague, that the word accountability be changed in French from imputabilité to responsabilité, so now it's in correct French. The Bloc Québécois is in favor of the government motion with respect to the Senate amendments. We support the passage of a number of amendments by the government in favor of ethics and accountability. For example, replacing appropriate access with access, strengthening the Access to Information Act by including the NAC's ability to preserve certain confidential information. Also, the amendment number 16, Amendment 95, was criticized by the head of the public service, who felt that this would enable a minister to appoint special advisors in the public service. The Bloc Québécois also supports the government's rejection of a number of Senate amendments that would not promote ethics and transparency. Senators wanted to keep their own Senate counselor. A number of Senate amendments would have reduced the time for the ethics commissioner and the electoral officer to go after offenders. Amendment 99. There's also a clause that would allow political staff to continue joining the public service with priority over other applicants, and that runs counter to a measure that we supported earlier. These Senate amendments could exclude from the Access to Information Act certain public organizations. Once again, we took a position on that. So the Bloc Québécois, however, is unhappy. I said this bill wasn't perfect, so we're not happy about the fact that the government's rejecting a number of valid amendments put forward by the Senate. Amendment 67. The government's trying to exempt certain, by amending the amendment, the government's trying to exempt certain political donations. The government also rejects a number of Senate amendments that would provide for better protection for whistleblowers. The Senate proposed to broaden the definition of reprisals to include any other measure that might directly or indirectly harm the official, and we thought that made a lot of sense. And they changed from 60 days to 1 year the time for making a complaint about reprisals. The Senate also proposed doing away with the $10,000 ceiling for suffering and hardship. The maximum refund of legal fees as well. Amendment 119, adding an interpretation clause dealing with public interest disclosure of any document. That was a significant improvement to the Access to Information Act. Amendment 85, which had to do with assistance to certain departments in developing policy, and these experts subsequently becoming lobbyists. This is an ethics issue. This raises an issue of ethics. Amendment 90 would have given the Commissioner of Lobbying more power to intervene to prevent a lobbyist from lobbying for 2 years if they don't if they don't follow the act. If they breach the lobbying ban, they could be fined up to $50,000. That was an interesting amendment, a good amendment that would have strengthened the Commissioner of Lobbying. The Bloc Québécois condemns the fact that an overall amendment to the Access to Information Act is put off to a later date. That's a major element that's missing from C2. We already said that, and we're still saying it. And the government's trying to exempt political contributions made at the party's conventions. The Conservative platform made an election promise to subject all foundations and crown corporations to the Access to Information Act, but that's no longer to be found in this bill. The government refused to increase penalties for those who violate the Ethics Act. That, too, I would say, is a disaster. And another negative issue has to do with the fact that the MP's budgets is still governed by the Library of Parliament. The other problem we have with the sponsorship scandal, the Bloc Québécois had proposed a number of recommendations before the Gomery Commission to improve the current accountability framework. The 2005-2006 Bloc Québécois election campaign included a number of similar recommendations, and we're very happy that with Bill C2, a number of steps have been taken dealing with accountability, and this is an integral part of the bill. We were successful in obtaining, among other things, an inclusion in the bill dealing with public funding of political parties, and this is very similar to long-standing Quebec legislation. We also achieved a certain strengthening of the Lobbyists Act order. I regret to interrupt the honourable member, but I think he knows he had to propose an amendment, and I should indicate to the House that the amendment, in the opinion of the chair, is in order, and I have to present this to the House immediately.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton Riverview Dieppe, seconded by Madame Jennings, moved that the motion be amended by, may I dispense? Agreed? Agreed. Resuming debate then, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. And I apologize once again for the interruption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was saying earlier that one of the important shortcomings of C2 had to do with access to information. However, I would say that a number of things are far from perfect, including in the area of access to information. This act was adopted in 1983, but it's basically remained the same since 83, and the government did not deal with this in C2. So there's quite an inconsistency when the government is trying to push this bill through the Senate, for example, as my colleague for Saint-Hubert said earlier, when the government at the same time says that additional consultation is necessary to reform the Access to Information Act. They should have waited before coming forward with this bill for those consultations to be done. It was the president of the Treasury Board who was saying that. So in consideration of all that, I'd like to wrap up by pointing out that I propose, seconded by my colleague from Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert, the following sub-amendment to the amendment proposed earlier, and it would read as follows, that the amendment be amended by deleting paragraphs A and B. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This was the amendment.
Je déclare la sous-amendement.
I declare the sub-amendment in order. Consequently, Mr. Laforêt. Madame Lavallée, rather. I apologize. Madame Lavallée proposes that the amendment be amended by deleting paragraphs A and B. Questions or comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague a few questions about the Access to Information Act. He wanted to deal with that, but unfortunately his time ran out. We know the Access to Information Act has been enforced since 1983, and despite numerous calls for reform and modernization, not much has been done. The Conservative government even chose not to include reform to the Access to Information Act in Bill C-2. And last spring, when an accelerator was being put in place to set a speed record on the Legislative Committee on C2 in order to force this through as quickly as possible, exactly the opposite was being done on the Access to Information and Ethics Committee, i.e., the brakes were being put on the Access to Information reform. And despite everything that's been done for 20 years, various governments have always, it'll be interesting to find out why, they've always put a halt or tried to slow down Access to Information reform. And now the Conservatives haven't included that in C2. The Justice Minister at the Access to Information Committee this year, Access to Information and Privacy and Ethics Committee, he was at the committee and he told members, well, fix up the Access to Information Act, despite all the documents that even the Commissioner of Ethics had submitted. So my question to my colleague, Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Saint-Maurice-Champlain, thank you very much, I'd like to ask him the following question. Because, among other things, we asked the Justice Minister to table with the committee before December 15th a new Access to Information Act. I'd like my colleague to tell us about the advantages of the fact that the Access to Information Act could have been included in Bill C-2. How would that have benefited things? So.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for Saint-Bruno Saint-Lambert for asking this question. And it is true, after having attended or witnessed the same slowdown in committee when it came to access to information at the Ethics and Privacy and Access to Information Committee, we unfortunately witnessed a dual debate while the government was hastily trying to pass in another committee Bill C-2, and they, of course, were advocating responsibility and transparency, and access to information is an extremely important component of this broader debate, because access to information allows the public and the media to access information that was lacking during the sponsorship scandal. If people had been well enough informed, then we could perhaps have avoided the scandal to a certain extent. But with access to information and an act that goes back 26 years, because this is 2006 and it passed in 83 and it's never really been reviewed, then when we have such an act that has not been reviewed, there can be deficiencies and problems, and I really wonder why the government didn't wait to have all of the information it required. When the President of Treasury Board says, well, we have to consult and undertake additional consultations before going any further, well, there had been time to undertake consultations, just as was done for C2. So it's unfortunate. And there was also an element, an amendment, a Senate amendment.
Questions and comments, questions and commentary. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to tell, all right, at the outset, with respect to the amendment introduced by the member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain, I think this is the riding of Shawinigan. Is that not the case? Well, it's a lovely riding in Quebec, of course, and I would like to say at the outset that I'm always very surprised when I see a wonderful sub-amendment like this one. I agree with the sub-amendment. I will be supporting the sub-amendment because I would like Canada's Wheat Board to be included in access to information. I think it's essential for farmers out west to be aware of how their wheat board operates. So I agree with that, and I also agree with other changes that have been proposed by my colleague for Saint-Maurice-Champlain, who wants an ethics counselor. I think that's essential. We need someone with legal experience, and that would be a good idea for us here in this House, and it would also be good in the Senate as well. So I'd like to thank my colleague for his good intervention, the Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have been able to introduce this sub-amendment, which will, in some ways, reestablish what had been provided for at the outset and was changed quite dramatically through the amendment that we saw this morning. I think it's important for us to have the Wheat Board subjected to access to information, as well as the Ethics Commissioner issue. I think it's extremely important. It's crucial, in fact, that we return to the initial proposal, which would be to have an Ethics Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I was very happy to hear what my Bloc colleague had to say with respect to C2 as amended by the Senate. And then we know that the government wants to reinstate a number of provisions to bring them back to the state in which they were to be found when they left the House to go to the Senate. Your former colleague, Benoît Sauvageau from Repentigny, and your deputy leader at the House, and I don't remember the name of the riding, but in any case, we worked almost hand in hand on a number of sections of C2, and there were amendments that we tried to make to C2 at the Legislative Committee, but because of the alliance between the NDP and the Conservatives, we were not able to do that. So I would like to know, with respect to some of the amendments that we tried to bring forward unsuccessfully, but which were then brought in by the Senate, I would like to ask the honourable member if he's still of the same opinion. 115 and 116, for example, where we tried to add the Canadian Foundation for Sustainable Technological Development as an entity that could refuse to provide trade or scientific or technical secrets. At the Legislative Committee, we tried to provide this protection to the Foundation. We were unsuccessful in doing that. The Senate brought in an amendment, and I'd like to know if the Bloc still feels that this Foundation should have that protection. The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, I would like to respond to my colleague by saying that, indeed, there are positions that the Bloc stood for in the spring, and I would say, and we mentioned this earlier, that there were a number of clauses in this bill, and they were pushed through fairly quickly. So I don't have an answer to that particular question, but I will ask some of the people from the Bloc, and I will give an answer at a later date. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to enter into the debate at this stage of Bill C2. And Let me start by saying, Mr. Speaker, to sort of lay the foundation of the remarks that I hope to make, that I firmly believe that if we do nothing else in this 39th Parliament other than pass the Federal Accountability Act and to give meaning and substance to the cliches of transparency and accountability, if we do nothing else, Mr. Speaker, we will at least have been able to have said that we spent our time well in this 39th Parliament, and we'll have something to show the Canadian people. I start my remarks with that note, Mr. Speaker, because I can say, without any fear of contradiction, the Federal Accountability Act is in a very fragile state as we speak. We run the risk right now, Mr. Speaker, and I believe due to political mischief, of losing the Federal Accountability Act, of losing this great project that we undertook many, many months ago. At that time, we cautioned that if we don't move swiftly, if we don't move with a collective will, if we don't move with some cooperation, a project of this magnitude is fraught with pitfalls and could easily collapse under its own weight or fall vulnerable to political influence and political mischief that have nothing to do with making the nation state of Canada more transparent or the system accountable. Mr. Speaker, just to remind people, because this debate is going to become very complex as we debate 154 amendments from the Senate, and then we've now just heard a comprehensive amendment from the Liberal Party, another comprehensive sub-amendment from the Bloc Québécois. Let's bring it back down to basics, Mr. Speaker. What we started back in April with Bill C-2, the Federal Accountability Act, would have given us, for the first time ever, comprehensive whistleblower protection. That alone, Mr. Speaker, that alone, I would have voted for Bill C-2, just to be able to have done that one thing in this 39th Parliament. The Public Appointments Commission, the PAC, Mr. Speaker, that alone, to put an end to patronage. Imagine, on behalf of the people of Canada, to put an end to pork barrel patronage in the 39th Parliament. We could tell our grandchildren that we did something in this Parliament if we could deliver on that one chapter of Bill C-2 alone. It would be spectacular. It would be sensational. Those things are at risk as we speak. The Parliamentary Budget Officer, the Director of Public Prosecutions, all of these worthy initiatives that aren't very controversial, that have broad support from all the political parties, all of these are frankly now vulnerable and could crash and burn as we bicker and toss amendments back and forth from the Senate chamber to the House of Commons and back again over the most minuscule, trivial, virtually meaningless things. Let me tell you the one thing, Mr. Speaker, let's strip it down to the basics. The one thing that's holding up this bill right now is whether or not we have a single ethics commissioner who will administer the two codes of conflict of interest for the Chamber and the House and the Senate, or if we have multiple ethics. I mean, we're now debating how many ethics commissioners can dance on the head of a pin. That's really what this whole thing boils down to. And all of these wonderful initiatives will fall by the wayside if we can't agree to something that's silly, Mr. Speaker. To hear the senators tell it, it's a constitutional crisis if they have to have two ethics commissioners. I mean, constitutional crisis is this phrase that's tossed around in modern-day Canada, saying constitutional crisis is the last refuge of the scoundrel in Canadian terms. I mean, it's a smokescreen to stall and delay the important reforms that Canadians expect and Canadians demand and that Canadians sent us here to put into place. So for anybody tuning in or anybody trying to weave their way through this quagmire that is the Federal Accountability Act and all the amendments, sub-amendments, and compounding amendments, if they can just remember that. We're trying to implement whistleblower protection. We're trying to implement Public Appointments Commissioner so that you can't make political patronage appointments to unqualified nephews, etc. We're trying to put in a Parliamentary Budget Officer, and we're hung up on things like how many ethics commissioners shall administer our codes of conduct. It's so petty, Mr. Speaker, that a lot of people wouldn't believe that we could be tripped up so readily in such a noble pursuit, to have such a noble pursuit held up and flawed or intercepted and sabotaged by such trivial arguments. Let me say also, as by way of introduction, Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the role that the New Democratic Party has played in trying to promote and to make sure that at least the key elements of this bill are salvaged and do come to the possible fruition. And I should recognize and pay tribute at the outset the contribution that my former colleague and the former leader of the New Democratic Party played, Mr. Ed Broadbent, the member for Ottawa Centre, because in the 38th Parliament, it was Ed Broadbent, in coming back to the House of Commons after many years doing other work, who recognized that there was enormous gaps and lapses in the ethical standards and the ethical conduct of the Parliament that he left those many years ago. And he put in place a 7-point ethics package, the elements of which, a great deal of the elements from Ed Broadbent's recommended package of reform for this House of Commons found its way into Bill C-2. So it was a natural match for those who may think that it's strange bedfellows to see the NDP in support of an ethics package put forward by the Conservative government. We found it not contradictory at all. I mean, nobody has a monopoly on ethical standards, and we were pleased to see some of the things that were suggested and recommended by Ed Broadbent in Bill C-2. And so we could say, we'll support this. I mean, I honestly think sometimes we're like the NDP over here in this corner is wearing a blue helmet like peacekeepers in this initiative. We're the honest brokers in this. There's politics being played over there. There's politics being played over there. And yes, there's politics being played by the federal government trying to achieve secondary objectives with Bill C-2. We, in fact, have a sincere and genuine interest in trying to fix the things that are broken so that we can be proud when we go home and tell our people what we did for them when they send us to Ottawa. Let's be clear. The power to kill Bill C-2 rests totally with the back rooms of the Liberal Party as we speak. It was the Liberal Senate, Mr. Speaker, that's been holding this bill up unreasonably, and I heard my comments from my colleagues. I don't know, maybe they didn't notice, but the Senate has had this bill for months and months and months and months, hearing the same witnesses that we heard, asking the same questions that we asked, endless hours, needless hours of study that we believe was, in fact, designed to stall this bill until the Liberal convention was finished. They were hung up on the Liberal election, the election financing changes, and how it would impact their leadership, Liberal leadership convention, and they pretty much served notice. You know, we're going to sabotage and undermine this bill when it was introduced in April, at least until it gets past that hurdle. Well, I'm asking them now, Mr. Speaker, they can stop their delay and stalling tactics. They got away with it. They managed to delay this bill until their convention is going to be over. The implementation date is going to be January 1st, 2007. They should really stand down on that issue, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, the undemocratic and unelected Senate not just amended the Federal Accountability Act, it took it hostage. And today we're debating the outrageous ransom demands that still threaten to kill Bill C-2 unless we give in. Well, we have given in on a great deal. Incidental issues that I don't believe should ever, they simply don't weigh enough to justify blocking the passage of the whole bill. But now we're saying, you know, that it was the rudderless Liberal Party that allowed these, you know, rogue senators to run amok, as it were. It'd be interesting if some of the Liberal leadership hopefuls would show some leadership and maybe intervene at this point and rein in their rogue senators, those senators that have blocked this bill and still threaten to kill this bill. Because let's not kid ourselves. If we send this bill back to the Senate again and they still don't like it, let's say it still calls for separate ethics commissioners, they have the ability to debate it endlessly, send it back to committee, send more amendments, send it back to the House of Commons until we reach absolute impasse, an absolute logjam, as it were. And if we delay it much further, I think we can all acknowledge we're going to be at the polls sooner rather than later, and this entire project could collapse. And I don't know how it would ever get rebuilt. It's really only in minority parliaments that we can do this kind of rough, comprehensive amendments, Mr. Speaker. I don't like our chances of getting a Bill C2 second, the sequel through in a majority parliament, whether it was a Liberal majority or a Conservative majority. Maybe if it was an NDP majority government, we may in fact survive. This initiative would survive, and we'd be proud to make it our first bill in an NDP government. Mr. Speaker, much of what the Senate did, and my colleagues with the Bloc should be very sensitive to this, the Senate exceeded their place in the Constitution, in that they're supposed to be a chamber of sober second thought. They're supposed to watch for constitutional or legal errors that may have been made by this chamber, and they're never supposed to interfere with a piece of legislation from the elected chamber to the point where it would be a serious policy shift. They're not supposed to undermine government initiatives or the initiatives of the elected chamber. But many of the amendments that they put through did all of these things, Mr. Speaker. Many of the amendments that they put through were either spurious, they were mischievous, they did raise constitutional problems, and some of them were simply in error. I can point out some of those should time permit, Mr. Speaker. I know that I'm speaking broadly and in general terms. I will narrow my remarks to the amendment moved by the Liberal Party. I can support half of what the Liberals put forward as an amendment to the motion put forward by the government, and I will have to reject the other two. Mr. Speaker, let me speak specifically. The first part A of the Liberal amendment, speaks to the Senate Ethics Commissioner. It brings back the notion that there should be separate ethics commissioners, one for the Senate, one for the House of Commons. I don't care. It's not that important to me. I'm not going to jeopardize the success of this whole project arguing with you, again, how many Senate ethics commissioners can dance on the head of a pin. I don't care if you have 10. And so I will recommend that the NDP votes in favor of this amendment, that they can have their own separate Senate ethics commissioner. I don't buy their line that it's a constitutional crisis, but I do firmly believe that if they're going to get stubborn and ruin this whole project, they can have their separate ethics commissioner. The second, Section B, argues that the Wheat Board should not be subject to the Access to Information Act. I also will vote in favor of this. I do support this, notwithstanding what went on at the Standing Committee meeting on Bill C2. Since that time, this government has launched a full-blown attack on the Canadian Wheat Board. An absolute mad crusade has begun to undermine the important work of the Canada Wheat Board, and I will not be a party to it. I will officially state, Mr. Speaker, I will not support anything that will undermine that great prairie institution, the Canada Wheat Board, and I will proudly stand in my place and vote in favor of the Wheat Board. I won't participate in this lynch mob mentality, tactics that Mussolini would be proud of in trying to undermine the Canadian Wheat Board, denying them even the right to vote. Their statutory guaranteed right to vote on their own future is being denied to them by this government. I won't be a part of it. I won't be party to it. So I will support the Liberals' amendment regarding whether or not the Canada Wheat Board should be included under the ATI provisions of the Act. The third section deals with the internal audits and papers. It says the Liberal Party believes that internal draft documents should be subject to access to information as well. I would only ask that my colleagues of the Liberal Party look at what the Auditor General has to say about that. She does not believe this is a good idea. She specifically spoke to this at not one committee meeting but twice, that she feels it would be a serious error if all of the working documents and draft notes dealing with an audit were subject to access to information requests, because much of her work relies on the free communication of background information. People would bury that information or would simply not have it available if they were worried it would become public. This is a bad idea, and I wish my colleagues of the Liberal Party would reconsider this. We will vote against this one, which amends Senate Amendment number 118. Also, Senate Amendment number 119, the Liberal Party would have us introduce the concept of a public interest override within the context of the Access to Information Act. Mr. Speaker, if I may, I will look to my notes on this. Now, we will not support this either, Mr. Speaker, and there's good background for it. We're not just being stubborn. We believe, Mr. Speaker, that if you had the public interest override introduced to the bill as contemplated by Senate Amendment number 119, it puts the public interest override in the hands of the head of the institution and not in the hands of the Information Commissioner. So it actually weakens the Access to Information Act and weakens the discretionary authority of the Information Commissioner. Again, I don't think the Liberals maybe thought this through, but I wish they would reconsider. We can't support this at all. Again, the last element of the motion put forward by the Liberal Party, the amendments put forward by the Liberal Party, deals with convention fees. This has been the second source of mischief that has delayed and stalled this bill, Mr. Speaker, the first being the dual ethics commissioner, the second being the whole sensitive subject of convention fees, election financing, limits, etc. We read the Election Act currently the way we always have. We have no conflict. We have no misunderstanding. We don't believe it should be changed or altered in any way. And so we believe that the elections financing limit should be $1,000 per year, and we believe that convention fees should be viewed as political donations and should be treated that way, just like the way we've always treated them. I know the other parties are having problems, partly due to their own greed. When you charge $995 for a convention fee, and the donation limit per year is $1,000, you're going to run into trouble. Our convention fees are $135. Early bird is $95. We don't have that problem. So I would advise those parties that are having difficulty fitting in underneath the new election campaign donation limits, look inward. Have a look at yourselves in the mirror. That may be where you find the problem lying, not within the Elections Act, Mr. Speaker. As far as the sub-amendments go that have been put forward by my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois, I know that they're no big fans of the Accountability Act. It's no secret that the Bloc Québécois will do better in the next federal election if the federal government is still corrupt. They don't really want the federal government to be cleaned up, because you have to be able to point to a corrupt federal government to justify voting for the Bloc Québécois. We don't buy into that. We won't support that. So the Senate ethics, I don't know why they would undermine the Canadian Wheat Board, because supply management in Quebec is very important to the well-being of the agricultural sector in Quebec. The Canadian Wheat Board, in a similar way, is very important to the good people in the prairie provinces where I live. I don't know why they would seek to undermine the Canadian Wheat Board in this way. And as far as the Senate Ethics Commissioner, again, I won't get into that debate. I don't care how many ethics commissioners you want, as long as they don't hold up the important amendments dealing with Bill C-2. Mr. Speaker, we worked like crazy on this bill, Mr. Speaker. It's been a pleasure to be a part of something productive. If we get this bill through the Senate this time, it's something we can all look back on and be proud of, because we will have changed the way Ottawa does business. We will have changed the culture of secrecy and corruption that caused us all such consternation within the past government. I understand why the Liberal Party hates the Federal Accountability Act. It is all about their last 10 to 12 years. Every page of it, I suppose, would be an insult if you were a member of the Liberal Party, because a lot of what it does is changes that culture of secrecy that allowed corruption to flourish in previous years. It's our job to put a stop to it, and we're going to do our best to see speedy passage of Bill C-2, even if it means compromising on some of these minor details. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Yes, I want to address a component of the Accountability Act for which that particular member can have some personal satisfaction. It was he that put forward an amendment that banned political patronage and enacted transparency in the public appointments process to end what has been a tradition in Ottawa over the last decades of party insiders getting privileged access to plum patronage positions. And it was that member, the member for Winnipeg Centre, who stepped forward with an amendment to ban political patronage, to put in place a public appointments commission, which would elevate merit above political connections in the appointment process. That is what's at stake, Mr. Speaker. If this bill is stalled and delayed until after the next election, it will not pass. And initiatives like the one that the member for Winnipeg Centre is responsible to ban political patronage will die along with it. So I would like the member to comment for a moment on the important work that he and his fellow NDP member for Ottawa Centre did to ban political patronage, and on how important it is that this law be passed as soon as possible so that those principles be enacted into statutory law.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, thank you, and thank you to my colleague for his kind words. This one of the many details about Bill C-2 that we found worthy of our support within the NDP was the idea that we can put an end to patronage with a public appointments commission where people would get these appointments and fill these many governor in council appointments based on their merit and their qualifications, not based on which political party membership card that you held in your back pocket. I would argue that's one of the key three irritants that the general public has with the way politics operates in Ottawa today. It's who you know that gets to the top. All these, there's literally thousands of these appointments made every year, and it used to be from a single desk, a single telephone in the PMO would simply work their Rolodex of party faithful, and that's who would get these important jobs, critically important jobs. The Immigration and Refugee Board, I mean, jobs that do require great specific skills in order to provide a service to the public. The Public Appointments Commission alone would be worthy of our support. If it was a standalone bill, or if it was the only thing we managed to achieve in passing this bill, that alone would be worthy of the support of members of the House of Commons. And I'm proud to be associated with and to have played a role in the introduction of this important reform in how we do things in Ottawa.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, earlier our colleague spoke for quite a while on the debate that occurred in the Senate on C2. We were urged to remember that the same debate, the same questions, sometimes the same witnesses were heard, all of those who were heard by the House of Commons Committee on C2. So I would like to ask him this, because he was quite clear in his criticism of the Senate, asking a question on the role of the Senate itself. In the Bloc, we do have a position about the Senate. We've been convinced for a long time that this is a structure that is not really useful or in the proper place today. So I would like to ask the member about his relevancy with respect to the Senate, given the questions that he asked earlier.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, the official position of the NDP is the Senate should be abolished. I don't share that view. I have different views. I think that the Senate can be salvaged, and that we should have a bicameral system of government in Canada. But what the Senate has done with this bill makes it very difficult for me to say that the Senate has any merit or should be sustained in any form, because they have overstepped their boundary. They have interfered with this bill in a way that is far beyond what they're mandated to do. And let me simply, by example, say, even though there was great urgency to this bill, and even though we wanted it to be through in the first session of this Parliament, the Senate took the entire 3-month summer break off. When they came back for a week, they lost another full week of work because one of the senators had to be on a parliamentary junket to the Philippines. So one senator was on a beach in the Philippines, and we lost another week's delay for Bill C-2. How can you defend that, Mr. Speaker? You simply can't. Many of the amendments that they put forward simply put the Senate's nose into business where it has no place being as well. In the Public Appointments Commission, some of the amendments put forward by the Senate say that the Senate should have a role in the process of appointing those commissioners. Well, that's simply problematic. It's unclear, Mr. Speaker, if it's a constitutional issue, but much of what they did was self-aggrandizing. Fully 43 of their 154 amendments dealt with this separate ethics commissioner, whether there should be 1 or 2 or 3 ethics commissioners. It was all about them. It wasn't about making the bill better. It was all about protecting their own backyard, Mr. Speaker. So I think they wasted an enormous amount of time. I don't apologize to anybody for saying it. I think it was political mischief so they could delay this bill until the Liberals had their Liberal leadership campaign. And those Liberal leadership hopefuls should fall in line now and show some leadership and tell their rogue senators to stop mucking around with this bill and allow it to pass.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member was a member of the Government Operations and Estimates Committee when we dealt with this the whistleblower bill in the last 2 parliaments, in fact, and the member will know that this committee basically rewrote the bill from the beginning, including introducing the creation of a new officer of Parliament who is going to oversee the whistleblowing complaints function. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-11, the whistleblower bill, received royal assent in the last Parliament, but it is not in force in Canada under the law because it has not been proclaimed. Mr. Speaker, it brings into play all of the Crown corporations and agencies under a redefinition of what constitutes a public servant. Mr. Speaker, it creates an officer of Parliament, and it also provides protection for public servants. Will the member advise the House whether or not he believes that the whistleblower bill, as passed unanimously by all parties in committee and in this place, be proclaimed immediately?
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of us spent the 37th Parliament and the 38th Parliament trying to get the Liberal government to introduce some measure of whistleblower protection. I had a private member's bill. I think my colleagues did, even with the Liberal Party within their own party, trying to get them to move. What we wound up with in C-11 was the best we could achieve with an unwilling government of the day. It was a flawed bill from the start. I like the chapter on whistleblowing in Bill C-2 far better than I ever liked Bill C-11. So there was no point in trying to implement C-11 while Bill C-2, we hoped, would have had royal assent by now. So I don't agree that we should have done both of them because implementation would have been a nightmare. The best thing we can do to introduce meaningful whistleblower protection is to pass Bill C-2 as quickly as possible.
Questions, comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a comment to make rather than a question. The member for Winnipeg Centre said earlier that access to information legislation weakened certain organizations to which we were subject. I think he was referring to the Canadian Wheat Board. I'm quite astonished to hear a statement like that from the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre. I simply want to say this. I don't really want to hear what he has to say afterwards, but I would like to say that access to information legislation makes agencies stronger. They perform better because they become more transparent and democratic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't care if the member wants to hear what I have to say afterwards. I will tell her what I have to say afterwards. Access to information legislation for government agencies is fine. I believe in absolute freedom of information. The Canadian Wheat Board is not a government agency. It is an organization of farmers. Not one penny of government money goes into the Canadian Wheat Board, and therefore this government has a plan to try and abolish the Canadian Wheat Board. They're on a mad crusade to try and abolish the Canadian Wheat Board because they're ideologically opposed to collective action. It's the collective action on farmers trying to look after their own interests that formed the Canadian Wheat Board and continues to serve them well. We should not play into their scheme to undermine the will of the people on the Canadian prairies. The Canadian Wheat Board is a great prairie institution. We will do nothing to undermine it on this side of the House.
Questions and comments. A short question by the Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
To include an organization under access to information does not equate to attacking that organization, Mr. Speaker. If the member, I know, supports expanding access to information, he believed in expanding access to information to the CBC, quite rightly. Does he believe that he was attacking the CBC when he put forward that expansion? Access to information is perfectly consistent with good governance. He has always been an advocate of access to information. Why won't he join us in supporting giving farmers the right to access to information at the Canadian Wheat Board?
The Honourable the Member for Winnipeg Centre for a short response.
Mr. Speaker, I will say briefly that treated in isolation, I did not object to the notion at the committee stage. Shortly following our treatment of the Wheat Board at the committee, the government undertook a full frontal assault on the Canadian Wheat Board, announcing they were going to undermine their single desk selling without a vote, and muzzling farmers and the Wheat Board from even representing their own points of view. It then became clear this was part of a package to undermine the Canadian Wheat Board, and we won't play into that, Mr. Speaker. We may have been duped at one point. We're going to fix that today.
Statements by members. The Honourable the Member for South Surrey, White Rock, Cloverdale. The Honourable Member for Scarborough, Guildwood.
A riding which many Sri Lankans call home, Tamil, Sinhala, Muslim and Christian. As such, my constituents keep me very well informed about the conflict in the country. One constituent explained that the northern region is experiencing great hardship due to conflict and resurgent violence. Residents who once produced their own food and exercised freedom of movement are locked down and unable to meet their daily nutritional needs. They are surviving on remittances from Canadian-based family members. Mr. Speaker, this is a civil war that no one can win. NGOs who came into the country post-tsunami are well-funded and eager to help, but they're pulling out discouraged, frustrated by bribery, corruption, and intimidation. Alan Rock, former UN ambassador, reports that the government of Sri Lanka has been complicit in allowing the abduction and enlistment of child soldiers, as have the Tamil Tigers. Canada cannot sit by while this nation spirals into civil war. Mr. Speaker, I'm calling upon the Government of Canada to take an active, even-handed approach, as did the previous government.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock, Cloverdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise today to recognize some constituents of mine who have travelled to Ottawa this week to raise awareness about autism spectrum disorder. Members of the Families for Early Autism Treatment and members of the Autism Society of British Columbia have come to Parliament Hill to meet members of Parliament and inform Canadians about this disorder. Autism is a neurological disorder that impairs social interaction and communication skills. Despite autism's sometimes serious impacts, there is treatment available to help many of those affected. For example, applied behavioral analysis therapy has proven beneficial for many autistic children. While funding for this therapy is at the discretion of Canada's provincial governments, our new government is proud of the $1.1 billion increase in the Canada Health Transfer we provided in Budget 2006. Our government is also proud to invest $3.5 million annually in research into the causes and treatment of autism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to mark an important step taken toward the welfare of children around the world on November 20th, 1959, when the General Assembly of the United Nations adopted the Declaration on the Rights of the Child. In Principle 2 of the Declaration, it says, "The child shall enjoy special protection and shall be given opportunities and facilities by law and by other means to enable him to develop physically, mentally, morally, spiritually, and socially in a healthy and normal manner and in conditions of freedom and dignity." What steps is the federal government planning to take to help the millions of poor children, the million poor children still in Canada, despite the promise made in 2000 to eradicate that poverty? The Bloc Québécois is calling on this government to stop doing things that might reduce the quality of life for our children and for those around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Lucille Broadbent, who passed away this weekend, and to offer condolences to her lifelong partner, Ed Broadbent, her children, Paul and Christine, and to people everywhere who loved Lucille with a passion. Lucille was a tireless fighter for social justice, Francophone rights, women's equality, and more. Lucille was a leader in her own right. As I said in 1989 at our farewell to Ed as leader, she was not born to shop. She was also Ed's partner. She was the wind beneath his wings. For 35 years, Lucille was there working with Ed, and then when serious illness confronted her, Ed left the job he loved to be by her side. As our leader said on May the 5th, when Ed announced his decision not to run again for Member of Parliament for Ottawa Centre, the sharing we should salute today is that which Lucille has done, because without it, this country never could have come to love Ed, and without it, our political discourse would be the worse for it. That's the legacy that will live on, a commitment between two people that supports dreams and that rises above personal and political ambition. It's about a love that endures. When I first met Ed and Lucille, I saw them loving to dance. Today I say to Lucille, Lucille, dance wherever you may be.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, Mission.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Canadians from coast to coast watched the 94th Grey Cup, which was held in Winnipeg. Named for a former Governor-General, the Grey Cup is one of Canada's great sporting traditions. As a British Columbian and an avid BC Lions fan for more than 45 years and a season's ticket holder, I'm proud to say the BC Lions are the 2006 Grey Cup champions after a hard-fought win over the Montreal Alouettes. The BC Lions fight song says, "From the mountains to the sea, you are the pride of all BC. From Nakusp to Nanaimo, from Vanderhoof to Vancouver, BC is proud of its 5-time Grey Cup champions." I know that all BC MPs will want to join me in congratulating Coach Wally Buono, coordinators Jacques Chapdelaine and Dave Ritchie, and all of the BC Lions. You've made us proud, and we're looking forward to another successful season in 2007. Mr. Speaker, I know I'm not alone when I say, go Lions, go!
Honourable member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, despite 9 months in office, the government has failed to advance the serious issue of helping individuals exposed to Agent Orange and other herbicides at CFP Gagetown. The Prime Minister's promise of full and fair compensation has yet to materialize. While it made a nice story during a New Brunswick election stop in January, the Conservatives haven't even followed through on their demands they made of us on this file while in opposition. The former government expanded the independent review and looked into claims by veterans and civilians who believe they're sick as a result of working during the annual spray programs at CFP Gagetown between 1956 and 1984. This is what the community and the Conservative opposition asked for. Veterans Affairs is still only considering applications for disability pensions retroactive to a handful of days when Agent Orange was tested in 1966 and 1967. Mr. Speaker, veterans are passing away each week. It is time the government acts on their promise.
An honourable member for Charles Woodson, James Assiniboia.
Mr. Speaker, today I wish to acknowledge the tremendous success of the 2006 Grey Cup game held in my hometown of Winnipeg. The people of Manitoba once again have demonstrated to the world that Winnipeg is an excellent city to host world-class sporting events, including the Pan Am Games and the World Hockey Championships. This past weekend, the Grey Cup parade attracted over 100,000 spectators. The game was sold out, and the week preceding the game was jam-packed with fun and festivities. In fact, many Conservative Youth Caucus members of Parliament were in Winnipeg this past week, reaching out to students in high schools and universities and telling them how to get involved in their community. The MPs were also able to enjoy the legendary Winnipeg hospitality. Congratulations to the CFL finalists, Montreal Alouettes and BC Lions. Once again, Winnipeg has demonstrated why we say friendly Manitoba. I encourage all Canadians and citizens of the world to visit and enjoy the glorious beauty and unbridled entertainment that Manitoba has to offer.
Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, on this, the World Day for African Industrialization, we should celebrate the accomplishments and development of this continent so marked by humanitarian crises that have afflicted it for far too long. However, we can only conclude that African development work is far from complete. Instead of helping, this government is harming Africa's development by withdrawing from the Kyoto Protocol. As mentioned at the Nairobi conference, Africa is apparently the hardest hit continent by the environmental and economic repercussions of global warming. Not to mention the abuse by some Canadian companies and others operating in Africa. The Conservative government is so afraid of displeasing oil companies that it's jeopardizing decades of efforts to help Africa development. Shame on the Conservatives.
For Edmonton, Millwoods, Beaumont.
Mr. Speaker, today countries around the world celebrate Universal Child Day. This day reminds us of our shared commitment to the International Convention on the Rights of the Child. The Convention recognizes the fundamental role that parents and families play in the lives of children. And indeed, supporting families with children is a key priority of this government. That is why we've introduced Canada's Universal Childcare Plan, a plan that helps all parents balance work and family life as they see fit, regardless of where they live or their childcare preferences. We recognize the diversity of families. We know that no two families are exactly alike, and each has its own distinct needs. Mr. Speaker, on this Day of the Child, my wife Debbie and I are thankful for our own children, Jaden and Janae, and the joy that they bring to our lives. Let us all take a moment today to celebrate our children, to be thankful for their presence in our lives and for the future that they represent.
Excellent. Well, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I want to salute the efforts of Kathy Knowles, a constituent in Winnipeg South Centre who has had a dream realized, the completion of a major project to promote literacy in Ghana. On November 18th, Ms. Knowles, along with the Canadian High Commissioner, Ghanaian dignitaries, many Manitobans and hundreds of local school children unveiled the Nima Mamobi Community Learning Centre, a literacy centre to supplement the community library in Accra, Ghana. On November 27th, Mr. Speaker, the Governor-General of Canada will be paying a visit to see this remarkable centre that's been constructed there. The centre, designed by Ghanaian-born Canadian architect Roger Aminagoba, is designed to resemble an open book when looking at it from one angle. The centre is indeed a testament to what happens when the power of one, in turn supported by a group of dedicated people, put committed heart and soul into a project to make it happen. Thank you, Kathy. Your dream will provide opportunity for many.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform the House and Canada that November is Osteoporosis Month. Osteoporosis is a chronic bone disease marked by low bone density and bone deterioration. Loss of bone density occurs without symptoms. It affects roughly 1.4 million Canadians, 1 in 4 women, and 1 in 8 men over 50. But it can also strike younger. It can be treated with drugs, but there's no cure. The Canadian Osteoporosis Society educates, promotes independence for, and supports people with osteoporosis and works on prevention and treatment of osteoporosis. I would invite all members to join with me in congratulating the Canadian Osteoporosis Society for its education and support work among Canadians to prevent and treat osteoporosis.
Barnaby Douglas.
Mr. Speaker, today around the world, members of the transgender and transsexual communities and their allies are marking the Trans Day of Remembrance. This annual event remembers the victims of transphobic violence, hate, and prejudice, those who have died, those who have been beaten, and those who face daily discrimination. Canada must take a leading role in ending violence against members of the trans community. Discrimination on the basis of gender identity and expression must be prohibited. Trans Canadians must enjoy the direct, full protection of the Charter and the Human Rights Act and have full and fair access to health care, to housing, and to employment. We must challenge our assumptions and behaviours that put unacceptable limits on the lives of trans Canadians. We must ensure that opportunities exist for trans-Canadians to tell their stories and for us all to learn from their life experience. Trans-Canadians who are members of our families, our friends, our neighbours and our co-workers must be supported as they take their place in Canadian society. Today we commit to that transformation as we stand in solidarity and as we remember.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, today and tomorrow, the 13th Annual BioNorth Conference, Canada's International Biotechnology and Life Sciences Conference and Exhibition, will be held here in Ottawa by the Ottawa Life Sciences Council. Canada is an international leader in research and development, and since 1995, the City of Ottawa has attracted over 50% of all incoming venture capital to Canada. This year, BioNorth focuses on competing in a global market. Now more than ever, investments in education and research put us ahead. For that reason, I am very disappointed that the Conservative government has not made innovation a priority. Where is their plan? Our government's innovation strategy fostered an outstanding business climate. The private sector today spends more than $3 billion a year in life sciences research and development, producing well over 70,000 Canadian jobs. Mr. Speaker, innovation is at the core of Canada's economic success. Where is this minority Conservative government?
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Despite huge surpluses, the Conservatives have eliminated the Canadian Volunteer Initiative. That cutback affects Quebec alone by over 2 million volunteers, offering 308 million volunteer hours. However, despite the website of Canadian Heritage, 80% of Canadians feel the government should encourage people to volunteer. Unfortunately, the Conservative government isn't listening. 2 weeks ago, I met with Ms. Lise Savard, President of the Association of Community Organizations for l'Abbé and the Bas-Saguenay, who vigorously condemned this cutback, which is jeopardizing organizations like La Maison de l'Espoir, La Maison des Jeunes, La Maison des Familles, and many more. These organizations survive thanks to volunteers. So I challenge the Minister of Heritage to visit those organizations she has just abandoned and explain her decision to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, today the world is celebrating the adoption by the United Nations of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. The theme of this year's National Child Day is the right to be heard. It is a shameful fact that no group of young people in Canada faces a greater gap in life chances than Aboriginal children. Last year's Kelowna Accord targeted $5 billion over 5 years to close the gap between Aboriginal peoples and other Canadians in areas such as education, health, housing, and economic opportunities. Yet the minority Conservative government cancelled the $5.1 billion accord. Canada's Aboriginal children deserve better. Mr. Speaker, all of us here in this House must make Canada a nation that listens to the needs of our Aboriginal children and youth. It is their right to be heard.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, last week, Canada hosted the Organization of American States Inter-American Meeting on Culture in Montreal. The Minister of Canadian Heritage took the opportunity to reiterate Canada's new government's commitment to promote ratification of the UNESCO Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. Together with the Quebec Minister of Culture, Canada's new government held bilateral meetings with the representatives of OAS member states. Since it first took office, Canada's new government has given Quebec a seat at UNESCO and continues to work together with Quebec internationally. The Bloc called for a Quebec delegation to UNESCO for years in vain, but the Liberals, their so-called friends, flatly refused. This government alone was willing to act in the interests of Quebec and Canada. This is a perfect example of open federalism. I'm proud of the fact that Canada's new government is taking every opportunity to encourage acceptance of the UNESCO Convention.
Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Hear, hear. Bravo! Bravo!
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, it's difficult to believe, but this government has succeeded in embarrassing our government on 3 continents at the same time. First of all, the Prime Minister in Asia was a laughingstock because of the fiasco relating to his meeting with the Chinese president. And in Africa, instead of moving ahead with important issues, the Minister of the Environment demonstrated the worst performance and was criticized by her counterparts. Can the Prime Minister explain how in 2 weeks he has managed to do so much damage to our country's reputation? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. We are extremely proud of what the Prime Minister has done internationally. And Mr. Speaker, this country defended the interests and values of Canada on an international scale. The Minister of the Environment told the truth when she said that the Liberals lied internationally when it comes to the environmental policy. We have a government which is honest, with principles when it comes to international policies. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Parliamentary Secretary's response clearly indicated this government's foreign policy is dangerously driven by preconceptions, deceptions, self-delusions, and arrogance, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister tries to pretend that a brief meeting with the President of China on the way into a dinner was a historical event. But the Chinese news agency put it at the bottom of a story about President Hu's meeting with the leader of Papua New Guinea, Mr. Speaker. And the Prime Minister promised specifically to intervene on behalf of a Canadian being held in China. He told us he knows how to deal with the world's growing superpower. Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister's meeting was as great as he claims, can the Parliamentary Secretary tell us when will Mr. Salil be returned to Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, could the Leader of the Opposition tell us why his party vetoed a motion in this House before we broke, seeking the release of political prisoners in Canada, including Hussein Jalil, Mr. Speaker? Can he tell us why, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party has criticized this government for being willing to speak up in behalf of the interests of a Canadian citizen imprisoned abroad, Mr. Speaker? Well, I'll tell you, Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch and the Canadian Chinese National Congress and Mr. Jalil's lawyer and the Canadian Uyghur Association have all applauded the courage and forthrightness of this Prime Minister.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What a fraud. Well, I hope they don't applaud what the Prime Minister failed to achieve, Mr. Speaker. Let's save the applause till we see some concrete results. In fact, this meeting failed to achieve anything. The Prime Minister takes credit for a technology agreement with China, but that agreement was signed last year by his Liberal predecessor, the member from La Salamar. Why did the Prime Minister fail to obtain a foreign investment agreement with China he was out there to get? Why did he fail to achieve a tourism agreement he was supposed to get? Since he's so boastful about his success, why did the Prime Minister score a big, fat 0 on human rights, foreign investment and tourism for the people of Canada, and then boast about it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I recall that 13 years of failed Liberal policy in that respect delivered a growing trade deficit, a shrinking export market share, and no for preferred designation status for Canada, Mr. Speaker. But I'll tell you what Mr. Jalil's lawyer said about this Prime Minister, quotes, "I was very pleased to see the Prime Minister raise the case and stand up for Canada when they're being pushed around abroad." And here's what the Toronto Sun said, Mr. Speaker: "As Canadians, we should all feel pride and mutter silent alleluias that a Canadian Prime Minister is prepared to make a stand on behalf of us all."
The Honourable Member for West Montfin-Marie. Mr. Speaker, Canada is suffering from what Conservatives are doing on the international scene. Canadians were hoping that the Minister of the Environment would reassure us in Nairobi, but she used an international forum to settle accounts with those who don't agree with her. Does the Minister not realize that with her partisan approach in Nairobi, She embarrassed Canadians, and she made us look bad on the international scene. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, this is the difference between a Conservative government and the former Liberal government when it comes to Kyoto. We are honest when speaking to the world, and the Liberals were dishonest. They lied to Canadians and to the world when it came to their Kyoto commitments. When they said that they intended to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, they increased them by 30%, Mr. Speaker. And this government, the current government, is honest when we say that the Liberals' environmental policy was a disaster, and we're trying to improve our environment. The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie. Mr. Speaker, last week in Nairobi, France congratulated the former government for its coherent plan and made special comments about Quebec. The Minister of the Environment was very negative when it came to all of the past action in our country, all of the efforts made by NGOs, by citizens, by the industries, by the provinces. Why is the Minister so arrogant, and why is she trying to isolate herself rather than participating in the Canadian consensus? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about hypocrisy. And I can quote this weekend's Globe and Mail that said,
and their criticism of this government's representation abroad in Kyoto, quotes, "It's the hypocrisy that is most distressing. If only the former Liberal government had matched their unbecoming sanctimony with real accomplishments." Well, Mr. Speaker, we won't deliver that kind of unbecoming sanctimony. We're honest with the world that the Liberals wrecked this country's commitment to the Kyoto Accords. And, Mr. Speaker, we are doing our best to make up for the lost ground under 13 years of Liberal inaction.
The Honourable Member for Alberta-Lac-Saint-Jean. At the Climate Change Conference, the Government of Quebec asked for 45 seconds, Mr. Speaker, to express its point of view in Nairobi. The federal government refused to grant that minimal request. And my question is as follows. How can one explain this type of refusal when it comes to the offer that was made and the commitment that was made by the Prime Minister during the election campaign when he said that Quebec would have its place on the international scene? This promise wasn't worth 45 short seconds in Nairobi. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, we have to remember that it was this Prime Minister who signed an agreement with Quebec to give them representation at UNESCO, and that was a first. And the Minister of the Environment is working with her Quebec counterpart, the Minister of the Environment of Quebec. They're working together to make progress for the environment, and the province of Quebec has a good environmental plan, and we're going to work with that province so that we will have concrete results for all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Alberta-Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, you can say things, you can do things, but the federal promise wasn't worth 45 short seconds. And stop. Must we understand from that, then, that all of the efforts that were made by this government to hide Quebec's plan were done in order to avoid having to explain on the international scene why this government, which takes more than half of the taxes paid by Quebecers, refuses the $328 million that would allow Quebec to meet all of the Kyoto objectives. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government is working with all of the provinces at a number of levels, including on the environment, and the Minister of the Environment on many occasions met with her Quebec counterpart, and this, of course, is important. We have to cooperate. We will cooperate with the provinces, including Quebec, in order to have a cleaner environment, and this is something that the Liberals did not do when they were in office. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. The federal government was to present a positive outlook at Nairobi, but that was impossible. Will the Minister of the Environment not admit that she set aside Quebec in Nairobi so that she wouldn't have to admit that the Kyoto objectives can be met, and Quebec has shown that? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member well knows that the conference in Nairobi was a huge success. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Canada is one of 165 countries that signed on to address greenhouse gas emissions past the 2012 reporting stage. Mr. Speaker, I encourage the honourable member to work with this government, not try to sabotage our efforts.
The honourable member for Osmala Petit-Petri. Mr. Speaker, how can the federal government be satisfied with its performance at Nairobi when we know that Canada was given the largest number of fossil awards during that conference, including the fossil award for having hindered negotiations and for having misled the international community? In fact, Canada won more than 6 of these awards. How can you justify our participation under those conditions? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, that bloc member's behaviour in Nairobi was shocking and shameful. Mr. Speaker, that member should be embarrassed for what he did. And he owes Canadians an apology for trying to sabotage what Canada's trying to do. We are at a crisis, Mr. Speaker, on global environment, and we need to work together as an environment. So I'm not going to ask that member to stand up right now and apologize for his shameful behavior in Nairobi.
The honourable member for Toronto, Danforth. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the government now claims that the conference in Nairobi was a huge success. For whom? For ExxonMobil? Is that who they're talking about? The fact of the matter is that Canadians looked on with enormous disappointment as the world was forced to tell our country, Canada, to get its act together. And here's what Kofi Annan said. The concern now is a frightening lack of leadership. He was talking about countries like Canada, Mr. Speaker. What changes is this government ready to make to its approach, given that the world has called on Canada to get its act together so we can have healthier air for our children?
Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that question is typically ridiculous. The fact of the matter is that the world's major emitters do not belong to the Kyoto Agreement, that many, if not most, of the signatories to that accord have not met their targets, and our Minister of the Environment was simply honest, Mr. Speaker, honest in telling the world that because of the previous government's 13 years of inaction, carbon emissions have risen by 30%, making it effectively impossible to reach our Phase 1 targets, but that we are fully engaged in a plan to move forward in reducing those emissions and towards a meaningful Phase 2 in the Kyoto process.
Member for Toronto, Danforth.
In other words, Mr. Speaker, the government's not prepared to change its direction, even though the entire world is asking Canada to, and so are Canadians. I guess we've got our answer there. Le monde a fait la leçon.
The world has shown Canada. The President of France, Jacques Chirac, criticized Canada by deploring an insufficient mobilization of those who, like Canada, and I quote, are now coming back on their commitment to Kyoto and don't respect the provisions of the accord. Why is the Prime Minister putting Canada in the company of the environmental delinquents on the international scene? The Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I would like to tell the leader of the NDP that the government has been here for 9 months and signed Kyoto 9 years ago. That is 9 years of inaction by the Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. And we inherited this situation, but we take our responsibilities seriously, and that is why the Minister of the Environment introduced a bill to give the government the capacity to improve our environment, and we're going to work with all opposition parties in order to do this.
Ali West.
When she appeared before the Environment Committee, the Minister denounced the evils of emissions trading. It would cost Canadians billions, she claimed.
The European trading market collapsed, she claimed. We were wasting money overseas, she claimed. 6 weeks later, she has changed her tune. Now, emissions trading is all the rage. Now, she sees how the Clean Development Mechanism can help Canada meet its targets. So, can she clarify her position on international emissions trading? Does she support it or not?
The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, obviously the honourable member has not read the Clean Air Act. Actually, she's answered that question to him many times, so I do encourage him to read Section 27, 29, 33 of the Clean Air Act. That answer has been answered. That question has been answered. The government supports exchange markets of carbon. Read the Act, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
I heard the Minister, Mr. Speaker. The Minister was in Nairobi last week pretending to support Kyoto, while the Prime Minister was in Hanoi plotting to destroy it. At the Environment Committee, the Minister alleged that billions of euros had been lost on emissions trading, and she would never support the international trading system. Now she says she's learned a few things, including the value of trading credits. Does she intend to educate the Prime Minister? So, will she guarantee that Canada will be ready to join the international emissions trading market by January the 1st?
Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, a carbon market requires a regulatory system, and obviously the member hasn't read the sections of the Clean Air Act. I encourage him to do that. I encourage him to read, Mr. Speaker, the Act and to participate, not try to sabotage what this government was doing. Now, we support the support of the NDP and their thoughtful process, Mr. Speaker. But after 13 years of Liberal inaction, it's no surprise that all they can do is sabotage. Mr. Speaker, we need to work together. We've heard that in Nairobi. We need to work together on climate change. I encourage the Liberals to stop trying to sabotage and work with this government.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of the Environment says that Canada will continue to take part in the Kyoto Protocol and all of our obligations will be met. Besides, of course, our obligations with respect to greenhouse gas emissions. But Kyoto is only made of objectives, and we have limits and deadlines to reach by 2012. How can the Minister support Kyoto without supporting the objectives set in Kyoto? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
This government's been very clear all along. We've committed to Kyoto, the Kyoto Protocol. The problem, Mr. Speaker, that honourable member may not remember is 13 years of Liberal inaction. We wouldn't have the problem if the government, the former government, would have done something on the environment. So that's the problem. So now we've got the Clean Air Act. I encourage that member to stop playing games, stop the rhetoric. Let's work together on the Clean Air Act.
Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis. Mr. Speaker, the Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary as well are living in a world of dreams and contradictions. Industrialized countries are supposed to set the example and reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. However, the Prime Minister meets with Australians in order to explore means to reduce emissions outside the Kyoto Protocol. How can you, on the one hand, support Kyoto and take full part in it, and then, on the other hand, explore means to get around it, to destroy the protocol? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to read a quote from the Minister while she was in Nairobi. It says, "There are some who are using the Kyoto Protocol to create divisions within our country, but we will not let that happen. Canada has one target, and we will all share the responsibility to work together to fulfill our obligations." I encourage that honourable member to work together with the government. C30, the Clean Air Act, let's work together that we can deal with cleaning up our environment, our greenhouse gas emissions and pollutions for the health of all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, in taking away from the underprivileged rather than taking away from operating expenses that are constantly increasing, the government has missed the mark by reducing operating costs by $16 billion over 3 years, as was suggested by the Bloc Québécois. Would the government not agree that it would have enough leeway to meet promises made to Quebecers to once and for all settle the fiscal imbalance? The Honourable Minister for Sports. Mr. Speaker, we have done a number of things in the 2006 budget to tackle the fiscal imbalance in the country, and we will do other things in the 2007 budget with the Minister of Finance and with the Prime Minister. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the government can save $16 billion over 3 years by cutting in the area of purchasing professional services and by dealing with attrition in the public service, but instead of reducing the bar, will the Minister of Finance not admit that the government can settle the fiscal imbalance to the tune of $3.9 billion as was promised to Quebecers? The Honourable President of Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, I already said that our government has made commitments in 2006 to settle the fiscal imbalance issue, and I can tell my colleague, Mr. Speaker, that our government has done a great number of things to deal with fiscal imbalance, and the Liberals, when they were in office for so many years, refused to acknowledge the existence of the problem, and the people know that an opposition party will never be able to keep its promises. The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix-Côte-Nord. The government of Quebec said that the recent Federal Provincial Conference of the Ministers of Agriculture in Calgary as a missed opportunity. Farmers are without protection. They can't face American dumping. Why does the government refuse to implement some type of program to give concrete relief to our farmers and allow them to counter American dumping in Canada and Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Speaker, it was a very successful meeting in Calgary with provincial counterparts. We were able to discuss everything from not only trying to fix, Mr. Speaker, the failed support programs that we inherited from the Liberal government, previous Liberal government, but, Mr. Speaker, an agreement to proceed with a disaster relief program, which is going to help farmers, especially, Mr. Speaker, in St. Amab as a good example, but also, Mr. Speaker, to engage with farmers on ways to enhance and augment the current programming, because, Mr. Speaker, we agree, along with the provinces, that it needs to be fixed to meet farmers' needs.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix-Côte-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the wall-to-wall approach that the government wants to apply throughout Canada doesn't work in Quebec, and the government's apathy sets in jeopardy the future of Quebec's agricultural programs. When will the minister finally understand once and for all that we need an aid program that will be adapted to the specific needs of Quebec's agricultural reality? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Agriculture is a shared jurisdiction between the federal and provincial governments. That's why, Mr. Speaker, we have the federal provincial conferences. I've had 3 of them now with our provincial counterparts. At every occasion, we sit down, talk about what we can do nationally, and also, Mr. Speaker, what we can do on a regional basis or on a sectoral basis. And every occasion, Mr. Speaker, we made improvements on current programming. But, Mr. Speaker, more importantly, we're working together to try to make sure we can enhance profitability for farmers right from the field to the plate.
The Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
Investigation by Elections Canada for trying to hide nearly $2 million in illicit donations for their 2005 convention. Jaw-dropping conservative hypocrisy strikes again. Caught breaking the law, this government wants to rewrite the Accountability Act to let themselves off. They want to create a loophole that would allow their flagrant violation of Canada's elections laws to stand. So much for accountability. So, to the Prime Minister, when will the Conservatives drop this dishonest amendment, pay back any illicitly received funds, and own up to the fact they broke the law?
The Honourable, the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always fun to get a lecture from Liberals on embezzling taxpayers' money, Mr. Speaker. Because if there was an Olympic sport, if corruption was an Olympic sport, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party of Canada would be getting the gold medal.
Well, Mr. Speaker,
I'm glad he takes such fun in breaking the law. This party has broken the law, and that's what's at issue. The Reform Party, the Alliance, even the Conservatives, back when they were progressive, all followed the laws for conventions. When they came together in 2005, we're supposed to believe they had amnesia. Well, the reality is that every party in this House knew the rules, and the Conservative Party broke them. What are they trying to do now is cover it up. Well, it won't work. If the Prime Minister won't take responsibility for this mess, Canadians will in the next election. So one more time to the Prime Minister. Drop this mockery of an amendment, pay back the money, and accept the consequences of breaking the election.
The Honourable, the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was obviously two interpretations of the situation. We know that, Mr. Speaker, because another political party testified before one of Parliament's committees and told them the exact same thing. Well, of course, Mr. Speaker.
Order. We don't want to have to make the President of the Treasury Board raise his voice unduly to be able to be heard. He has the floor, and we want to hear the President of the Treasury Board's answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know how much I dislike raising my voice to be heard. Mr. Speaker, having said that, obviously all parties I know will do their best to comply with the law. I do know one thing, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Party of Canada wants taxpayers to subsidize their multi-million-dollar conventions. I don't think hard-working Canadian families should have to do that, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Deputy.
The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine. Mr. Speaker, rather than twisting in the wind, you might think that the President of the Treasury Board is nothing but a weather vane. Given those measures that were taken to hide from the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada those $2 million, are they not ready to say they're sorry? Is the Treasury Board President not ready to stop trying to dissimulate? And won't he do something retroactively to correct this situation? Is he ready to stop this? The Honourable, the President of the Treasury Board.
I think it'll come as any surprise to the member opposite that I don't share her diatribe there and on her version of the facts. But the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker, never lets the facts get in the way of a good argument, Mr. Speaker. We're waiting on the subject of apologies, Mr. Speaker. We're waiting for an apology to Canadian taxpayers because someone named Galliano. We're waiting for an apology for taxpayers from someone named Ouellette. We're waiting for an apology for someone named Dingwall. But have we got one? No.
The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine. Mr. Speaker, that's not an interpretation of the Liberal Party of Canada. That's the interpretation that was given by the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada. He doesn't understand my question, perhaps. The Conservatives broke the rules. They were caught red-handed. There's no point in denying it. They can no longer deny it. And now they're trying to rewrite the legislation to make their illegal act legal. Mr. Speaker, the President of the Treasury Board, is he taking Canadians for fools? President of the Treasury Board.
Monsieur le President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I can say very clearly that I think that all political parties in Canada, including the Liberal Party, might receive bad information from time to time. Other political parties, like the Liberal Party, who receive poor information even before a standing committee, before a committee of the House. But one thing is very clear: there's no party that wants to use public money for their public convention. It is this government that is going to do something. The honourable member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, further to an announcement of some $40 million that was jointly made by the Minister for International Cooperation, the Minister for the Francophonie and Official Languages, and the Minister for Foreign Affairs at the Global Summit on microcredit, the opposition said that it wasn't new funding. Can the minister explain to us what really happened? The Honourable, the Minister for International Cooperation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his excellent question. Indeed, it was an announcement that involves $40 million more on a pluriannual basis for projects on microcredit, particularly in Afghanistan. That type of microcredit transaction has increased from $25 to $34 million, and that shows beyond any doubt that this is a very fine service to offer the poorest of the poor.
For New Westminster, Coquitlam.
The documents I have show that the Department of National Defence informed the minister that security for the 2010 Vancouver Olympics could limit the force's ability to deploy a large number of soldiers abroad. Given that the Chief of Defence Staff believes we will have to be in Afghanistan for 10 years or more, where will the minister find the troops to protect the Olympic venue? Will he choose Vancouver or will he choose Kandahar?
The Honourable the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I've said a number of times in this House that we have sufficient capacity to meet our commitments in Afghanistan. Quite separately, we recognize that there is an Olympic in 2010. We have not been formally requested by the province to provide troops, but we are sort of advancing our plans now. The member must be aware that somewhere near 50,000 Army, Air Force and Navy troops are available in the country.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
We know that the extension of the counterinsurgency mission in southern Afghanistan has put real strain on our defence resources, and the minister actually said that our military no longer has a second land task force, and that there's a scramble to prevent soldiers from doing more than one tour in Afghanistan. So is the minister telling this House that he has no plans for the largest domestic security deployment Canada has seen in decades? Is he actually saying that to the House today?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to report to you that the security which is going to be taking place at the Olympics is very significant, done and provided by a variety of agencies. I've been able to tour the entire site and will continue to work with all of our agencies in providing security. We've also benefited greatly, Mr. Speaker, from the experience of recent Olympics. I can assure Canadians and all who are coming to that fantastic event that this will be the safest and most secure Olympics that we've seen, and a joy for everybody to be there, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, 3 weeks ago, the Conservative minority government double-crossed income trust investors. The government promised that the billions of dollars of overnight losses would recover. They did not. Their take-a-volume approach was an insult and simply did not work. The Prime Minister promised not to tax income trusts, and Canadians invested based on that promise. Then Canadians lost much of their hard-earned savings because the Prime Minister broke his promise. How can average Canadians ever trust this Conservative minority government again?
The Honourable, the Minister,
I'm very pleased
Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Trust this government to do the right thing for the country, to protect our social programs, to protect the revenues that allow Canadians to be provided with these programs. And Mr. Speaker, the member will know that the circumstances changed very quickly and made this necessary, and the government took the right step for Canada.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Last week, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Association of Income Funds said, and I quote, "The increase in the tax credit for age and the splitting of pensions will offer marginal compensation, if any, to the great majority of investors who are struggling with heavy losses." Close quote. Here is what this Conservative minority government has achieved thus far. 1, they raised taxes on those who earn the least. 2, they slashed programs for those in most need. And 3, they butchered, without warning, a lifetime of hard-earned savings. Mr. Speaker, who's next on their hit list?
The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, on the contrary, Mr. Speaker, the new tax fairness plan delivered over $1 billion in additional relief to pensioners and seniors. And in addition to that, the government is planning further tax relief to Canadians because we believe Canadians are overtaxed, have been overtaxed for over a decade by the members opposite and their government, and we are going to fix that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, 3 weeks ago, the government reneged on its promise not to tax income trusts. The Minister of Public Works recommended to ordinary investors to take a Valium and wait till the market picked up again. Today, income trusts are still posting losses of some $25 billion. Given the prediction of the Minister for Public Works, when are the small investors going to get the money back? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
It is fair to say that the market is working to do some changes in the programs and the offerings that investors can access in order to fund some of their retirement programs. But more than that, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that this was a step that will preserve services and support for Canadians, and especially seniors, in the years to come, and a very important step in that direction, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If this government is as obtuse as it seems to be, perhaps the Minister of Justice could justify the recent decision. But that's not the issue here. The Minister for Public Works wanted to be able to use the market. He said the market would regain ground lost, but 3 weeks later it's still not the case. They've misled small investors.
Secretary Parliamentaire.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
We'll know that markets do go up and down, Mr. Speaker, but sometimes there are necessities of government, and in fact this government on the opposite side knew that this had to be dealt with and botched the whole thing. Now, Mr. Speaker, our government believes that we have to do the right thing for Canadians rather than just the right thing for our own party. And, Mr. Speaker, that is what we did. We preserved important social programs for this country. We preserved the revenue stream that will support them. And, Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that it was the thing that Canada needed at this time.
The Honourable Member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, the federal government has an old habit. The federal government wants to see whether or not there will be any evidence to see whether or not Quebec is a nation. The Prime Minister is confused on this. These are empty words that only deny the Quebec reality. Could the Prime Minister tell the House whether or not Quebec is a nation for him? The Honourable Minister of Sport. Mr. Speaker, this government has committed to open federalism, which certainly puts forward the strengths of each provinces and which deals with the tradition of civil law and the French fact in Quebec. Our government deals with the priorities of Quebecers, supporting their families, a tax base, and fighting crime. We will not be distracted by semantics, by words. The member for Papineau. The Prime Minister repeats that he wants to practice open federalism. Since he was elected, it's been very difficult to see many concrete, tangible demonstrations of that. Can the Prime Minister tell us how his approach is any different from that of the previous government, which did not admit the existence of a Quebec nation? The Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has done many tangible things to support the unique place that Quebec occupies in Canada with respect, for example, to Quebec's role at UNESCO, the 400th anniversary of Quebec City. Our government is very concerned about the priorities of Quebecers, the support, family support, the fight against crime. We will not be distracted by mere words.
Saga Arundel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, Canada marks National Day, National Child Day, It's an opportunity to assess how we are meeting the needs of this and future generation of young Canadians. Sadly, this minority Conservative government is moving backward by cancelling our investment in 600,000 new childcare spaces. Canadian families are frustrated. The Conservatives have not created a single childcare space, while waiting lists continue to grow and costs continue to rise. The Conservatives are abandoning Canadian children, and families are wondering, why aren't children a priority for
The Honourable the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member knows, his own government sat for 13 years on their hands promising to help parents, but never did. Mr. Speaker, one of our top 5 priorities on which we've already delivered, Mr. Speaker, was the universal child care benefit, $100 directly to the parents of each child under the age of 6 every month. And come April 1st next year, we will have the incentives in place to create the new child care spaces.
Excellent. Member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the break week, Canada's new government got down to work, rolled up its sleeve, worked constructively with opposition colleagues in the House, and rebuilt the Federal Accountability Act back into the toughest anti-corruption law in Canadian history.
Hear, hear.
Unlike the Liberal Senate, which took almost 6 months to bring forward its amendments to the Act, Canada's new government only took a week to respond. The government has indicated it will reject many of the amendments from the Senate. Can the President of the Treasury Board tell the House why he is rejecting those amendments?
Good question.
The Honourable the President of the Treasury
I'd like
Board.
to say that, unlike the unelected Liberal Senate, I believe that the House of Commons has acted responsibly in considering the Federal Accountability Act. The member for Vancouver Quadra, le député de Bloc pour Roberval.
The member for Roberval and...
I believe have all acted responsibly in giving expeditious consideration to this important piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you why we're not accepting the unelected Liberal Senate's amendments. We don't believe in doubling the donation limit from 1 to 2,000. We don't believe in increasing secrecy by not including the Canada Wheat Board, and we don't believe that Liberal political staffers should have unequal access to the public service over...
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Today is the National Child Day, where every child around the world has a right to be heard. But apparently not in Canada, because I don't think the Prime Minister is listening. 1 out of every 2 Canadian working families think they are just 1 or 2 paychecks away from being poor. And the gap between the rich and the poor is growing, and people are fearful about the future of their kids. Some are even losing hope. So I want to ask the Prime Minister, how much child poverty is the Prime Minister willing to accept?
The Honourable the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that children are the future of this country. That's why we have to invest in them. That's why we have to make sure that the needs of different families are recognized, because not all families are the same. That's why we delivered the universal child care benefit. That's why we're assisting families with the workers' incentive training, or workers' investment in tax benefit. That's why, Mr. Speaker, we took so many thousands of people off the payroll off the tax roll with the last budget, because we're going to help alleviate poverty in this country.
Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, I was in Calgary last week and saw thousands of homeless people, many turning to crack and crystal meth to meet their most basic needs. Thousands of people sleeping in shelters and on the streets of one of Canada's richest cities. Today, a new report indicates half of all Canadians fear that they are but a paycheck or 2 away from poverty. The Liberals destroyed the social safety net. The Conservatives have done nothing to fix it. Why does the government continue to give billions of dollars to big oil based in Calgary and nothing to the homeless and the poor?
Honourable the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member has his facts all wrong. One of the earliest moves of Canada's new government was to extend the National Homelessness Initiative. With full funding from previous years, we carried it through in exactly the same format process as before, And, Mr. Speaker, Canada's new government added $37 million in assistance to the homeless that the previous government didn't even bother to spend. We are taking real actions. Promises made, promises kept.
A member for Mississauga, Arundel.
Mr. Speaker, this minority Conservative government backtracked on a commitment to protect the young child supplement portion of the Canada Child Tax Benefit. And get this, Mr. Speaker, they also cancelled the Summer Youth Program. They cancelled Canada's Youth International Internship Program. They are also pondering the cancellation of Canada's Millennium Scholarship. They voted against making RESP tax deductible, and they've reduced investment in post-secondary education by $2.7 billion. No wonder Canadians are alarmed.
Shame.
How can this Conservative government justify their reckless behaviour that risks the future of our country?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, the list of errors in that delivery was just so long I couldn't even begin to get through them all in 35 seconds. But, Mr. Speaker, they talk about investing in youth. That previous government cut $4 billion out of post-secondary education. We instead have invested $1 billion in infrastructure for post-secondary education, $185 million to help students with textbook tax credits, with scholarships and bursaries. We are also investing over $2 billion in apprenticeships to help students learn something other than at university and college, to help them contribute to the workforce in a way that government never does.
Tabling of documents, dépôt de document. That fixes it.
Yes, sir. Just so that you know this on the official.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 60 petitions.
Wow. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Parliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Member for Okanagan, Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development regarding the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the eighth report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration in relation to supplementary estimates for 2006-2007.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
The Honourable, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions between all the political parties, and I believe that you'll find unanimous consent for the following: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practices of the House with respect to the motion concerning amendments made by the Senate to C2, after no more than 2 days of debate or when no member rises to speak, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion
shall be put without further debate or amendment. And if any amendment is under consideration that contains more than one proposition, the Speaker be given the authority to divide the amendment for the purposes of voting after consultation with the parties.
Does the Honourable the Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to move this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Plaît-il à la Chambre de l'adopter?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt it?
The Government House Leader and some of the others will come along and tell me what discretion it is they expect the Speaker to exercise if necessary in the circumstances. Motion, presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to present a few petitions from Canadians across the country where they're calling upon the Government of Canada for a new automotive trade policy, and they're asking to cancel negotiations for a free trade agreement with Korea, which would worsen the one-way flood of automotive products into our market, and secondly, develop a new automotive trade policy that would require Korea and other offshore markets to purchase equivalent volumes of finished vehicles and auto parts from North America as a condition of their continued access to our market. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pétition.
Petitions. Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today: Q94, Q96, and Q100. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, if questions number Q70 and Q99 could be made orders for returns, these returns would be tabled immediately.
The questions enumerated by the Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary have been answered. Is it agreed that questions Q70 and Q99 be made orders for return? Agreed. And so ordered. The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. And so ordered. I'm sorry, the Chair failed to recognize on petitions the Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park, who was rising, and I asked therefore to go back to presenting petitions to allow the Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park to present her petition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And on National Child Day, I am pleased to present on behalf of my constituents 3 petitions which urge this government to commit to multi-year funding for childcare across this country and to enshrine this in legislation with a National Child Care Act, which should be a cornerstone of our commitment to the next generation. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate at consideration of Senate amendments to Bill C-2, the Federal Accountability Act, as well as to the sub-amendment of Mr. Laforêt.
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar is rising on a point of order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if I could, I'd like to revert back with the consent of the House to presenting reports from committees, if that would be possible.
Is the House agreeable to returning to presentation of reports from committees? Agreed. The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar on presenting reports from committees.
I thank my colleagues and you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to the supplementary estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2007. And I will hand that to the page when they arrive.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, we're resuming debate on the government order before the House. The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Monsieur le Président, merci.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to respond to the Senate amendments which the Liberals have given us.
That were put forward by the Liberals, and I'd like to discuss what they would actually mean for the Accountability Act. To start with, the Liberals in this House have put forward an amendment that would exempt their friends in the Senate from a new ethics watchdog created by the Accountability Act. The Accountability Act seeks to put in place a tough watchdog who can keep tabs of the ethical behavior of members of Parliament and senators. We propose that in the interest of fairness that this watchdog be responsible for all members of Parliament, including those in the upper chamber. Now, the Liberals, for some reason, believe that their senators should have a free escape hatch, that they should not be covered by this watchdog, and they therefore have put forward an amendment denying this new ethics watchdog the right to watch over the behavior of Liberal senators. We in this side of the House believe that senators should have nothing to hide, that all senators should be prepared to live up to the same standards as their democratically elected counterparts here in this House. As such, we will not support amendments to protect Liberal senators from accountability. We believe accountability should apply in both chambers, and as such, we will seek to give this new watchdog the power to oversee the ethical conduct of members in the upper chamber as well as here. Secondly, the Liberals have sought to take away the right of farmers to have access to information at the Canadian Wheat Board. Liberals believe that farmers should not know what is going on with the Canadian Wheat Board, that they should not have the ability to access critical information such as the budgetary decisions of the Wheat Board, the hospitality expenses, the decisions that affect the bottom line of everyday farmers. All of that should be kept secret from farmers according to this Liberal amendment. We on this side believe that the Wheat Board should have nothing to hide. If the Wheat Board, in fact, is conducting its affairs above board and with the utmost of integrity, they should therefore, that Wheat Board should not have any concern whatsoever with giving farmers the right to access to information. Now, this is the same exact right that we have extended as a government to crown corporations who are competitive, to government departments, to a whole assortment of organizations that operate in a competitive environment. All of them must live up to the demands of the Access to Information Act. That is a method of accountability, Mr. Speaker, because everyday people ought to have the right to know what their government institutions do. And in this instance, farmers ought to have the right to have access to information over the Canadian Wheat Board, which controls and monopolizes all the distribution of Canadian wheat in the Western Prairies. Third, Mr. Speaker, they have put forward an amendment that they call the Public Interest Override related to access to information. The member for Winnipeg Centre has already demonstrated with great clarity that this particular amendment would actually decrease access to information and inhibit the ability of Canadian taxpayers to access information that would otherwise be secret, because it puts the executive branch of Parliament, the executive branch of government, that is the bureaucratic and political leaders of this country, in charge of determining what the public interest. And those political and bureaucratic leaders under the Liberal amendment would have the ability to reject access to information requests in order to keep secret documents and information that they want held back from the public. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Liberals in this House want to force Canadian taxpayers to pick up the tab for their convention. Liberals believe that convention delegates who go and pay a fee to be part of a grand political event, a convention, should be allowed to do so on the backs of taxpayers by using the political tax credit. Now, we on this side of the House of Commons believe that taxpayers should not be forced to unduly subsidize political conventions, and as such, we have not reported as political donations the delegate fees that go to financing those conventions. Now, if the Liberals have their way, they would retroactively apply a new rule forcing Canadian taxpayers to pay the cost of political conventions. Now, let's ask ourselves what this means for the Conservative convention that was held in this past April, 2 Aprils ago, rather. If they were able to change the interpretation of the law to force delegate fees to be considered as political donations, then the Canadian Revenue Agency would be forced to go backwards 2 years and issue hundreds of thousands of dollars in tax rebates to Conservative convention goers. Now, that might be in the interest of the Conservative Party, but we do not believe that taxpayer-funded conventions are in the interests of Canadian working families. And as such, we do not support the Liberal interpretation. You'll note that in every instance, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party seeks to structure the rules in a way that is most financially beneficial to the Liberal Party itself. We on this side of the House would like to structure the laws in a way that is most financially beneficial to the Canadian taxpayer. And as such, we did not ask taxpayers to subsidize our last convention. It was the Liberal Party that has done so at its coming convention. And in order to cover their tracks and justify their behavior, they are now asking the Conservative Party to go back retroactively and do the same. We disagree, and as such, we will vote against this amendment.
Mais, Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I would like to come back to what I mentioned earlier, and that involves the Wheat Board. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the former member for Repentigny, Mr. Benoit Sauvageau. He worked so hard to increase accountability and government responsibility, and the late member worked with members of all parties to try to improve our system of government. He supported, along with his party, an amendment so that the Wheat Board would be included in the Access to Information Act. And he was doing that on principle, and I would like to thank the honourable member who is no longer with us, but who worked so hard, and we will miss him greatly, Mr. Speaker. We went to his funeral, you and I would like the House of Commons to acknowledge his contribution. And today the Bloc introduced an amendment to ensure that the Wheat Board would be included in the Access to Information Act, and I would like to, on behalf of Western farmers, thank the Bloc members who brought this amendment forward, because it's a good principle, and I recognize that notwithstanding the fact that the Bloc does not have any representatives in Western Canada, they still made a decision to support the right of farmers to have access to information. And I'm very proud to work alongside them and with all members who are in favor of transparency to give this fundamental right to farmers in Western Canada.
I'd like to say in English as well, I thank the members of the Bloc who have put forward an amendment to include the Canadian Wheat Board in access to information so that Western Canadian farmers have the right to know how the Wheat Board is functioning and how they have the ability to know what is going on with the organization that monopolizes the distribution of their wheat. And now, I know that there are members across the way, Liberal members, who perhaps have something to hide, who don't want certain information to be available to farmers, who have conducted themselves in a way that they perhaps do not want the public to know about. And so they are working feverishly behind the scenes and publicly to prevent farmers from having the right to have access to information. And I regret that a great deal. But, Mr. Speaker, we need only ask what it is that they are hiding, that they do not want farmers to have this right to access to information. Now, they have compared this, some in the Liberal Party have said that this has something to do with supply management. Anybody who knows anything about agriculture knows that the Canadian Wheat Board is not a body of supply management. It does not carry out supply management. It is a marketing board. It has nothing whatsoever to do with supply management. And so they are engaging in specious arguments to distract from the fact that they are hiding critical information from farmers that they do not want to be public. And I think the members that stand in this House and defend their decision, when they stand in this House to defend their decision to deny farmers the ability to have access to information, should tell farmers what it is that they are hiding, what it is that they are personally hiding, that they might have personally been involved in, that they don't want farmers to know about. Because certainly farmers want to have that right. They want to know what's going on in their organization. Now, Mr. Speaker, some might say that access to information, the Liberals have said, access to information at the Canadian Wheat Board would cause some sort of competitive disadvantage. Well, Mr. Speaker, we are putting crown corporations that compete in the open market under access to information. We are putting, for example, the Export Development Canada under access to information. That's a group that actually competes internationally. We are putting the Business Development Bank under access to information. A whole assortment of organizations that compete internationally and compete here at home in Canada are all going to be covered under the access to information law. So the argument by some who want to cover up information at the Wheat Board that it can't happen due to commercial confidences is a specious one. And they ought to explain why they want farmers to be denied the right to have access to all that information. Now, regardless of what some people think of the Wheat Board, Mr. Speaker, there are various opinions, and I respect them all. But one thing that about which farmers are unanimous is the view that they ought to have access to information related to the function of the Wheat Board. Because that Wheat Board has total control over the marketing of their grain. It has a monopoly. And that organization, therefore, which is sanctioned and put in place by the federal government, ought therefore be open to farmers that the farmers that it is meant to serve. And I would just defy any member of this House to oppose farmers' rights to access to information. So moving along, Mr. Speaker, I'll reiterate the importance of this Act. The Accountability Act bans political patronage in an amendment put forward by the NDP, brings ironclad whistleblower protection to public servants who are conscientious enough to speak out against wrongdoing. It expands access to information to roughly 30 new organizations, some of which the Liberals are trying to take back out, but that is what the original Act intended to do. It bans big money and corporate cash from political campaigns. It expands the powers of the Auditor General to shine her light in every dark corner in her hunt for waste and corruption. It moves in all directions towards more transparency and more openness. Now, Mr. Speaker, the critical objective of this House must now be to pass the Accountability Act into law. There have been thousands of hours of study. It went through record hearings in the Senate. The Senate saw this bill for twice as long as it was studied in the House of Commons. There has been plenty of time, plenty of debate, and in fact many of the measures in this bill have been discussed now for roughly a decade. The time for talk is behind us. The time for action is now. And if the Liberal Senate and the Liberal Party continues to delay the passage of this bill, then they very well might get their way and delay it until the election comes, at which time, by convention of Parliament, it would die. And they would, as a party, be forced to explain that conduct to the Canadian electorate. The Canadian electorate voted for the Accountability Act in the last election. And we, as a Conservative government, followed through on our promise to them by introducing the law as the first piece of legislation that was presented before this House, done by the President of the Treasury Board. It is the toughest anti-corruption law in Canadian history. It expands accountability in every single way. And it fulfills the hopes of thousands of Canadians and hundreds of members of Parliament in this House to have a cleaner, more accountable government. Mr. Speaker, we have worked as a government to bring forward this legislation because the Canadian people voted for it. They demanded it, and we have now delivered on it. And we would ask that members of this Parliament stop their delays, members of the Senate stop their delays, and allow this bill to become law, allow the Canadian people to have their aspirations for more accountable government fulfilled. You know, it's interesting that not one single solitary member in this House has proclaimed themselves against the Accountability Act. Not one. All of them say they support it. Not one member of Parliament voted against it when it came before the House. Not a single solitary one. Not a single member of the committee on the Accountability Act voted against the bill. Every single one of the members of this House have either voted for it or have not voted against it. So, Mr. Speaker, if they are true to their word when they say they support the bill, then they ought to allow it swift passage into law. The time has come, the place is here, and I ask the members of all parties to join and lock arms with all of us to put this historic law, the toughest anti-corruption law in Canadian history, into the statutory books of this country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I now anticipate the queries of my distinguished colleagues.
Questions and comments. The honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I heard a lot of rambling from the parliamentary secretary, but nothing of substance, especially as it relates to the Canadian Wheat Board, Mr. Speaker. And I would ask him to answer this question, if he could, directly. Did I hear him correctly when he said that it is absolutely unanimous among Western farmers that access to information should apply to the Canadian Wheat Board? Now, Mr. Speaker, if he did, and I ask him to be very careful in his answer, because I know that not to be true, because the Canadian Wheat Board is probably the most transparent of organizations in the country. He may have never been there. He may have never visited their offices. He's obviously listening to the propaganda from the international grain trade, which wants the access to the information to the Canadian Wheat Board, not necessarily on the commerciality of the operation, Mr. Speaker, but clearly to be a nuisance factor. The fact of the matter is the Canadian Wheat Board has an annual report, audited, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Wheat Board is not a Crown corporation, and the government knows that, Mr. Speaker. It says specifically in the Act. The Canadian Wheat Board holds district meetings in every one of its districts with officials of the Canadian Wheat Board there to answer any questions, financial or otherwise, Mr. Speaker. So it is very transparent. They have a department within the operation which answers calls 24 hours a day, Mr. Speakers. So they're very transparent. But my question really to the parliamentary secretary is, he said that farmers unanimously want access to information to apply. Most farmers don't, Mr. Speaker. And I would wonder, what concrete evidence does he have to make that statement in this House of Commons? Or is he just trying to mislead the Canadian people?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. That member lists all of the great mechanisms of transparency that are embedded in the current operation of the Canadian Wheat Board. They answer their phones. They have a department that responds to questions. They have annual meetings. They have audited books. Well, Mr. Speaker, that is true of every department in this government. So by his logic, we would eliminate access to information for every department in the Government of Canada because they have audited books, they answer their phones, they have annual statements of finance. And so if he really believes that all of those things disqualify an organization from coverage under the Access to Information Act, then he ought also to believe that there is no organization in Canada in the government that should be covered by access to information. That's exactly what he's suggesting. And if he believes that just the fact that an organization of the government which spends public money should not be covered by access to information just because it answers the phone, just because it holds an annual meeting, just because it holds and has audited books, again, he would literally eliminate the very existence of the Access to Information Act. My question, he says that the Canadian Wheat Board is already open. Okay, fair enough. I'll take his word for it. So what's the problem with a belt and suspenders? If the organization is already 100% transparent, then it should have no problem responding to access to information requests. In fact, I would be surprised if anyone would even file an access to information request if the organization is already 100% open. There wouldn't be any need for it. But there's nothing wrong with having a belt at the same time as suspenders, just to make sure, Mr. Speaker. So I just will go back to the same question. What is that member afraid of? What are these people who are opposed to access to information hiding?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We should be careful of the words we use when we talk about obstruction or preventing debate. I don't think we've ever done this, but I've never seen a committee sit so many hours in such a short period of time to deal with a bill. We cooperated and we made some important gains, at least we felt they were important, but we have to be serious when we do this job. We've just received 158 amendments from the Senate, and we have to take a serious look at these. We can't come into the House and say, well, yes, this is fine, let's pass all of them together, and that is why the Liberals made an amendment and the Bloc made a sub-amendment, so that we will be able to give this serious study and satisfy each of our requirements to the best of our abilities. So I would like to know if there's any openness on the part of the government to try to improve upon this bill, which is a very important one, and we support it, but we feel that changes could still be made because we know it will go back to the Senate, and we want the government to tell us whether or not there's any openness on their side. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of Treasury Board. Yes, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for the work that she did on committee. She worked very hard on behalf of her constituents and for Quebecers in dealing with the Accountability Act. She asked me whether or not we are ready to accept other amendments to further improve this bill. I would say yes. We are prepared to listen to what she has to say and to the amendments she might have, and I've just said that I will be supporting a number of amendments that her party brought before this House earlier today. One of her colleagues has brought amendments to the floor of the House, and many of them are excellent, and I would like to support them, and I believe that our party will be supporting them as well. Mr. Speaker, this is teamwork, and we are grateful for the work that the Honourable Member has done and for the work that NDP members have done as well to improve this bill, but it has been months now, and this work has to be set in motion. We can't wait any longer because Canadians want this bill to pass. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the question I have to the member across is, I see a disconnect between what the Act states and the actions of the government, particularly in the area of appointments. I've been following them since February, and every appointment has a common denominator, and that's a member of the Conservative Party. But another thing that puzzles me, Mr. Speaker, and that is the first act of the Prime Minister did not seem to accord with the fundamentals of this act. The first thing he did was appoint his co-chair to the Senate. The second thing he did was appoint his co-chair/senator to the member of cabinet. So we have the spectacle right now, Mr. Speaker, of a man walking around Ottawa. I have no idea what he looks like. He's spending $40–50 million a day of government money. We have no way to hold him account. We can't ask him questions. And my question is, does this act live up with any semblance of accountability that's expected in this institution?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, that member will note as well that we've appointed a judge who is the head of the Laurier Club, which is the fundraising arm of the Liberal Party. That was a decision of this government, a nonpartisan decision, because we believe that particular individual was capable of sitting on the bench and doing the job. We on this side make decisions regardless of partisan label. We've appointed people of all different partisan backgrounds and some who have no partisan affiliation whatsoever. We are cleaning up by behavior that which the law will eventually clean up in statutory act. So what I would encourage the member to do is swiftly support us in swiftly passing the Accountability Act, which includes a new ban on political patronage. Put in by the NDP, granted, but it is a new public service commission, public appointments commission, put forward by the member for Winnipeg Centre. It's now in the law. It's now in the Act. But it will only come into effect when we have passed the Accountability Act. So I encourage that member to join with us and do that as swiftly as possible. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to take part in this debate, and for those in this House and for those throughout the country who have followed the work of the Legislative Committee studying C2, and this was a House of Commons Legislative Committee. These people will know full well that I sat on that committee with other members of the Liberal caucus, and I would like to salute the work done by the member for Rivière-du-Nord, who is also the deputy leader in the House, and the work of her former colleague, the late Benoit Sauvageau, who was also a friend and a colleague and someone who made a great contribution to the work of this legislative committee. And, Mr. Speaker, the Legislative Committee, notwithstanding the sincere efforts of the Bloc members and members of the Liberal Party, who wanted to ensure that this bill, that is C2, that the Conservatives had in French called La Loi sur l'imputabilité. This is the best example of how a government which is in such a hurry to prove that the government is doing something, and they made a very simple error, because in English, yes, you can say accountability, you can call it the Accountability Act, but anyone who is the least bit conversant in French should have known that in French you would call it La Loi sur la responsabilité, and it was Mr. Sauvageau at the time, who was the member for Repentigny, who had made an amendment, had moved an amendment to this bill to correct the French title, and I would like to thank him posthumously, even though I did thank him at the time.
I think that this is the ideal example of how this Conservative government, first of all, doesn't understand anything about accountability and responsibility. And secondly, I feel that the speeches, the discourse of this government is fundamentally somewhat dishonest. Let me say, I'll give you this example. The President of the Treasury Board has just given a speech during which he repeated ad nauseum that the Liberals want to get donations illegally, and that Conservatives, in amending the Canada Elections Act to ensure that the costs, delegates' costs for a political convention will not be included in the definition of contribution or donation. He claims that it's only the Liberals that interpret the law as it stands today in this way. But, Mr. Speaker, there's some dishonesty in this. The people who are listening to the business of the House on TV, who perhaps don't have easy access to the Canada Elections Act, are going to probably believe that it is illegal to include delegates' fees, registrations, costs for a convention as a donation, and therefore they would have a possible tax credit. What the parliamentary secretary neglected to say was, first, that the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada, Mr. Jean-Pierre Kingsley, since he has been in that position more than 10 years now, if I'm not wrong, has been interpreting Section 404.1 as including delegates' fees, registration costs for a political convention. The parliamentary secretary for the president of the Treasury Board is trying to fool Canadians by saying that it is the Liberals that are making an erroneous, mistaken interpretation of the legislation to try to get the taxpayer to pay. That's not true. That's not the way it is. It is the Chief Electoral Officer himself who interprets the law that way, and it is the Liberal Party that is acting the way the Bloc Québécois is acting, the way the NDP is acting, the way the former Progressive Conservative Party acted, the way the former Reform Party acted, and the former Canadian Alliance Party acted. They all considered those registration fees as being the right way, the good way, the legal way. So this government is trying to draw a red herring into the debate. That government, that Conservative government, that Conservative Party, in full knowledge of the fact that the Canada Elections Act obliges a political party to disclose delegates' fees, the registration costs, to the Chief Electoral Officer. Why did they not do so? Why did they hide those registration fees? And today we find out that it's some $2 million. $2 million that party hid from the Chief Electoral Officer. And now that party is under inquiry. The parliamentary secretary to the president of the Treasury Board should have stated this in the House if he really wanted to speak honestly, in the least. When we Liberals and the Bloc in committee asked questions of the Chief Electoral Officer and also ask questions of others there with respect to the interpretation of Section 404.1 of the Act, everybody said that the Chief Electoral Officer's interpretation was the good interpretation, the valid one. Thus, the delegates' fees, the registration fees for political parties should be considered and should as donations and be declared by the president of the party. They omitted to state that in the House because that makes the debate erroneous for Canadians. Secondly, when you see the type of dishonest behavior of that party making the legislation very clear on this issue. What does the government do? The government wants to get rid of the Senate amendment, and it claims that the Senate has dragged its feet and is trying to filibuster and so on, to be obstructive. But it is that government as well that said to Canadians, thanks to the quality of work done by the Senate and the work itself, that the government had just learned that there were some 50 or so amendments that they had to bring in to correct their initial legislation. Otherwise, their own bill would be meaningless at various levels. Mr. Speaker, I wish to speak about certain matters. I want to go back over the facts. The Senate heard more than 140 witnesses during 96 hours of session, of committee meeting, and the impression that this accountability legislation was flawed. They came up with the conclusion that it was flawed, given the quite contrary to the promise of the minority Conservative government. Some amendments have been accepted by the government. Some Senate amendments have been accepted, but others have not been. Their attempt to play the game and to hide some $2 million from the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada and to make it retroactive that's just a boondoggle. If this government were honest, if the President of the Treasury Board were an honest man, he'd admit it in the House. Mr. Speaker, the Speaker of the House has already ruled that if a person is an honest person, they would do something. So it is parliamentary. It is, I say, if the President of the Treasury Board were an honest man, he would say that it's not true that this government wants to shine the light on the work of Parliament. If it were true, there are members of the Bloc and Liberals on the House Legislative Committee who tried to do something, for example, like the whistleblowers, the legislation. They tried to make amendments, but the Conservative members, with the help of the NDP, blocked it. But the Senate passed the changes. Let me get back to my point. With respect to funding, the senators want to set a limit, a cap of $2,000 for donations. This decision was taken because the government wasn't able to demonstrate that the present limits were eroding the electoral process federally or provincially, or those limits where they are higher than what is set out in C2. Secondly, donations to political parties play a very important role in our political system. If you are too stringent about limiting them, the participation of small parties will be again limited. If you limit the amount of those donations, that will reduce the amount of resources that political parties have to fulfill their legitimate role of debate in Canada. And therefore, a third party could heavily influence the debate. The Prime Minister, who is the former CEO or DG of some federation or other, or some NGO, that went before the Supreme Court to maintain that third parties could make announcements, put out publicity, and so on during a federal campaign. At the limits that the former government the previous government had set for third parties, and here I'm talking about expenses, campaign expenses, all of that was non-constitutional, was unconstitutional. And it's interesting because the Prime Minister now it wasn't limiting what was happening. And with respect to his own leadership campaign, we have an unclear view of the donators and also what was contributed to the association that he represented before that. He boasts about many things. He wants transparency, but he hides many, many things. With respect to access to information and privacy, the senators have proposed to take out of the Canadian Wheat Board so that there can be better, the restrictions with respect to the CWB is so that there can be better competition outside of Canada. Here again we have the President of the Treasury Board claiming that the Liberals, in supporting an amendment that will take out the CWB, it's because we want to hide something. But he knows that is totally false. That is wrong. The Canadian Wheat Board represents Canadian farmers on the international stage against competitors from other countries. It's very clear that those foreign competitors would love to have information, commercial, trade, scientific, and so on, information that helps the CWB represent Canadian farmers' interests as well as they do. Excluding the Commission, the board rather, is not hiding something from Canadian farmers. It is intended to protect Canadian farmers who want the board to sell their products on the international market. I would also like to look at the issue of better protecting privacy and confidential information. With respect to donations, the members of the House of Commons, at least the members of the Bloc and the Liberal members of the House, understood that there are donors who give to the National Art Centre, but who wish to do so anonymously. They want privacy. It is their choice. And also, there are artists who can donate their time and talent as a donation, free or at a lesser cost than they would receive on the regular market. However, they do not want potential clients to know that they have donated their time and talent or a work of art, say at half price, for charity, or because they want to promote a certain type of museum or a type of artistic endeavor. But they don't want that information to become public. The potential client might then say, well, you only charge so much for them, so we're only going to pay you that much.
There are many amendments that the Senate brought into place which are excellent amendments. And it pains me to see this government continually talk about how the senators are trying to block or attempted to block the legislation, that the senators don't want to see transparency, that the senators don't want to see accountability, and that Liberals, the official opposition, also doesn't want to see that. Nothing is further from the truth. Let's look It was a Liberal government that adopted whistleblower protection legislation, C11, never brought into effect by the current government. There were witnesses that came before us that said, you know, we would like to see that legislation enacted immediately. And I remember Mr. Sauvageau and the member for Rivière-du-Nord, c'est bien ça, asked that the government bring it in, proclaim it, bring it into force immediately while we had opportunity to actually study and work properly on C2. The government refused. So then we attempted to bring amendments here. And it's quite interesting. Here are some of the amendments that Liberal members tried to bring and that the government, with the aid of the NDP, blocked. 1, to provide a reverse onus so that any administrative or disciplinary measure taken within a year of a disclosure would be deemed to be a reprisal unless the employer showed otherwise. 2, extend the time limit to file a reprisal complaint to 1 year instead of the 60 days that this Conservative government proposed and is now trying to bring back. Remove the $10,000 limit on awards for pain and suffering, and increase the amount for legal advice from $1,500 to $25,000. Interesting. Those are reinforcements that we attempted to bring, and the Conservatives and the NDP blocked it, yet they say that they're for protecting public servants who divulge wrongdoing on the part of government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable the President, the Treasury Board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I certainly listened with great interest in the interventions from the member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Lachine. I know she cares deeply about integrity in politics and in the governmental process. She mentioned a number of issues. One of the things I dislike about this Parliament is that if there's any difference of opinion on facts, well, the accusation of liar, liar goes back and forth. And frankly, in fairness, it probably exists on both sides of the House. No party in this House has, least of which Mia can claim innocence on that. But people can have different opinions. No presentation of the facts, are undisputable. Two different people might reasonably come to two different solutions. The member opposite said that many of the Senate amendments made are excellent. I take no effort, no fault with the Senate wanting to take a reasonable period of time. There was some suggestion they should pass this immediately in July. In fact, I'd say to the member opposite that we said, listen, if you want to take 3 months to review the bill in addition to the 71 days, 72 days the House took, in addition to the 58-day election campaign, by all means. I was scheduled to be the last witness with the Attorney General on the end of September. But then things changed. They thought they had an agreement and that fell apart, and that's unfortunate. I don't take issue with one instead of 120 hours. What I did take issue with was the amount of time it cumulatively took. They took 1 week in the end of June, took off for 7 weeks, then came back for a week, then took off. What we expected is that they would look at the amount of time that all members of Parliament in this House took dealing with the bill. The bill's not perfect. It wasn't perfect coming out of the House. It's not perfect coming out of the Senate, but it's important. Another issue the member raised was Bill C11. The Liberal government was the first to bring in a whistleblower bill. I'll concede that Bill C11 was better than nothing. But I think those of us certainly who represent ridings in the national capital, whether it's mon collègue de Gatineau,
my Gatineau colleague, the colleagues in the official opposition, for the member for Ottawa Centre, and Nepean Carleton, myself, the member for Ottawa Orleans, we all know that there are a lot of public servants who are still afraid to blow the whistle. Thanks to my colleague from the bloc.
Worried that if they stand up and speak out, that they'll be heard. So we wanted a system that was tougher, that was stronger.
And I think all parties contributed to making that, and that's what's before us today. I did notice, though, when the Liberal senators on the committee put forward a press release talking about the amendments they were presenting, they left off a lot of them. They left off the fact that they were doubling the amount of money that people could donate to political parties. They left off the fact they were going to allow political staffers to go into the non-partisan public service. They left off many of the amendments which would be considered as gutting the bill. And I wonder if the member for Notre-Dame de Grace-Lachine could perhaps enlighten us as to why they wouldn't have been proud of those amendments.
The honourable member for Notre-Dame de Grace-Lachine.
Quite interesting listening to the President of Treasury Board talk about the number of hours that the House of Commons Legislative Committee sat on this, and then mentioning the number of hours that the Senate did and saying, well, you know, I don't want to reproach them, but in fact he kind of did reproach them. I've been a member of the House of Commons since June 1997 and have had an opportunity of sitting on at least one, if not more, legislative committees prior to this one. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, the experience that I had under this legislative committee for C2 was horrendous, literally horrendous, because I sat on a committee, legislative committee, that dealt with a change, an amendment to our Constitution, to the Constitution of Canada. And we were allowed the time in order to hear witnesses fully, in order to have time when witnesses brought forth briefs. Sometimes those briefs can literally contain hundreds of pages, very, very dense, dealing with very complex matters. We had the time to actually sit and study them and read them and come to committee prepared. It also allowed the parliamentary staff, our researchers, our clerks, to properly do their job. And it meant that the quality of the work, which was done at the end of the day, made up for the time that was taken, because the legislation was not flawed. When a committee is forced, literally forced, as was the case with the C2 Legislative Committee in the House of Commons, by the majority held by the government with the cooperation of the NDP, when there were votes for ties, the chair, who was a Conservative member, broke the tie and sided with the government. But what that meant was that we were calling witnesses less than a maximum of 24 hours before, asking them to provide a brief on an issue that is grave, that requires serious research and reflection, and then telling them, in some cases, that they didn't even have 5 minutes to explain their position. Witnesses were leaving the C2 Legislative Committee, some of them almost in tears, saying, we did not have an opportunity to express ourselves, we want to come back. Guess who refused it? The Conservative members with the help of the NDP. I gained no pride whatsoever from the work of the Legislative Committee from the House of Commons, because we were denied the possibility of doing work of quality. We were denied the possibility of ensuring that that piece of legislation did in fact do what the Conservative minority government had promised, that it would provide transparency, that it would provide real protections to whistleblowers in the public service, that it would ensure that Canadians could have access to information and that their personal information would be protected. And that bill did none of it. The Senate attempted to correct as much as it could. But even the Senate was limited because there are certain rules and regulations that did not allow it to do everything. It did not give it the scope to do everything. And what is this government trying to do now? Well, Mr. Speaker, the government is trying to reinstate virtually identically the bill that went out of this House into the Senate, knowing full well that it was a flawed bill.
Questions and commentaires. Questions and comments.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd first like to express a thought for my former colleague Benoit Sauvageau, who worked on this bill and who made a lot of improvements and brought a lot of insight. I'd like us all to give him some thought because he spent a lot of time and energy on this, Mr. Speaker. And we worked together over that period, a lot of hours, in a way I've never seen here in Parliament. I've never seen a committee in 13 years, a legislative committee, sit so many hours in such a short time, because the government insisted on having this bill passed at all costs. And that's because the Liberal convention was coming, and there were things that were very harmful. Paying $1,500 to register for the convention, for example, and Mr. Kingsley said that was considered a donation, and in the bill it's limited to $1,000. So it's very clear to us that this affected the Liberal convention, and they wanted it passed as quickly as possible for that reason, Mr. Speaker. But for us in the Bloc Québécois, what's important is to be able, as much as possible, to improve the bill. Yes, we need a bill on accountability. If only for the word accountability, like my colleague from Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine said, we fought over that expression. You can't imagine how hard we had to fight. We called the Office of the French Language. We used every tool at our disposal to make the government understand that accountability, imputabilité, is not a French word, it's an Anglicism. And finally, we won. We got it through to them that responsabilité is the real French term that had to be used instead of imputabilité. We wasted a huge amount of time on such a small issue when there are so many important issues covered by this bill. And I think it's important to state that we had a lot of witnesses who wanted to come, that had things to tell us, ways to improve the bill. They saw problems with the bill, and they were unable to appear as witnesses. They only got 24 hours notice. They didn't have time to produce a brief in both official languages in just 24 hours in order to meet the requirements of the Legislative Committee. So you can imagine those people went home empty-handed, and they're extremely upset that they weren't heard. Here we're supposed to be the most democratic of institutions, and those people were unable to appear before the committee and to be heard. And it's very important to point that out. We went through over 140 witnesses, apparently, at the Senate. And these amendments need to be taken into account because they were done in a structured way and they have a certain logic. We heard from the outset that we never did any obstruction on committee. We never filibustered. But we have things to say about this bill. You'll have to excuse me, I have a bit of a cold. So the whole issue of appointing returning officers on the merit, that's a huge accomplishment because the appointment of returning officers used to be done in a partisan way. I know that. That's what happened where I live. A good Liberal was chosen because the Liberals were in office. So this was a reward. They chose a Liberal to be, a faithful Liberal to be a returning officer. This happened in lots of ridings, and it caused so much partisanship that the whole system wasn't working. And this impeded other candidates, bloc candidates or other candidates, because a person was deemed to be a good Liberal, and so they were appointed in this partisan way. And that will no longer be the case. Returning officers will be chosen on the basis of their skills and qualifications and not based on their political affiliation. So that's a good thing. And we members were consulted as to whether we were satisfied with our returning officers. And that is a step in the right direction, to ensure that the person is legitimate, and they're appointed for 10 years after all. So the person's there for a long time, and they should be appointed on a non-partisan basis based on their ability to do the job for the next 10 years. Particularly, Mr. Speaker, when you consider that in a minority government like we had in 2004 and 2006, we've had successive elections. We may have another one next year. We don't know, maybe even this year. So those people become extremely important. They have training, non-partisan training. They have to serve all candidates in the ridings. There's the whole issue, Mr. Speaker, also, of the political funding legislation. We could hardly disagree with that because we already have legislation in Quebec. We already comply with Quebec legislation. And I don't have a lot of donors that give me $2,000 a year. I get a lot more $5 and $10 donations than $1,000 donations during an election campaign or in a funding drive. These are members of the party. They're involved. They're committed. But they're hardly cutting us checks for thousands of dollars. At least I don't have any in my riding. And I'd be very surprised to get any. So for us, this was already something we were doing in Quebec and will continue to do. And I think it was time there were major changes federally along the same lines because they could get corporate donations of thousands and thousands of dollars. So, Mr. Speaker, that does not promote nonpartisan work from members or ministers. If I get 25 grand from one person, I would feel that I owed that person something. But if I get equal amounts, modest amounts from constituents, well, I feel a lot more comfortable. I'm accountable to everyone because we're elected, but I don't feel beholden to a specific individual who gave me a huge donation of 25 grand or something like that. There was the whole issue, Mr. Speaker, and this was discussed at length, of rewarding whistleblowers. And a number of witnesses told us that this was not desirable to give people $1,000, $2,000, or $5,000 for blowing the whistle, because that could encourage whistleblowing, and that's not really something we need to encourage. A public servant has a duty anyway. If he or she sees wrongdoing in the operation of the department he or she works in, it's the duty of the public servant to report that, to say that someone's not doing their job right. And if we start giving people financial rewards for blowing the whistle, it just makes no sense. That should be considered an integral part of a public servant's job. It's their duty, if they're responsible, if they see wrongdoing of whatever nature, however they come across this information, they should report that, they should blow the whistle without getting a financial reward. And the government did take that into account, so that's a step in the right direction in our view. There are other amendments. I said earlier the Senate heard 140 witnesses. Some must be the same ones we heard from. They went back to the Senate to warn the Senate or make them aware of problems with certain clauses in the bill. There were some good ones and some not so good ones. I could go through them all. But one thing that was very important, Mr. Speaker, and we condemn the government for rejecting this amendment because it's an important amendment. The Senate proposed that they go from $1,500 to $25,000, the maximum that can be paid to advisors. I'll tell you why we were in agreement with that proposed amendment. At the Legislative Committee, the number of hours that these legal advisors spent working on the committee, so much so that they hired as many as they could, but they had to work crazy hours. Those people deserved extra pay. And it was decided, the government didn't agree with the amendment. I don't know how it ended up, but I thought that was a good step. The Senate also proposed doing away with the $10,000 cap for suffering and hardship. I think that the Senate got it right there. You can't put a ceiling on the amount of money awarded for suffering or hardship. You have to look at each individual case, see how seriously affected the person was, and then decide how much compensation should be paid out. But under the bill, under what the government's proposing, that amendment was rejected. Mr. Speaker, at committee, I have to explain this to you because it's extremely important. Things went so fast that at one point we got notice, all members of all committees got notice saying, whoa, and it was Mr. Walsh. I'm not talking about just anybody. Mr. Walsh is a very important person here in the House of Commons. He's the guardian of MPs and senators' privileges, our rights as parliamentarians. And Mr. Walsh raised the red flag. He said, whoa, this bill is going to limit the privileges of members of parliament and senators. You're mixing up the legislative branch with the parliamentary branch. And so the committee wanted to, well, there were some conservative members that freaked out and said, let's get rid of him. And so obviously they don't really know how things work around here. Mr. Walsh is an important person, and we said, no, we insist on having him come and appear before the committee because what he has to say is very important. We're messing with our parliamentary privileges here. We're mixing up various branches of government, and this affects the work done here in Parliament or in the House or in the Senate, and it makes no sense. So Mr. Walsh proposed some important amendments to the committee where our rights as parliamentarians would be protected. And I have to say that the majority of those amendments were accepted. But, Mr. Speaker, that proves one thing. When you try to go too fast, when you try to run faster than your legs will allow, there are situations where the main protector of our rights here in the House of Commons was forced to react very strongly because it made no sense the way this bill was drafted. So you see, Mr. Speaker, there were very serious problems. We solved some of them, but there are still some to be solved. This is no small bill. And what reassures me is that in this bill, we required, and the government accepted, that the bill be reviewed in 5 years.
At the very outset, they wanted a 15 or 20-year review. But can you imagine if you're working with legislation that isn't reviewed on a regular basis because they wanted it to apply for an unlimited number of years? So we said, fine, you want to move this through quickly, we understand, and we agree to have an Accountability Act, but it has to be reviewed within the next 5 years because it's new legislation, it's extremely complex legislation, and once it is implemented, we have to be able to review it as quickly as possible so as to correct any mistakes that might be in it, and I'm convinced that once it is implemented, we will realize that some things just can't be done, and we'll have to go back to the drawing board. With respect to access to information, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives refused to budge. The Access to Information Act was adopted in 1983, and since then, notwithstanding a number of appeals and requests to review it, it has remained essentially the same. The Conservative government decided not to include the reform of the Access to Information Act within C2, and this is something that we would have liked the government to do, because if you have an Accountability Act, then it seems to me you should include access to information, because they complement one another, and it seems to me that the act would have been much more complete, but we were told that there wasn't enough time, that it would take 100 recommendations to reform the act, and we were told that the Accountability Act had to pass before the end of the year. We were given all kinds of reasons, except the real reason why this could not be done. And, Mr. Speaker, there's the whole issue of, well, there's a great deal of confusion that remains within the bill and with the Senator's amendments, and I think our legislative assistants will be able to tell us this. That is, how can we harmonize the amendments that are adopted and the bill as it is now drafted? This is essential, and you can't do this quickly. I know that the Conservatives want us to move this along as quickly as we can, but unless both versions of the bill, the Senate's version and our bill, are similar or harmonized, then we can't pass the legislation and implement it. We'll be playing ping pong. We'll move this back to the Senate will make recommendations, they'll send it back to the House will make recommendations, send them back to the Senate, etc. So I think we should find some way to operate so that we won't unduly delay the implementation of C2, and we aren't the ones who are going to be doing it. We said this from the very outset. I was accused, my colleague at the time, my colleague Ferrand-Patigny, was accused of trying to filibuster or delay the passing of the bill, but that wasn't our aim. What we wanted was to have good legislation, a good bill, but to do that on something as important as accountability, the bill must be properly drafted and properly applied. And I mentioned Mr. Walsh again because his recommendations were extremely important. Had he not cottoned on to what was happening, then we here would have lost fundamental rights and privileges to which we are entitled and that we hold dear. And because Mr. Walsh noticed this and called it to our attention, and he's nonpartisan, Mr. Walsh is here to work for all members and to protect our rights. And had Mr. Walsh not been there, then just imagine what might have happened. And the second thing, Mr. Speaker, I see I don't have much time left. I will try to wrap up quickly. This is a bill that is very heavy, very thick, very important, and people called certain things to our attention in the Senate as well, and we have to be very careful. We don't want to prevent passage of this bill for no reason at all, but we can't do this full speed ahead. We have to be very careful. Even our researchers, our legislative assistants, everyone who worked on this bill know that it is complicated, and they have acknowledged that once it is adopted, it will be real legislation, and we mustn't have it conflicting with other acts. We don't know how many acts this bill will actually affect, so we have to take that into account and work seriously and carefully. This is what we will do in the future. We will support this bill, but once again, keeping in mind what I've just said, and if there are specialists who see changes that should be made to this bill because it might affect another act or render inoperable other legislation, because they will have time to take a close look at it and make the necessary arrangements to amend or change the bill so that at the end of the day it is operable and that we will have a real accountability act, an act which forces us to be accountable as parliamentarians, as ministers, and as elected members. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to the remarks from the member, and I noticed the member did not mention Canadian Wheat Board and the amendment that the Bloc has put forward, Mr. Speaker, relative to that. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this, and I raised the question to her because it's her party, the Bloc Québécois, that is putting an amendment forward to bring the Canadian Wheat Board under access to information at no doubt the behest of the Prime Minister. And I'm absolutely amazed that the Bloc Québécois would follow the endeavours of the Prime Minister to put the Canadian Wheat Board under access to information. Because, and the member opposite says, what am I hiding, Mr. Speaker? There's one thing about the Wheat Board and he knows it. It's transparent. It's out there. It provides the information. And that member wants access to apply to the Canadian Wheat Board because he wants the nuisance requests coming in from their competition, the big grain trade, so that they can undermine the Wheat Board and so that the Wheat Board can't do its job in terms of representing primary producers and maximising returns back to primary producers. That's what that government's all about. But what I'm surprised at, Mr. Speaker, is that the Bloc would fall for that endeavour from the government. Mr. Speaker, I'm absolutely surprised because within the province of Quebec, Mr. Speaker, there is other agencies similar to this, Mr. Speaker, and does the same principle hold true? The Canadian Wheat Board, and it is right in the Act itself, is not an agency of the Crown. It's not an agency of the Crown. It's not a government institution. It's a marketing institution of farmers. And does the Bloc not fear that it's running the risk by allowing access to information to apply to a farmer marketing institution that the same could not happen some other agencies within Canada that operate in the interests of Quebec farmers? I believe very sincerely, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc is making a tragic error as it relates to the farm community, and I'd have asked them to reconsider their position on this amendment.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, we must remember that in Quebec we have the UPA that is doing a wonderful job for agricultural markets, and our fear is that with access to information there will be infringement in areas of Quebec jurisdiction. Quebec is well served by the UPA, so we have a different way of doing things in Quebec, and that should simply be accepted, and we felt that this was involvement in existing jurisdictions. But as my colleague says, he seems to be excitable, but that's probably a part of his nature. We will never all be able to be unanimous here. There will always be someone complaining about C2, always someone who says there's something that doesn't work, there's a comma or semicolon they don't like. We did this in committee, it was done in the Senate, but I think that we can continue to debate this to see whether or not there might be something that can be settled here, and by working with it, we have assimilated it, we have come to know it, and some recommendations that we made, some recommendations made by the Liberal Party or the NDP, or even from the Conservatives, who themselves realized that there were things in this bill that made no sense. We did this fairly quickly, and what concerns me is that we will pushed this through too fast. There are 158 Senate amendments, and they're trying to move this through the House of Commons very quickly, and I think we have to take the time to fully analyze this bill. If the senators sent amendments, it is probably because they heard from witnesses who had something else to say, as Mr. Walsh did in our case. So we have to take the time to look at this and make all of the improvements that are warranted. And at the end of the day, the Accountability Act, or the bill, will, of course, never satisfy absolutely everyone here. There will always be a little something that somebody doesn't like. If the majority of the amendments or requests made by the Bloc are contained, then we will, of course, vote in favor of it. But we can't ask for the moon. Everyone found something in the bill that could encourage them to vote in favor of it. We will be voting for it. The NDP will probably be voting for it. But at the end of the day, what is important is to have good legislation, and we've never had one on accountability before. The time has come. We need this bill, but we have to be very careful, and we have to ensure that it's properly drafted so that in a year from now we won't find ourselves with legislation that will cause an upheaval in other areas with other acts. That's important, and we have to be as serious as we did at the outset, as we were at the outset. In Quebec, things are different, and we are acting accordingly, and that is why we reject the amendment.
Comments? The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord didn't answer the question that was put by the member for Malpec. He asked a very important question on the future of the wheat board, and I don't often agree with the Liberals, but today I think he's right. He is right to ask the Bloc member why they have ideas that will almost destroy a very important organization for wheat farmers throughout Canada, even if the organization is not very active in the province of Quebec. And the member said that they have the UPA. The question is, well, if Quebec has a system that works well, that is separate from what is being done elsewhere in Canada, and it's working well, then why does the Bloc want to kill the wheat board, which is very important for the rest of Canada? Why would the Bloc members not understand the importance and the value of cooperation in our agricultural sector? The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. I answered the question, and now we're talking about destroying the wheat board. Hang on a minute, Mr. Speaker. The wheat board exists. It will continue to exist. The only thing that we refused is to have it. The only thing that was refused is to have it in this bill. So I think maybe everyone should take a chill pill here, because even if we decided that it shouldn't be in this bill, the wheat board will continue to live on, will continue to operate. We have the UPA. We will vote according to what works in our province. If the wheat board doesn't work, then we don't want it in C2 if it's going to become involved in areas that are very important to us in Quebec. And my role and our role as parliamentarians here in Quebec, or rather parliamentarians from Quebec, is to defend the province of Quebec, and the wheat board is not going to disappear. The only thing is it won't be in C2. That's all it is, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? A short question from the honourable member from Esquimalt-Wong-de-Fuca.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think it was a mistake for the government to pass this, or would be a mistake for the government to pass this.
Whatsoever. And in fact, the definition of accountability isn't even in the bill. So my question to the member is, does she not think that Bill C2 has nothing to do with accountability, and that will her party not support this bill as it's going to cause gridlock in the public service?
I must advise the honourable member that she has 20 seconds remaining. I will be as quick as I can, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry. There have been a number of questions, Mr. Speaker. As I said, this bill is not perfect, but I think that accountability is included, and we have to start somewhere, Mr. Speaker, to go further. So we will be in favor of C2. We will vote in favor. I said that at the outset. Order, please.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for Mississauga South on Foreign Affairs. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank you in this House for the opportunity to rise today and participate in this debate. There's been much discussion, Mr. Speaker, since we came back here after the January election on the Accountability Act, and it was discussed in detail by this House. It was then referred to the Senate, and they had, as we've heard today, and many occasions, spent a lot of time and energy and effort on it, and they've suggested a number of amendments. I believe it's 150, and it's back before this House for debate. And now, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I say at the outset that I do support the general principles set out in the Act, the broad thrusts, so to speak. Some of the issues that I'm passionate about that are in the Act, which I do support, the one and by far, in my view, the most important concept that's in this Act is making deputy ministers, accounting officers, accountable to Parliament for the individual financial management of their respective departments. Some of the provisions concerning lobbying, the repeal of the section in the Public Service Act which allows exempt staff preferential treatment in the civil service, appointments based upon merit, and certain provisions dealing with whistleblower legislation, I, as a Member of Parliament, certainly do support. However, Mr. Speaker, this, as has been pointed out by many speakers today, it's an ominous bill. I believe it's about 220 pages. It deals with a whole host of issues dealing with political financing, oversight bodies, etc., 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 much of which I submit has very little to do with accountability, and I believe the previous speaker in a question pointed that out. Just for sake of reference, Mr. Speaker, there's many definitions of accountability. One that I use, accountability, refers to the way in which office holders, elected and non-elected, explain the actions taken through the use of powers conferred on them by Parliament or delegated to them by ministers or other office holders. And when you refer to that definition and other definitions, basically it's the duty to explain, but those who are responsible to explain their actions. Mr. Speaker, when you take that definition or any other definition of accountability, you can see that this Act, or most of the provisions in this Act, not all, but a lot of them, have very, very little to do with accountability. Again, Mr. Speaker, going back, it was referred to the Legislative Committee of this House. I want to thank each and every member of that committee for the time and effort that they put into the Act. It was sent to the Senate. There was 150 amendments that were made, sent back to this House. And I should point out to any viewers listening to this show, a lot of these amendments are inconsequential. They're spelling errors. They're minor errors that were made in the original drafting of the legislation. And there are even some of the amendments that we're debating here today are not as substantive and are not as fundamental as perhaps one would consider. And I point out, Mr. Speaker, that we are in a minority government. No party has a majority, and it's our duty, it's our obligation to express the will of the Canadian people. So I say, once we have this debate here in Parliament, then we vote on the amendments, and then the accountability, it'll have to go back, of course, to the Senate, but the Accountability Act will then become law, and we can move on to other issues which I submit are just as or perhaps more important than the issue that we are dealing with presently. Mr. Speaker, I do want to spend a minute, if I may, talking about the issue that I think is so important in this Act, and I presently chair the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, and this is a recommendation we've made on a number of occasions, and it is finally seeing the light of day in the Accountability Act, and that again is the concept of making deputy ministers accounting officers to Parliament, so that they are personally responsible for the financial and other administration of that department. They're accountable to organise resources, deliver programs in compliance with government policies and provisions, to establish and monitor the system of internal control, the signing of accounts so that all accounts truly reflect the actual financial transactions which happened in their particular department, and of course the performance of other specific duties. Now, Mr. Speaker, I say this in the context that deputy ministers have very difficult jobs in government now. They're under intense scrutiny from the media, from the public, from the courts, from the opposition, oversight bodies, and they answer not only to their ministers but to the Privy Council office, to the Prime Minister, and there's a whole host of horizontal issues that they have to deal with on a daily basis. Generally, what I'm saying, Canada is well served by its deputy ministers. However, as I look at what has come before the Public Accounts Committee in the last 6 years, I believe the pendulum has swung too far in one direction, Mr. Speaker, in that the deputy ministers are too much concerned with horizontal issues, policy issues, and not as concerned as they ought to be with the actual day-to-day management of their respective departments. And again, I believe this provision, if it's coupled with other provisions I'm going to speak to, I believe will improve that particular situation. However, it'll only improve the situation, Mr. Speaker, if other events happen. One issue is the whole oversight regime of the Treasury Board Secretariat. We are presently in the Public Accounts Committee in the middle of a review of their mandate, their roles and responsibilities, paying particular emphasis with the change in regime with the expected proclamation of the Federal Accountability Act. And again, I want to say, Mr. Speaker, I believe that a lot of work has to be done in developing just exactly what happens to these so-called accounting officers once this Act is proclaimed, the development of a protocol, the role of the Comptroller General, and how this new system will work. I believe there may be some in government here in Ottawa that just consider that nothing will change. Well, I hope that they are not right, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another issue that, of course, is not covered in this Act, and it goes right to the foundation of accountability, again, that very much relates to the topic that I'm discussing, is the tenure of deputy ministers. This is another issue that the Public Accounts Committee has recommended on many occasions. It's been ignored by this government, and it's basically this government and the previous government have basically said it's no business of Parliament. I find that distressing, disturbing, and I do hope that they will follow the recommendations of the Public Accounts Committee and increase the tenure of deputy ministers so that we can get true accountability on the management of government operations. However, Mr. Speaker, what I find extremely puzzling in this particular legislation is the total disjoint between what the Act says and what this government has been doing since it was sworn in earlier this year. Mr. Speaker, we had the Gomery Commission, and it was, I've got a copy right in my hand, Restoring Accountability. It was a very extensive work, made 19 recommendations. The Accountability Act, really, it deals with about 5 of them, Mr. Speaker. The most important, to talk about some of them, Mr. Speaker, to redress the imbalance between resources available to government and those available to parliamentary committees and their members. The government should substantially increase funding for parliamentary committees, increase resources for the Public Accounts Committee, a charter for public civil service. The list goes on and on and on. 13 of the 19 recommendations have been basically ignored by this Act, and some of the other ones have been only partially paid any attention to. So, Mr. Speaker, I find that extremely troubling, and I'm going to come back to that a little later. But the whole actions, all the actions of this government are totally disjointed with what this Act states right from the beginning. What did the Prime Minister do? The very first thing he did was appoint his co-chair to the Senate. And what was the second thing he did? Does anyone know? He made his co-chair / senator, he appointed him to cabinet. That's what he did, Mr. Speaker. Does that comply with what this Act states? Is that accountability? We had established a couple of years ago, which I think is a fundamental principle of accountability, in that the committees of this institution elect their own chairs. What's the third thing the Prime Minister did? The third thing he said, that's over, people. For the committees that the government chairs, I, the Prime Minister of Canada, am going to appoint the chairs. I'm going to tell those people that they're the chairs, and that's how the system operates. Is that accountability? With the muzzling of the members of Parliament in this House, we've had the whole muzzling of the Cabinet. We've had the spectacle over the weekend of the Prime Minister's communications director writing secretly to the communications directors of all the Cabinet ministers, asking for a review of their respective ministers. That's not accountability, Mr. Speaker. We had the appointments process right in the Accountability Act in the summary. They indicated that appointments would be based on merit. And what has happened? Everyone in this institution knows what's happened. Everyone in Canada knows what's happened. Every appointment has been based upon one basic principle: membership in the Conservative Party. You have to be a high-ranking Tory. I've been following this issue very closely, Mr. Speaker, since February. And I can't speak for all provinces, but let's say east of Montreal. If there's anyone in this House, anyone out there that knows in all the dozens and dozens and dozens of appointments that have made in any person east of Montreal that was not a high-ranking Conservative member, please stand up at the end of my speech and identify that person, because I do not know it exists. Is that accountability? So, Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making, there's a total, absolute, utter, disturbing disconnect between what is the Act states and the actions of this government. And, Mr. Speaker, again, I identified some of the broad thrusts that I certainly agree with and I'm very supportive of. But there are certain things that I really think we probably shouldn't be going there. The whole Act talks about compliance, the avoidance of sin. We don't need more rules, and this certainly is the feeling of our Auditor General. She agrees with me on that. We have sufficient rules. We have the Financial Administration Act. We have a whole host of guidelines, policies, procedures issued by the Treasury Board Secretariat, and I believe, from my experience, that those are sufficient. But they have to be understood, and there has to be a culture of compliance, and there has to be fundamental principles of personal responsibility, accountability, and if there's any non-compliance, of course, there has to be sanctions. Mr. Speaker, the Act again calls for additional oversight bodies, Director of Procurement, Director of Advertising, Director of Prosecutions. Again, Mr. Speaker, it's my view that these oversight bodies are not needed. It just amounts to Parliament abandoning its accountability role. It's up to Parliament and the committees of Parliament to hold the executive of government to account. This institution is an institution of accountability. And if you read the recommendations of Mr. Justice Gomery, he comes back to that. He comes back to that fundamental principle. He comes back to restoring the imbalance that exists between the legislative branch of Parliament and the executive branch of government. As I stated, there was 19 recommendations made, only 5 or 6 which were partially adopted. I would ask members to read the recommendations. Ask yourself why they were basically ignored, why there was no discussion about these individual and I submit very important recommendations. Mr. Speaker, the general problem is that there is an imbalance, and I pointed that out. We have the executive of government with the Governor-General, the leader, the cabinet, and the bureaucracy. And of course, we have the judicial arm and the legislative arm. It's our job and it's our duty to approve appropriations, to pass legislation, and of course, hold the government to account. But right now, Mr. Speaker, over the last 50 or 60 years, we have allowed a very severe imbalance to develop between the legislative arm of government and the executive arm of government. And of course, the executive arm of government has allowed a very severe imbalance to develop between the executive generally and the office of the Prime Minister. And we can just see what's going on these days when the control is put on the individual cabinet ministers. We don't have to say anything more. We can see what's going on. And again, I should say, this didn't start. I'm not standing here and suggesting that this started with the office of the present Prime Minister. This is a trend that's been developing, sir, for the last 40 or 50 years. It's got worse in the last 8 months, but it didn't start 8 months ago. If we were to restore accountability, we have to cure the imbalance. And I suggest and I submit that the first step would be to read the first recommendation of the report of Mr. Justice Gomery. And he talks about restoring that important balance that is necessary so that we have accountable institutions here in Parliament. And again, that's an issue that's been talked about, it's been written about, but of course nothing ever gets done. So the point I'm making, there is some good provisions in this Act. There's some that I support to my dying breath, but the Act, to a large extent, not all, but to a large extent, has very little to do with accountability. So, in closing, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the overall thrust of the legislation. We have kicking around the chamber approximately 150 amendments. Some are very inconsequential. Some have been agreed to by the parties. I think it's up to us as parliamentarians to continue the debate. It's a very complicated piece of legislation. We're getting into the law of unintended consequences when you think it's good, but when somebody else points out something in another act, it may not be as simple and uncomplex as we first thought, and sometimes it does take a little more thinking and a little more deliberation than we thought initially. But again, it's up to us to continue the debate, put the amendments to a vote in this chamber, and we, representing the Canadian people, will vote on them. The amendments that pass this House will become law. The amendments that don't pass the House will not become law. And let's see the Act become law as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Peterborough.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to what the Honourable Member had to say, and certainly as we know, the Honourable Member was actually the daily filibuster, as it were, on the former sponsorship program when we were trying to get to the bottom of what had actually happened. We know the member stood in the way of that, but what I would really like to know, and the members on this side of the House would really like to know, is why are they using the unelected Liberal Senate to hold up the bill? If they don't agree with accountability, then stand in this House and vote against it. Have some courage. Don't use your unelected friends in the Senate to do it for you.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand the question at all. The bill is in this House right now. We're debating it, and we're going to be voting on it. It's not being held up at all. It went to the Senate, and they come back with some amendments, and I think this thing was, we've only been on this for 6 months. I think it's been, it's gone through this House as quick as any other bill that I remember. And the member across, the member from Peterborough, talks about the unelected Senate. Why? My question to him and to the Canadian people and every member of this House, why did his leader appoint an unelected member as co-chair of the campaign to the unelected Senate and then appoint that unelected senator / co-chair to the cabinet of this country and have that person walk around this city spending $25 million per day unaccountable to any person in this House?
Answer the question.
Answer the question.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for, I'd say Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his intervention. And in talking about accountability, we know that there are many kinds of accountability in this House. And certainly what I think I've seen is a disdain for the will of the House. And I wonder if you could comment specifically. Recently, over the last couple of days, the Prime Minister talked about the fact that human rights will not be trumped by the mighty dollar in reference to China. And yet we've got a situation right now with the the Declaration of Indigenous Rights that's before the United Nations, that the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, the opposition members there have supported that declaration, and yet we have a Conservative government who will not listen to the will of the majority of this House and support that very important declaration on Indigenous rights. And I wonder if you could talk about that kind of accountability and that kind of disregard for the will of the House.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member across for the question. I think it's a very important question, and I'm very perplexed with what's going on in this House, and I will attempt to answer that question. But we are in a minority government, and I don't see the acknowledgement of that minority government. We're here elected by people involving 308 ridings, and when a piece of legislation, whether it's a bill or a motion, is put before the House and is voted upon, that is the will of the Canadian people. That's my understanding how the system ought to work. But that is not the way the system is working. The present government doesn't acknowledge that it's in a minority situation. And we're seeing that day after day after day, where it completely ignores the motion that the member across is talking about and Indigenous people, but a whole host of other motions. If I had 2 hours, I could go over the whole list of legislation, motions, bills that are totally, absolutely ignored by this government, and I don't understand that at all. And then we're here talking about accountability, and that is a question, Mr. Speaker, that will have to be put to the Prime Minister.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member for Peterborough asked about the amendments that were made by unelected senators, as he called them. But I think the evidence, Mr. Speaker, that this was a hastily drafted bill, poorly worded, requiring a lot of amendments, probably comes from the government itself. And I know the member for Charlottetown has spent considerable time studying this bill. And when I go through the amendments, I haven't counted them up yet, but there seems to be certainly in excess of 40 amendments from the government itself. Could the member explain to me why that is the case? Is it poorly drafted? How many amendments is there? And why did the government not do it at least half right in the first place? They were so anxious to try and make an issue of accountability. We know that, Mr. Speaker, but without really dealing with accountability in a concrete way. And I might ask him as well, is there anything to do about political patronage from the Government of Canada in this bill? We've seen some terrible appointments from the government, and I wonder, is this addressed in any way with Bill C-2?
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's 2 or 3 questions in that statement. First of all, I want to deal with this last one first. We talked about the patronage appointments, and I challenged anyone in the House if they were aware of anyone east of Montreal that was appointed please stand up and point that out and correct me. And I want to point out and let the record stand that no one stood up, Mr. Speaker, and that, first of all, is a sad indictment of what's going on with this particular government. The second issue, he talks about the amendments. Yes, there was about 40 made by the Conservatives and about 100 made by the Liberals. In fairness to both sides of the House, this is a very complex omnibus bill. I believe it's around 221 pages. It involves a lot of other acts, and we're dealing with situations that you make one amendment, it involves another act. Sometimes it deals with the executive arm of government, the legislative arm, and again, it's not simple. And in fairness to everyone that was involved, it's my honest view that the Legislative Committee put a lot of time and effort and work into this. They did their best. And I believe the Senate equally put perhaps more. They had more time to spend on it. They spent a lot of time on it. It sounds like a lot of amendments, but again, I should point out that a lot of them were inconsequential. Some of them were spelling typos and things like that. And again, it's just a matter of the work that went into it. It relates to the complexity of the legislation. But again, as it's been pointed out before, they are before us. Let's talk about them. Let's, as representing the Canadian people, vote on them, and let's see that this legislation becomes law.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was wondering if I could just ask the honourable member a question. I mean, for heaven's sakes, Mr. Speaker, for 13 years we had a government that stacked all of these boards with their own members. And these boards are now recommending certain members who happen to be conservative. I think that just goes to say how very, very intelligent some of the recommendations are. But we've been here for 9 months, Mr. Speaker. We sure can't clean up 13 years of Liberal appointees. But I'd like to ask the member, because we made an attempt, this party made an attempt, Mr. Speaker, this government, to put forward the name of a man that was the top CEO in the entire country, the top, most respected CEO by the name of Gwen Morgan, who was going to work for $1 and take these decisions out of the hands of folks that use patronage to get ahead and infiltrate and almost to the point of infesting all of those areas. I know the members opposite have a hard time believing or even thinking that anyone but a Liberal could make an appointment to the bench or make any kind of an appointment. But, Mr. Speaker, we put forward an opportunity to remove the patronage issue from this process, and to hear the members stand and complain about what's going on. Actually, it's quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, it's very funny, but not atypical of the members opposite. I just wonder if the member wanted to comment on our attempts to clean up the process versus the members opposite's attempt to keep the status quo.
The honourable member for Charlottetown should be mindful there's less than a minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I believe the member for Cambridge, misunderstood the point I was making. The point I was making, Mr. Speaker, was the hypocrisy of what was stated by the proponents of the bill and what was stated in the bill, that these appointments would be made on merit. And I challenged, and again, I challenge again and again and again, if there's anyone east of Montreal, of all the dozens and dozens and dozens of council appointments made since February of last year, if there's not one of them, if there's one that wasn't, February of this year, I stand to be corrected, that wasn't a high-ranking Conservative, stand up and identify that person. The point that I'm making, what I'm trying to make here, Mr. Speaker, is that they said there would be a new process, that appointments would be made in merit. They put this in the legislation, but they didn't follow it. There's been not one appointment made. And if there is one, well, please, somebody stand up, but nobody will stand up. So what I'm saying is that this...
Apologize to the member, but the time provided has ran out. Resuming debate. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. And just to follow up on the point that
the member from Cambridge was enunciating cleaning up politics. That's how I'm going to start my comments today, and it's a pleasure to get up in this House and speak again to a bill we've worked hard on. I've personally contributed on the committee. And I'm going to start off with the title of Cleaning Up Politics, because that's the title of the document that my predecessor, Ed Broadbent, put forward before the last election. And simply stated, it was a document that was titled Cleaning Up Politics, Demanding Changes in Ethics and Accountability. And the 7-point plan that Mr. Broadbent put forward was pretty straightforward, but is still a little elusive, notwithstanding some of the important things that have been brought forward. First point he made, Mr. Speaker, was to have democratic accountability for MPs. What he was referring to there is that no MP should ignore the wishes, the intent of his or her voters for personal gain. MPs shouldn't be able to cross the floor, Mr. Speaker, is what he was talking about, simply so they could be vaulted into cabinet. And it's important to note, Mr. Speaker, he wasn't talking about the present government. He was talking about the previous government. So clearly that's something that we haven't been able to attain in this bill. We'll continue to fight for that, because it's just the basic premise of democracy, not to have MPs cross the floor at their will and for their personal gain. It has to stop. Government of Manitoba is putting forward a bill that will do that. I think Government of Canada should do the same. Fixed election dates was number 2 on his list, and glad to say that C-16 is on its way. Hopefully it will pass through the Senate a little easier than Bill C-2 will, for the sake of all of us. Have transparent leadership contests was number 3, Mr. Speaker. There was a certain member of the Liberal Party who went on to become the leader of the Liberal Party and Prime Minister, and he was able to raise $12 million for his leadership campaign, and some would say it was $12 million that wasn't necessary because it wasn't much of a contest, as we know. Just before the government gets too high on their horse, Mr. Harper Prime Minister today spent $2.7 million for his leadership contest. Seems like a bargain by comparison, but nonetheless, we need to have less money injected into the body politic and take the money out of politics. We saw what kind of effect that can have on the body politic in the most recent American elections. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, was real electoral reform, and we'll continue to fight for this. We don't believe that what we've seen with the unelected Senate is anything anyone could be proud of, and is certainly showing that our democratic institutions need an overhaul. And one of the things we put forward is following along many reports, go back to Pepin, Robarts, and others. We need to change our democratic institutions so it's reflective of the will of the people. Look at perhaps a fixed, a first-past-the-post system with proportionality like they have in New Zealand, Scotland. In fact, most of the rest of the world, it could save 2 other jurisdictions. Number 5 was to end unregulated lobbying. Now, I'm pleased to say there are changes in Bill C-2 about lobbying. I'm sad to say that there's some amendments being put forward from the Senate to change that. But what seems to be elusive is what my colleague Mr. Broadbent had put forward, and that was to make sure that firms that act both as lobbyists and government consultants deal with that. There's a conflict of interest. You're playing both sides of the street, and we saw that with the previous government, and we don't want to see that happen in the future. If you're going to be working for government, one day you shouldn't be able to turn around and lobby the next day. Not only does it create perception of influence peddling, but in the end it can, and we saw examples of that before. And so what we need to still deal with is the fact that lobby firms, public relations firms, have to have clear rules in front of them for the sake of our democratic institutions, and to make sure that there is an understanding that government is here to serve people and not for the friends of any particular party. So sadly, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-2 doesn't end that piece of lobbying, and that's something we need to continue to work on. We provided amendments. They were ruled out of order. I believe that's something that we'll have to continue on. Ethical appointments was number 6 on Mr. Broadbent's list of ideas to make government more ethical and clean up politics. I know just recently, Mr. Speaker, we've had a commission, a panel of experts to look at reforming the National Capital Commission here in Ottawa. It should be noted, Mr. Speaker, but that institution, the National Capital Commission, that goes back to 1959, was always an appointed body based often on, not often, always, on who you knew and political patronage. And I think that's something that will change, we hope, but it shouldn't be based on a whim. It should be based on a structure so that appointments can function properly. We proposed, and in the bill, there are amendments to have a public appointments commission. Those are taken from Mr. Broadbent's work on ethical appointments. We believe that we should toss out the whole idea of patronage when it comes to appointments. There's 4,000 appointments that are possible, and we believe that it's dangerous to just allow them to be motivated by politics. In fact, they should be motivated by merit to serve Canadian people and not to serve any political party, which sadly was the case. And not just with the previous government, if you go back all the way to Macdonald, you'll note that Canadian history is littered with the problems in around political appointments. So we need to change that. The commission that my colleague from Winnipeg worked on, and that was derived from Mr. Broadbent's idea, makes sense. It does provide, and was mentioned just a little earlier about the concern that the government had about their person they appointed or tried to appoint to fulfill this job. In fact, the problem was not necessarily with Mr. Morgan's abilities to do the job. I might argue that on a different day. It was the way in which it was being done. We had in front of us a bill that would change the appointments process, and the government, tried to cut off the process and appoint their own person, and then cried foul when it wasn't accepted. Well, the point was we had a bill in front of the House to talk about a public appointments commission, and the government decided it knew better and to appoint their person, and quite rightly that person was rejected. I would submit not because of the person himself and his merit. It was the fact that the government put forward someone ahead of a bill that was in front of Parliament to create a public appointments commission. On another day, I could give you my opinion on that person for that job, but I'll leave that. So we need to have a public appointments process, and that brings in ethical appointments. It's too important for Canadians. It's too important for the body politic. The final point that Mr. Broadbent put forward was to reform the access to information. And my gosh, do we need work there, Mr. Speaker. We have problems presently with this government. I recently had an access to information on something that was not controversial, and I got back 3 lines and 18 pages blanked out. And I wondered if something as controversial as a museum is actually of note to the security of the country and puts us all in jeopardy. And apparently it does, and I think one of the problems is the access to information is too limited, it's too controlling, and doesn't serve Canadians well. We need to change that clearly. We need to make sure that there is light shed on government, to make sure that we have a window on the decision-making of government. Not simply to allow people who want to be critical of the government, well, that's important, but to allow anyone who wants to understand how government works and the motivations behind policy, and quite frankly, being able to form policy, are allowed to have their voices heard by way of knowing what the decisions were of the government. So access to information, there are changes in Bill C-2, but we need a heck of a lot more, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk about some of the things that we were able to provide and propose as a party. We did not, as you know, oppose the idea of Bill C-2. In fact, in principle, we supported, and in committee we supported, and things that we thought needed changes, we proposed alternatives to. I mentioned already the Public Appointments Commission. As we proposed, that was put into the bill and accepted as amended. One of the things I put forward as a member was to ensure that all contracts of $10,000 or more be on the public record. We had to fight to get that in, but it's in Bill C-2 Because after all, Mr. Speaker, one of the concerns Canadians had was we had with the previous government in the sponsorship case contracts without a paper trail. We didn't know who was providing the service, often didn't know what the service was. So one of the amendments we put forward in the area of procurement is to make sure that all contracts $10,000 or more, I'd prefer if it was in fact a lesser amount, but that's what we agreed to upon compromise, is now for the public record so that any citizen in Canada can find out who is providing service to the government, who gets the contracts, and they will be able to know what kind of value for money they're getting. We believed fundamentally in lowering the donation that people can donate to $1,000. Sadly, in the amendments before us, the Senate has deemed it in their infinite unelected wisdom to change that to $2,000. I know that had been something that the Liberal Party had preferred. I think most people would agree that $1,000 is fine and is reasonable, and would like to see that amendment defeated because it's not where Canadians are at. No constituent of mine has called me and said, please make sure that we increase the donation limit from $1,000 to $2,000, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I would submit that any member of this place in this House could go out and claim that that was a good idea in a town hall or in one of their householders. We also believe that it was important to strengthen the Whistleblowing Protection Act. And Mr. Speaker, I can say that personally, having before I was elected to this place, I worked with many people in this community around whistleblowing, and quite frankly, the bill that was before this House, before C11, wasn't sufficient. And I was delighted to see that it wasn't proclaimed because it was not a good piece of legislation, as some might have suggested it was. In fact, people who had been negatively affected as whistleblowers were adamant when they said, we need to change those parts of the Whistleblower Protection Act to make sure they reflect our concerns. And that has been done, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that that's something that won't be tinkered with. Conflict of interest rules and allowing Canadians to make complaints to the new Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is something that we provided by way of making sure there was propositions and positive ones at that to this bill, Mr. Speaker. Protection of First Nations rights within the Act is something that I personally moved through committee to make sure that they weren't sideswiped by something that wasn't about them, and they were almost folded into the equation when they shouldn't have. We amended the bill to make sure that we not only changed the appointments process, but in effect changed the whole notion of patronage. And if there's one thing, as my colleague from Winnipeg said, if there's one thing we can ensure that is passed, if you pulled out everything else out of this bill, and there's one thing that we should make sure is going to remain, it's the public appointments process. We know that in previous governments, the way appointments were done was via a telephone and a Rolodex and who you knew in the PMO. Those days are gone. Finito, adios. Because, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are clear, that kind of politics is not only admonished, it's something that will not be accepted. And I would challenge anyone in this place to go out and debate that we need to bring back patronage appointments in our democratic system and our democratic framework. Those days are gone, thankfully, Mr. Speaker. We need to make sure, though, that we have a clear understanding about what this bill is about. This bill is not about, if you will, getting a pound of flesh. And if it's about that, then I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that members have missed the point, and that be it the government, the opposition, any of the opposition parties, if they are trying to exact revenge with this bill, then they're clearly misguided. And Canadians are tired of it, Mr. Speaker. We do not need to deepen the cynicism of politics. In fact, what we're trying to do is to make sure that there are clear rules so we can build back the trust that has been lost with Canadians. I must say, Mr. Speaker, just recently we saw some appointments that caused me concern, and they had to do with the appointments that this government made to a body that many will know, the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council Canada. And again, the need for merit-based appointments is clear when the government appointed someone to this body who is going against the consensus within the scientific community on climate change. They appointed someone who will be responsible for providing grants to researchers, and this person is out of step with the mainstream scientific body on climate change. So, you know, again, we need to make sure that we pass this bill to make sure we have merit-based appointments so that we no longer have people who are appointed to bodies that are so important to the public good who in net effect potentially undermine the public good. Mr. Speaker, if we take a look at the bill in total then, we know that there are things that, you know, all of us have concerns about. We've stated those concerns in committee. We proposed alternatives to them. We made sure that this is something that we can all be proud of. In the end, what we have to go back to our constituents and say is we did everything we could to make sure we had clear rules that brought back responsibility to government, that brought back clear representation to our citizens, to the constituents we represent, so that no longer could we say that the decisions being made in government were being made under a cloud of suspicion over whose interests were being served. And quite frankly, that was the equation here. We had to make sure that when someone is lobbying government, they aren't doing it because of who they knew. When someone is blowing the whistle, that they aren't going to have their career ruined simply for standing up for the public interest. That when someone is appointed to the head of a crown corporation, it's based on merit strictly alone. And that when people decide that they are going to contribute to government, it's based solely on the public good and not on their private interests. Those are the key questions, Mr. Speaker, that we all have to look at when we take a look at Bill C-2. And sadly, I must say, the amendments that have come back to this place from the other place are not doing that. They are riddled with self-interest. They will undermine the public trust, and ultimately, I believe, will undermine the whole notion of the necessity for the other place. Because when you have the other place sending back to this place, gutting many well-thought-out, sensible ideas for their own self-interest, it speaks for itself. I could underline many of those amendments, but save two that I think were worthy of underlining. Changing from $1,000 to $2,000, the limit that one can give, by people who aren't even elected, what raises all sorts of question marks. Many people in the other place spent much of their time raising money for political parties. Perhaps that's the reason. The other part that we have to examine is taking a look at changes to lobbying. And we need to strengthen our oversight on lobbying and not weaken it. So, in the end, Mr. Speaker, what we have is that we have an unelected body, the other place sending back to an elected body incredible amendments in terms of the number, but more importantly in terms of the scope of what it would do to the bill. And that raises the question as to what the value is of the other place when it does that. So, Mr. Speaker, I think when we talk about real accountability, and we see what has just recently happened with how this bill was played with and manipulated by the other place, we have to then suggest that the next project after this bill is passed is to take a look at how we can reform and modify, change, and make the other place a lot more accountable, a lot more democratic, and so that they won't meddle in what really is the voice of everyday people, of Canadians, the people who elected us. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'll just say this. If we end up having this bill destroyed and not passed, every single one of us will have to answer as to why and what we did. Because my belief is that Canadians wanted to see us pass a bill with clear rules, clear reform for them. This bill is not about us. It's about Canadians, and we need to pass it and make sure it's the value of Canadians that is entrusted to us, that is the bottom line and not those interests of people in the other place or anywhere else. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the member spent a little bit of time talking about the Whistleblower Act. It's C-11 that was came up 2 parliaments ago. It was worked on for about a year in all the last parliament. And Mr. Speaker, as a consequence of the work of the committee, the Government Operations and Estimates Committee, the bill was virtually rewritten. It was virtually rewritten to the extent that one of the changes was to create a new position, a new officer of Parliament, Public Integrity Officer, who would be in the same vein as the Auditor General or the Privacy Commissioner, etc. Mr. Speaker, that bill was unanimously passed with all of these changes, unanimously passed by all parties in committee. It came to the House, was fully debated, and unanimously passed by all parties in this place. And in fact, on the second last day of the last Parliament, it received royal assent. Now, Mr. Speaker, that particular bill is extremely important to the whole accountability mechanism because it provides protection for the public service who want, for those who feel that they have information about some alleged wrongdoings or other reprisals as defined in the bill, to come forward to get explanations almost to this watchdog who is going to be reporting to Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a very important bill. Now, I do understand that Bill C-2 has some amendments that it's proposing to this whistleblower bill. But, Mr. Speaker, what I want to understand, and maybe the member can help, is that Bill C-11, although it received royal assent in the last Parliament, it has not been proclaimed. That means that although it is law, that law is not in force yet, and it will not be in force until it is proclaimed. So, Mr. Speaker, all of that work that has been done by Parliament and passed by Parliament, by both houses, and got royal assent, still is not operative. We still don't have a process of getting this new officer of Parliament in. We still don't have the directions to all of the Crown Corps and agencies who are going to be swept in under this because it hasn't been proclaimed. And it's been several months that this government's been in government, and we still haven't done it, but it's an important part. So I asked the member if he would try to explain to the House and to Canadians why C-11 has not been proclaimed so that we can have accountability, openness, and transparency now.
Well, member for Ottawa South.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank my colleague for the question. I'll be very succinct here. In my opinion, and the opinion of many people I worked with before being elected to this place, was that Bill C-11 was substandard, quite frankly. And I'm delighted that this wasn't proclaimed, and I can certainly name people who pushed to make sure that it didn't see the light of day and wanted a better bill written. So to be quite direct about it, Mr. Speaker, it's yet another reason to get this bill through the House, back to the Senate, and to stop the ping-pong going on between the two places and get the bill passed. Look, Bill C-2 changed the whistleblower legislation to make sure that there was going to be a more comprehensive way for people to report misdeeds and to make sure that they weren't going to go into a process that they would have to wait for long periods of time. That's exactly what C-11 would have done. This allows the bill, because I was on the committee and supported the changes and was helpful to make amendments, is to make sure that they have a choice. So if one blows a whistle now, they'll have the choices that were in C-11 and additional ones if they choose to. And I think that's really important. This is cutting edge, and I think, quite frankly, if Bill C-11 had been proclaimed, then the government of the day would have had the excuse of saying, oh, well, let's see how this operates for a while. Go to people who have actually blown the whistle, like Dr. Chopra. Ask what he thinks of this. He would tell you, because I've talked to him, is that what C-11 was substandard. It didn't meet the test, and he is delighted that this is coming forward. The final thing I'd say, Mr. Speaker, is to pressure the government to clean up all of those cases before Bill C-2 is proclaimed and enacted. And I've asked the government to do that. I hope they do that soon, because there's people out there whose careers have been destroyed, like Dr. Chopra, who did nothing more than stand up and do the right thing and in the interests of Canadians.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I appreciate the member's comments on this, but I still need to get some clarification here. If C2 is going to make amendments to C11 to make it better, C11 still has to be proclaimed before C2 is proclaimed, because you have to have a bill that is actually in force before and in law before C2. So maybe the member could, again, if he wants C2 to be in place and pass before we rise on December the 15th, shouldn't C11, in fact, be proclaimed so that we can get the process moving and so that everybody understands the rules of the game that they're going to operate on? I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, it just isn't clear enough to the public service whether or not the provisions in C11 as amended by C2 are in fact going to be in place.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Speaker, and again, thank my colleague for the question. I guess the concern I would have is we went ahead and the government went ahead and proclaimed C11 and C2 wasn't passed. We would end up with C11 on the books, and that would be it. And what I'm saying to him very directly is that Bill C11 as a bill was flawed. And to the member, I would say, yes, procedurally, you're correct in the terms of the sequence that needs to happen and can happen. But what's in front of us right now is a bill that was passed here as amended to the other place, was meddled with, was, quite frankly, in some cases, gutted, and the whole orientation of the bill was changed and given back to us. Well, for the person who's blowing the whistle out there, it's small comfort for them that, the intent of the other place was to improve it. At the end of the day, what we have to look at is those markers I mentioned before. The rules have to be clarified, the public interest has to be established, and in the case of whistleblowers, having C11 proclaimed and then having the Bill C2 come into play can happen. The concern I would have if you proclaimed C11 and C2 didn't get passed, we would have a substandard whistleblower act, and that's not good enough for the women and men who work in the public service. Another side to that, Speaker, is that on the whistleblower legislation, where we need to go is to extend it beyond Crown corporations and governments. We need to talk about people who receive public dollars, who are doing research. We've had stories of people who are doing research in universities who are trying to do the follow the public interest, do the public a service by blowing the whistle, and they're not covered by this bill. And we need to take a look at that after this bill is passed and maybe amend it down the road. But that's, I suppose, for another day. But for now, pass this bill, get it through, and then we can get on to getting really decent whistleblower protection for the women and men in our public service.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to my colleagues for that rousing applause. I'm pleased to join today in the speaking to Bill C2, the so-called Accountability Act, an act that was proposed with a great deal of haste, Mr. Speaker, one that was put together with a great deal of haste, and one that has returned from the other place with a number of important amendments. I'd like to speak to the spirit of this act and the underlying motivations that seem to have resulted in legislation that, as we have discovered, is technically flawed in many respects and substantively flawed in its objectives. I appreciate the work of the senators from both parties from the other place, in particular Senator Joe Day, who has put forward reasonable amendments to make this legislation better. Mr. Speaker, 30 days of hearings in the other place, 150 witnesses, and a lot of very positive work. When C2 was presented in this House, it was done so under the political environment of a recent election and the concern that many Canadians had about ensuring that the taxpayers' money was protected from abuse. From the outset, many of us were uncomfortable with the rapid and now we see irresponsible rush in which the Treasury Board President proceeded. Our Liberal members raised these concerns at committee. In fact, the vast majority of amendments proposed by the Liberal members on the C2 committee last spring were defeated by the coalition, the NDP Conservative coalition, and done so for political and partisan reasons. It was clear then that public relations and scoring cheap political points was more important than bringing forward legislation that would in fact live up to its name. After hearing more than 140 witnesses through many hours of hearings, the Senate committee responsible, and under the leadership of Senator Day, have placed before us in this House amendments that we should seriously consider. And notwithstanding the constant flow of feigned outrage from the Treasury Board President, it would be entirely, and I would suggest wholly irresponsible for this government and this House to ignore reasonable amendments that seek to strengthen the legislation, thereby ensuring that it is in line with the Charter and in the public interest. In fact, it was the Treasury Board President who suggested in his own appearance before the Senate that the bill had been, and he said these exact words, examined with a microscope. We now find out that this microscope was more like a periscope, long on rhetoric and narrow in focus. David Hutton, coordinator of the Federal Accountability Initiative for Reform, described the drafting process that was employed to craft Bill C-2 as, and I quote, deeply flawed. He said the bill is complex and is full of loopholes when you dig into it. I feel that the committees have been given an impossible task, namely trying to turn this into effective legislation that meets intent. In addition to repairing numerous drafting errors which should have been caught before the bill was introduced, key amendments that came back include political financing. Mr. Speaker, as this is an area of particular importance to me, as it is to all members of the House of Commons. Not only am I a member of Parliament, but I have, as I suggest many other members have done, I've run campaigns for other candidates, I've worked lots of elections, and I was the president of the Nova Scotia Liberal Party, sitting on the national executive, and got involved in the financing of political parties. I think it's important that we ensure that any new political donation regime doesn't unfairly restrict the participation of political parties in debate. I suggest the proposed change to $2,000 per year, that the limit that came back from the other place is an important change. Mr. Speaker, in 2003, C-24 was introduced and passed by the Liberal government of former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien. It radically changed how elections are financed in Canada, notably reducing the amount of allowable donations to political parties. The current president of the Treasury Board, in fact, acknowledged the usefulness of C-24. Yet C-24, and in fact C-24, contained a clause for its review. But there has been no review. There has just been introduction in this Act of more political reform I don't think makes a lot of sense. Clearly, the government has failed to produce any evidence that the existing limits are undermining the electoral process at the federal level. Furthermore, political donations play an important role in our democratic system. Limiting them too strictly has the potential to limit participation of smaller political parties, as well as all Canadians who wish to participate in the political system. Mr. Speaker, and why would they introduce these limits, these strict limits? Mr. Speaker, if you look across Canada and look at what provinces are doing in their own electoral districts, it's pretty interesting. And I'd like to just take a minute and let people know what those limits are across Canada right now. In Newfoundland and Labrador, there are no contribution limits to political parties. Prince Edward Island, no contribution limits. Nova Scotia has been none. In fact, last week there were new political financing legislation brought forward into the House of Assembly in Nova Scotia. I believe the limit there would be $5,000. New Brunswick, a maximum of $6,000 during a calendar year to each registered political party or to a registered district association of that registered political party. In Quebec, contribution limits a maximum of $3,000 to each party, independent member and independent candidate collectively during the same calendar year. Ontario has contribution limits. The maximum contribution a person, corporation, or trade union may make are $7,500 to each party in a calendar year and in any campaign period, $1,000 in any calendar year to each constituency association, an aggregate of $5,000 to the constituency associations of any one party, $1,000 to each candidate in the campaign period, an aggregate of $5,000 to candidates endorsed by any one party. Manitoba, individuals may contribute a maximum of $3,000 in a calendar year to candidates, constituency associations, or registered political parties, or any combination. Saskatchewan, no limits on contributions. Alberta, $15,000 to each registered party, $1,000 to any registered constituency association, and $5,000 in the aggregate to a constituency associations of each registered party. And then further regulations in any campaign period, $30,000 to each registered party, less any amount contributed to the party in the calendar year. British Columbia, registered political parties or constituency associations may accept a maximum of $10,000 in permitted anonymous contributions. Candidates, leadership contestants, and nomination contestants may accept a maximum of $3,000 in permitted contributions. Yukon, no contribution limits. The Northwest Territories have what seem to be the strictest limits. An individual or corporation may contribute a maximum of $1,500 to a candidate during a campaign period, but a candidate may contribute a maximum of $30,000 of his or own funds in his own campaign, So, Mr. Speaker, these election limits that have been brought in dramatically exceed any other election financing reform that's brought in across Canada, reforms that have been brought in provinces led by a whole series of different types of government, different parties in power. One witness, in fact, to the Senate committee, Arthur Kroger, the chair of the Canadian Policy Research Networks and a former deputy minister in 5 federal government departments, told the Senate committee, "What problem are we trying to solve? Were there abuses when the level was $5,400? I don't know. I do not remember reading of any such abuses. Were there abuses that merit the reduced levels of contributions that were permitted by businesses and unions? If you cannot identify the problem that justifies a provision in the bill, then have you lost balance and have you pushed things too far? Those are questions in my mind. Do we truly need to go that far to achieve good governance? Or are we risking harm? It is possible." And when you look at what provinces across the country have done, Mr. Speaker, that would seem to back that up. And it's certainly not just Liberals who are making the case that these stringent donation limits are unreasonable and unnecessary. Lowell Murray, progressive Conservative senator from the great province of Nova Scotia, a highly respected figure and a former close advisor to 2 progressive Conservative former Prime Ministers, the Right Honourable Joe Clark and the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney, said in the Senate recently, I believe on 3rd reading of after the committee hearings, said, "I would delete from the bill all the provisions respecting political financing." He has a lot of very interesting comments, but let me just stick to the political financing piece, Mr. Speaker. He talks about examples of how this legislation is flawed. He goes on to say another example is the creation of a Directorate of Public Prosecutions. This may or may not be necessary, probably not. To get back to financing, he says, "This bill purports to introduce further reforms to our political financing and election laws. The committee has recommended amendments to the government's proposals. I am more persuaded by the argument of Professor Peter O'Coin, who told the committee that those proposals have no place in the Omnibus Bill C2, should be considered as part of an overall examination of elections and political financing law." He says here later in his speech, "The examination of our political financing and election laws that I believe is necessary must go forward in my view, and my amendment would remove from Bill C2 the various provisions relating to political financing in the hope of a principled examination of this whole field, a principled examination of our electoral and parliamentary democracy by people who have relevant experience in it." Mr. Speaker, that speaks directly to the issue of this bill being too large and too cumbersome and trying to do too many things for political reasons and not based on evidence or based on history. Increasing the maximum personal contribution to $2,000 from the proposed $1,000 would still be a significant reduction from the current $5,400 that came in under Bill C-24, but I would support that $2,000 limit. Mr. Speaker, there are many other amendments that involve access to information, technical changes that were necessary because it was rushed legislation. Certainly the clearest proof of that was the recent attempt to alter the legislation to cover up the practice of the Conservative Party of not counting delegate fees as political donations, which was clearly not the intent of the Act, was never understood by any political party that I know of as being the case, and has been acknowledged by Canada's Chief Electoral Officer as being the wrong policy. But, Mr. Speaker, one of the advantages of the other place looking at this so carefully was that it gave people a chance to make some comments, people who have expertise in this area. I had mentioned before Mr. Kroger, the chair of the Canadian Policy Networks, He also said if the legislation had been written by a government with more experience in office, it may not have had some items in it that it does, which I will explain. He goes on to. And then he says there is the other problem that some of the contents of legislation were, I think, developed during an election campaign. And there's always a risk of a bit of overkill for the sake of achieving a public effect. Dr. David Sussman, the Jaroslawski Chair in Public Sector Management at the U of O, indicated, in each case we are creating new positions. He's talking about the new positions in this bill. We're creating new positions at considerable cost to the taxpayers of Canada. We should ask ourselves simply, will these costs produce results that will make a tangible difference or a marginal difference over the information and analysis that we already have? Alan Ledbetter, Deputy Information Commissioner of the Office of the Information Commissioner, suggested Bill C-2 would authorize new and broad zones of secrecy, which will have the effect of reducing the accountability of government through transparency. Bill C-2 will reduce the amount of information available to the public, will weaken the oversight role of the Information Commissioner, will increase government's ability to cover up wrongdoing and shield itself from embarrassment. Mr. Speaker, a number of comments that came in the hearings and as a result of the hearings that were done in the other place. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a deeply flawed bill. I support accountability, and I support some of the measures that are in this bill. But these amendments that have come back from the other place, Mr. Speaker, are worthy of everybody's attention and everybody's support. I think it's obvious to most people, except perhaps those on the government side, that this bill is a blunt instrument to achieve political gains. And is so often the case when politics is the primary motivation, bad law is created, and thankfully we now have an opportunity to correct these flaws. And I encourage all parties to support these amendments and to make this legislation live up to its name of the Accountability Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The Honourable the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my colleague from Nova Scotia's speech. I just have a quick question for him. If the amendments presented by the Liberal Party are not adopted, does he plan on going on record and opposing the bill?
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it's safe for anybody in public life to take things one step at a time. And I think that the most important thing for us to do is to make the case for these amendments, to put them forward, to convince my honourable colleague, the President of the Treasury Board, that this in fact enhances his bill, that it makes it easier to accomplish the goals that are stated. And we all should vote on those amendments and then decide how we vote on the bill. So he's not Kreskin. He won't know how I vote until I guess it's later this week or next week. But I'll give it every consideration.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's kind of interesting how the government seems to talk about the Liberal senators who hung a bill up. But, Mr. Speaker, I know that the Treasury Board President actually accepted a very large number of those amendments. There were some about 140. I think some 40 of them were actually made by Conservative senators. And they have a job to do, and it is reflective. It is reflective, Mr. Speaker, I believe, of the work that they did. I believe it's a mischaracterization of the Senate's work to say that they're dragging their feet, because they did their job, Mr. Speaker, and they had the time to do it, which we were not given in this place, and I think that's the reality. Now, Mr. Speaker, the member who just spoke, the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour, I think raises some interesting aspects. But I want to share with him one thing that I found at a conference 2 weeks ago in which I was a panelist, but it was on accountability. And one of the consistent messages that was coming through some of the legal professors and some of the experts that were commenting on the bill is that they were a little bit concerned that the bill was based on a foundation of presumption of guilt of the public service and of politicians and of everybody involved in our public life, as opposed to the presumption of innocence. And the concern was that many of the administrative overlays that were being proposed in C2 would in fact decrease the productivity of the public service because everyone was swept under the same umbrella of guilt. So I think it's an interesting point for them to raise, and I wonder if the member has some comment on whether or not the concerns that people have with regard to the accountability of this place should have been dealt with more focused in terms of where the risk elements were and where we needed to shore up things, rather than to blanket the whole system with a layer of administrative and unproductive activity.
The honourable member for Dartmouth-Coal Harbour.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Mississauga South. I think his point is entirely correct, that one of the things that makes this bill so flawed is that it attempts to solve a lot of problems which actually don't exist and doesn't really get at some of the problems that do exist. You know, we've heard from the opposite side that some of these came as a result of circumstances that were reported upon in the Gomery Commission by Justice John Gomery. And in fact, Professor Denis Saint-Martin of the University of Montreal said, in fact, the two are totally in opposite directions. In terms of recommending what needs to be fixed, the two approaches are totally different. In some other ways, as I indicated with political financing, we're not getting at what the problems really are. We're focused on the wrong issues and taking attention away from those things that really matter. I think we all agree in this place that the public service of Canada is worthy of our respect, and we're thankful to them. They're honest, hard-working people. We need to make sure that any changes that we make respect that, and if there is behavior that needs to be corrected, we catch that behavior, but that we don't blanket the entire public service and direct our attention on circumstances or on issues that are in fact not broken, but focus on things that need attention.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale. No. Burlington.
Right.
Wrong rash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate standing up, and I appreciate the presentation from my counterpart across the way. I just have a really quick question, Mr. Speaker. I just checked the member's financial return on Elections Canada website. He has 4 individuals who gave $1,000 or more. One of them gave over $1,000. I want to know why he's concerned if he only got one donation out of that whole last election from an individual over $1,000. Why he's worried about capping it at $1,000. He did get 6 corporate donations at $1,000 or more, but that's interesting. But I want to know why there's only one and why he's concerned about that one donation.
The honourable member for Dartmouth-Coal Harbour.
Well, I appreciate the question from my colleague from Burlington, and I'm glad that he cares enough about me to be checking up on my personal information and my campaigns. And I'd be happy to send him my brochures and everything else, that he might learn a little bit from that, Mr. Speaker. I guess the fact that I only had one donation of more than $1,000 shows that we don't act in self-interest in this side of the House. We act in the public interest on this side of the House. We want to do what's right for Canada. We want to do what's right for all people. We want people to participate in the democratic process in a way that makes sense.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate. The
honourable member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Well, I'm very pleased to rise this afternoon concerning HoC, the Accountability Act, because this bill, which seeks to have a more transparent democracy, did please the Bloc Québécois. It pleased us a great deal. And that's why the Bloc Québécois fought body and soul to examine this bill, which was done in a very accelerated way. This morning, the president of the Treasury Board explained that he was very proud of his Guinness race. He could have won a Guinness Book of World Records award because this bill was introduced only 9 weeks after they were elected. People had worked 90 hours a week over 6 weeks, and that is in 72 days. He also bragged and was very, very proud of that performance. He should have been a little sad, I think. And he sees today that that race didn't produce much. First of all, the witnesses. And I had the pleasure of sitting on the Legislative Committee for Bill C2, and I saw for myself to what extent the witnesses didn't have time to explain their views. They had 2 minutes. It was an assembly line. We didn't have enough time to put questions to them either. They gave us substantive documents that we didn't have time to read. We didn't have time to consult them in any way. So it's quite normal that a bill that was, no, I wouldn't say examined or considered, it was glanced at. It's back now with so many amendments. That's not surprising. We have to consider that this is a substantial bill, about 200 pages long, 300 clauses. 300 clauses. There are even witnesses who refused to appear before the Legislative Committee on C2. They said They didn't have time to analyze it properly. So we were therefore deprived of a great deal of important testimony. But still, when I was there, systematically, whenever there were witnesses, given the little time I had, I put a question to them that seemed to me central to the whole thing. I asked them, do you believe that with the bill as drafted right now, the sponsorship scandal could occur again? Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, none of the witnesses said that it could not happen again, despite the 300 clauses of Bill C-2. So they wanted to proceed very quickly. We didn't have time to see much. We knew there were problems in this bill, and we said so. You could look at the blues for that committee. Many members of the committee and witnesses as well noted this, and we deplored this. We said on many occasions that problems would arise. There are proverbs out there, slow and steady win the race, another says, anything worth doing is worth doing well. And then another says, you don't get flowers to grow faster by pulling on them. And a bill is often like a little flower, and today this government is no further advanced. It's far from the 9 weeks. Maybe it had an even briefer objective in mind. It's far from the 72 hours of work, because in committee the work we did was extremely important. But it's nice to have time between two witnesses to read what they had to say, and to read it in advance when they can send us their brief in advance. But the committee was so accelerated, we couldn't do this. We couldn't read it before, we couldn't read it after, because we were already at the next meeting. But while we were stepping on the gas over C2, there was the Access to Information and Ethics and Privacy Committee, and they had both feet on the brakes. Even though the Access to Information Act deserved to be included in C2, but it was passed in 1983 since then, and despite many calls in favor of reform of that bill, it has remained essentially the same. The Conservative government chose not to include the Access to Information Act in C2, and we know that's a mistake. The President of the Treasury Board claims that additional consultation is necessary, and his colleague, the Minister of Justice, came to the Access to Information Committee and told the members, come up with a bill. But you know what we told him? Well, that act already exists. In 1987, the Justice Committee had 100 recommendations to reform that act. In August 2000, the President Treasury Board and the Minister of Justice created a task force made up of officials to examine the bills, the regulations and the policies that underpin the current Access to Information system. In November 2001, the Bryden Committee, I don't know if that means anything to you, we haven't heard about it in a while, it proposed a dozen or so recommendations that were a priority. Let me remind you that the current Minister of Justice signed this report. Parliamentarians also had an opportunity to debate this bill, whereas many members tabled private members' bills.
The Information Commissioner even proposed a bill to the government in 2005. That was last year. But the Conservative government seemed to be less in a hurry to reform the bill now that it is in power. We are going to ask you to bring in an Access to Information bill before December 15th. This is extremely important. I want to tell the Minister of Justice that there is no longer very much time to prepare this legislation. There is about 20 days left, so I hope they're still already working on it. There is another there is a saying that nature abhors a vacuum. We know that there are 148 amendments. The Senate looked at this bill carefully, had witnesses. They took the time to listen to these witnesses and read their briefs. So we have 148 amendments. The government is coming back with 48 amendments that it wants to make. There's also a Liberal amendment that deals with 4 aspects of the bill, and even the Bloc Québécois is presenting an amendment on 4 clauses. So, Mr. Speaker, the House of Commons is doing the work of the committee that should have been done last spring in an unhurried way. But the Bloc Québécois amendments are very relevant. Obviously, we need 2 ethics commissioners, because obviously on the Senate side, the responsibility and accountability is only to the senators. So obviously, the ethics counselor there is a little bit like our Howard Wilson and is responsible to the Senate. The Canadian Wheat Board obviously should be added to the organization subject to the Access to Information Act. Why? Because there are 3 directors appointed by the government. Already, the Auditor General has the right to investigate. Some people say that the government doesn't give any money to the organization, but that is false because it guarantees the contracts. We know that billions of dollars in taxpayer money goes to the Canadian Wheat Board, which is fine, but it needs to come under the Access to Information Act. The block amendments also call for the preparation documents for the internal audit report be subject to the Access to Information Act as well. And we know that we had the sponsorship scandals, which shows that these documents have to be subject to access to information. There is also an interpretive clause on public interest. We hear about public interest when we are told that a document is not accessible. I think this has to be justified. We need to be able to demonstrate that this is in the public interest. Otherwise, the government should provide the documents. There is also the question of delegates' fees to political party meetings. We need to take that into account. We know when people pay close to $1,000 to go to conventions, then obviously a party has to take that into account as funding, as financing for its party. These, then, are the sub-amendments proposed by the Bloc Québécois. And as I've said, here in the House of Commons, we are doing what should have been done in an unhurried way in the committee in the spring. And I would like to remind my colleagues, the Minister of Justice and the President of the Treasury Board, that there are only 20 days left to come up with a bill on the Access to Information Act amendments. Thank you.
Some comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable, the President of the Treasury Board.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by saying that for people watching these proceedings on the television, that the representative or the member for Malpec is going to be speaking. So if you were thinking about having your dinner, you should stay and watch, because you are going to see a very good speech being made. So I would like to thank my colleague for Saint-Albert for her remarks. I certainly agree with and can support the sub-amendment from the Bloc Québécois after the sponsorship scandal. It is very important for us and all members of this Parliament to clean up the regulations and the legislation in Canada, and I am comfortable with what she has said and the positive contribution that she has made to the debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Albert, I would like to thank the President of the Treasury Board very much for his comments, but I would like to highlight one aspect of my remarks. I asked a question to each of the witnesses who appeared before the Legislative Committee on C2, and every time I asked that question, which was, do you believe that the measures in C2 could have prevented the sponsorship scandal? Every one of them said no. So I just want to point that out to the minister. I know that C2 is aimed at correcting that situation, but it would not have prevented the sponsorship scandal. And that was the purpose of this bill. The Honourable Member for Malpak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question to the member is I'm still really baffled by the Bloc's position on the Canadian Wheat Board, because in her remarks, her information was inaccurate on several points as it relates to the Canadian Wheat Board. And I'm wondering if the committee even had I know it was rushed, that the Conservative government tried to rush the bill through so as not to give members on the committee time to really review the Act properly. But the member indicated that there's 3 directors appointed by the government. There's actually 5, and there's 10 members that are elected by producers. It is, according to the legal definition under the Act and by the government's own legal advice, not an agency of the government. In fact, Section 42.2 of the Canadian Wheat Board Act states, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "The corporation is not an agency of Her Majesty and is not a Crown corporation within the meaning of the Financial Administration Act," end of quote. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, that what will be the net impact by the Bloc amendment on putting the Canadian Wheat Board under the access to information and doing Prime Minister Harper's bidding for him is...
I just remind the honourable member for Malpak to refer to other members of Parliament by either their riding name or by their title. Riding name or title, not family. That was so parliamentary.
Oh, sorry. My sincere apologies, Mr. Speaker. But the president of the Canadian Wheat Board, in his letter to the Senate committee, not to the House, this is what he said the impact would be. He said the costs for such requests are not insignificant. Therefore, the true beneficiaries of adding the Canadian Wheat Board to the access to information will primarily be non-farmers, such as competitors and foreign antagonists that would be able to make information requests, in other words, nuisance requests. And so, Mr. Speaker, there is several single desk selling agencies in Quebec, quite similar to the Canadian Wheat Board, without, of course, appointed directors. But they're not entities of the government of Quebec either. And why would the Bloc Québécois be willing, desirous, to impose additional costs on primary producers? It's the producers who pay all the costs of the Canadian Wheat Board, not the Government of Canada. Why would the Bloc be willing to get in bed with the Prime Minister and disadvantage Canadian Western grain farmers in terms of competing with the rest of the world? Why?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois does not want to hurt any organization or any individual. On the contrary, you know that we have the interests of Quebec and Quebecers at heart, and we always work from a common sense point of view. The reason that we want the Canadian Wheat Board to be subject to the Access to Information Act really doesn't have anything to do with the number of directors. They may be 5 instead of 3, but the reason really is because this does not weaken the CWB. It can be even more relevant, it can be more democratic, it can self-evaluate and so on. We could apply this to all other Crown corporations as well, because they could all be exempted for the same reasons. There could be nuisance requests for others as well. We have the Access to Information Act, and what we need to be able to do is to reject or refuse nuisance requests and others. But that said, the Canadian Wheat Board does cost Quebec and Canadian taxpayers billions of dollars, and has for many years. And since it comes under the auspices of the Auditor General, it should of the Access to Information Act as well. The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, my colleague referred to a certain number of sayings talking about how we need to act, and there's another one that identifies the municipality. It's the motto of my municipality, which says, do well what you do. So she mentioned that this bill had been put together hastily, that the parliamentary committee that considered the bill had to do its work quickly as well and was not able to listen to all the testimony it would have liked to. So my question is, does she feel that the bill would be better and would protect the public interest better if we had had more time to study it in detail and properly, and we could have referred the issues on access to information to the proper committee? The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, to begin with, I would like to thank my colleague for Samuel Champlain for his question. This Shawinigan is one of the municipalities in his riding, which reminds me of some of the problems that were at the origin of this bill. The fact that the work was hastily done does not mean that the results come more quickly. And of course, there is a proverb that if something is worth doing, it's worth doing well. Otherwise, we have to correct problems afterwards. And Bill C2 certainly, because the work was done quickly to try to help the minister out and get things rushed along, well, here we are, it's November 20th, and we're really no further ahead. The minister, the president of the council, of the Treasury Board, is no further ahead than if he had done things properly at the right pace, and we would be happier, all of us, and we would be more pleased to support this bill.
30 seconds left for the honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you. And for the first time this year that I remember, I'll have to agree with the president of Treasury Board, and that is that the speaker from Malpeque will be dynamic, so people should wait at home and listen. I just want to ask again about the wheat board. The wheat board on a normal year, under normal circumstances, costs the Government of Canada absolutely nothing, and the members of the House are perplexed that Quebec, that the Bloc, is not supporting the amendment because Quebec depends on supply management. Would the member, like all the supply management organizations in Quebec, have to go under the federal government? The idea is that it's not a federal government body, it's the farmers, and we don't want to impose federal government regulations, and we want to keep it independent.
The honourable member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Lambert. Thank you very much. Well, I really do agree that we'll have to listen to the speech for the member from Malpeque, but I thought you were going to talk about my speech. The Canadian Wheat Board is an organization that is partly funded by taxpayers in Quebec and Canada, and that is why we feel strongly that it should be under the Access to Information Act. The Auditor General already has the power to investigate. There are 5 directors appointed by the government. Maybe it isn't 3, but it's 5. And so it is perhaps not exactly the same as other Crown corporations, but we feel that all these Crown corporations should be under the Access to Information Act if they are funded even in part by the government. So the Canadian Wheat Board is partly and indirectly financed by the government. The Auditor General has the powers that she does, and we have the appointed directors.
The much anticipated honourable member from Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, I'm near embarrassed to get up, Mr. Speaker, now, but I do want to make a point in beginning on the remarks that the member just made. The fact of the matter is the Government of Canada does not in any way subsidize the Canadian Wheat Board. What the Government of Canada does from time to time by order in Council, it does provide guarantees to the pools to the wheat pools in terms of the marketing of grain. And I'd give you an analogy, Mr. Speaker. If it would be the same as acting almost like a bank. If the government were to provide a loan guarantee to a manufacturer, it would not be reasonable to expect that the manufacturer should then become subject to access to information. On the contrary, a person interested in the issue would make an access to information request to the government who provided the money. And so it is wrong to think and to suggest that the Government of Canada is providing billions to the Canadian Wheat Board because there are not. There was an incident 5 or 6 years ago where they did have to provide some millions of dollars to back up the government guarantee on initial prices, and certainly that money went to producers, and that was a good thing. So, Mr. Speaker, I would hope that the Bloc Québécois reconsiders their motion to put the Canadian Wheat Board under access. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to speak on the Accountability Act and amendments made thereto. Specifically, I will address the amendment made to put the Canadian Wheat Board under the Access to Information Act. It's interesting, earlier listening to the Parliamentary Secretary to the Treasury Board Minister, as he tried to justify putting the Canadian Wheat Board under access, but he failed miserably in terms of his argument, Mr. Speaker. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, that I asked the Parliamentary Secretary to justify his statement that farmers want access to apply. He failed to answer the question and went on a bit of a rant by saying that anyone who would oppose access to information must not want any Crown corporation to fall under access. He knows that's not true, Mr. Speaker. He knows that's not true. We believe that, yes, government agencies and government departments should fall under access to information, but let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Wheat Board is not a government agency, and that's the bottom line. However, even the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food has tried to imply the same thing many times. In fact, in a letter to senators that were looking at this bill, to the chair of the Senate Standing Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food said this, and I quote, Mr. Ritter argued that the Canadian Wheat Board is not considered a Crown corporation. However, it is a government entity. That was established by the Government of Canada through legislation and regulation. The Canadian Wheat Board is therefore accountable to the Government of Canada, and access to information rules should apply. It is important to note that the Government of Canada does not have any involvement in the operations of the Canadian Wheat Board. End of quote. That's what the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister had to say. Mr. Speaker, that Parliamentary Secretary is wrong also. The Canadian Wheat Board does provide basically the same as access to information, but doesn't have to deal with the nuisance requests that you get through access to information. They provide an annual report. They have elected directors, Mr. Speaker. And those directors hold meetings with their constituents, the same as we do. That's a way of providing access. They hold annual meetings, of which financial officers of the Canadian Wheat Board are in fact there, and they answer questions. They have full access through the audited report. The Auditor General also is a possibility, as well as the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Mr. Speaker, prior to, the government opposite does kind of remind us of a government in the 1800s in many ways, in terms of some of the policy they bring forward, and maybe they're thinking back to the time prior to 1998, when in fact the Canadian Wheat Board was seen as an agency of the Government of Canada. But that changed legislatively in 1998. Amendments to the Canadian Wheat Board Act were made, and control of the corporation was given over to farmers. And here's what it says about whether it's an agency or not in the Act itself, Mr. Speaker. Section 42, Section 4.2 of the Canadian Wheat Board Act states, and I quote, that the corporation is not an agent of Her Majesty and is not a Crown corporation within the meaning of the Financial Administration Act, end of quote. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, this amendment is back in by the bloc at the behest of the Prime Minister, who will do almost anything to undermine the board's competitiveness. And the Parliamentary Secretary and the President of the Treasury Board are basically allowing it to happen. Let's look at a little history, Mr. Speaker. The government initially, the President of the Treasury Board himself, he didn't bring forward, the President of the Treasury Board didn't bring forward an amendment, a government amendment in the first instance to put the Canadian Wheat Board under access, and there's a reason for that. The Minister knows, and he knows full well, that the legal advice from within the Government of Canada, from the Department of Justice, was not to put the Canadian Wheat Board under access to information because it is not a government entity and it's not a government agency. That's why. And we haven't seen to this day an amendment from the government itself to put the Canadian Wheat Board under access. But when it came back, when the bill was at committee, it was really the member for the NDP member for Winnipeg Centre, in his brief love affair with the Conservative government, as they worked on the Accountability Act together to try, and he was trying to do things. I don't know for what, for favour. Often we see the leader of the NDP certainly getting up and supporting the Prime Minister time after time after time, and they're certainly in bed together on the environmental issues and in terms of destroying the Kyoto. But I digress, Mr. Speaker. I digress. Clearly, the member for Winnipeg Centre made an amendment in haste to put the Canadian Wheat Board under access, and the government was overjoyed to accept it. When the bill came back to the House, the NDP had seen the error of their ways and agreed to take the to vote against that, to vote in favour of another amendment which would have taken access out. However, in the meantime, something happened, and we really don't know what. We do know that the Prime Minister had a little chat with the leader of the Separatists, and all of a sudden the Bloc Québécois voted against the amendment to take the Wheat Board out from under access to information. Was a deal cut? I don't know, Mr. Speaker. But it seems awful strange to me that with a discussion between the Prime Minister of Canada with the leader of a separatist party would create a deal to put the Canadian Wheat Board under access to information. It's awful suspicious, Mr. Speaker. We do know that the Prime Minister, and we know what the end result of this will be. The Prime Minister will do anything to undermine the Canadian Wheat Board. What for? The Americans have challenged us 11 times and we've won every time. The people who will gain if the Canadian Wheat Board is destroyed is the international grain trade, mostly centred in the United States. Is the Prime Minister doing favours for them or who? But in any event, we know that the Bloc sold out Western farmers in that amendment. In that amendment, they sold out Western farmers in that amendment by putting access to information under the Canadian against the Canadian Wheat Board. Now, when it got to the Senate, Mr. Speaker, when it got to the Senate, the place of sober second thought, the Senate did in fact amend it and got it out again. And now we have the Bloc bringing forward the amendment again. So it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, what is happening here. There's something going on between the Prime Minister and the leader of the Separatist Party, and farmers in Western Canada are the ones that are going to pay a price for the Prime Minister in his little arrangement with the leader of the Separatist Party. So now we have this deal for the third time to weaken the board by access requests. This is a government, Mr. Speaker, that has only one agenda with respect to the Canadian Wheat Board, and that is its destruction through any means which it'll take right up to the very line of legality. The parliamentary secretary told the Western producer in the quoted in the April 20th article that of this year, that after the bill had been introduced and the provision of the Canadian Wheat Board was not included, keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, I said the President of the Treasury Board and the government didn't include it. This is what the parliamentary secretary said, and I quote, "The minister," meaning the Treasury Board president, "told me that there is every intention to make the change to include the Canadian Wheat Board, but there just wasn't time to get it into the bill," end of quote. He went on to say that the real problem was trying to, quote, "get the wording right in order to find a way to prevent the loss of commercial sensitive information." Given the government never introduced the amendment, Mr. Speaker, we can only conclude that they never found the right wording to protect the commercial sensitive information, and the government accepted the NDP amendments to include the Canadian Wheat Board because they no longer cared if that information was protected or not. Hartley Furton, a noted agriculture economist, in a recent report on the Canadian Wheat Board stated, and I quote, "The cost of Canadian Wheat Board services varies from year to year depending on the volume handled. The actual costs are reported each year in the annual report. Comparable marketing costs for large private grain trading firms are not publicly available," end of quote. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think you can determine that if that really what we're seeing here is the Canadian Wheat Board been put at a disadvantage, and the Canadian Wheat Board, keep in mind, is for farmers, maximizes returns back to primary producers, farmers pay the full cost, the cost of access to information, and these nuisance requests coming from the likes of Cargill, Archer, Daniels, Midland, friends of the Prime Minister's, obviously, will be a cost that farmers bear. No other commercial grain organization is under that kind of requirement. And why? Why is the Government of Canada imposing that kind of prohibitive costs on primary producers in Western Canada? The president of the Canadian Wheat Board, in his letter to the Standing Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs, had this to say, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "Farmers already have access to the sorts of information that access to information could provide for them through the information policy instituted by the Board of Directors. If the Canadian Wheat Board becomes subject to ATIP, the administrative cost to farmers will increase with no incremental benefit to increased transparency. The cost of responding to such requests is not insignificant. Therefore, the true benefactors of adding the Canadian Wheat Board to the Access to Information Act will primarily be non-farmers, such as competitors and foreign antagonists that would be able to make information requests. Subjecting the Canadian Wheat Board to ATIA will put it at a disadvantage to its commercial competitors. These competitors could gain access to types of information about the Wheat Board that the Canadian Wheat Board could not obtain from them. It would also open up sensitive information to access by its international antagonists, primarily the United States." I see, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. The honourable member from Malpeque will have 5 minutes left for his speech the next time that the House resumes consideration of this bill. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Mississauga South. I don't see the...
Yes, you do.
Sorry? Okay, all right. Yes, I do.
Yes, you do. I'm pleased to say, Mr. Speaker, that
in a modernization of Parliament proceedings, a change was made where parliamentarians were permitted during the adjournment proceedings to take a place that was opposite each other from the respondent and the presenter. Because there were so few people in the House, it would give us a chance to have a dialogue, and that change was adopted by the House, and I'm pleased that I had an opportunity to leave that fingerprint on this place. Mr. Speaker, back in June I asked a question of the Foreign Affairs Minister. It had to do with Mr. Hussein Jalil, who was traveled to Uzbekistan, who had been detained by the Uzbeki authorities, and who had been sentenced in absentia to death in China for apparently alleged terrorist activities, etc. Mr. Speaker, I've had this conversation with the parliamentary secretary before, but it's kind of timely that we have just come through a situation with the APEC meetings that the Prime Minister had a on-again, off-again, on-again, off-again, on-again, off-again meeting, an informal one, albeit 15 minutes long, to discuss numerous issues. But interestingly enough, the name that came up with regard to human rights was the name of Hussein Jalil. And Mr. Jalil has become the poster boy of the government for the issue of human rights. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I am really surprised that today, or at least at the APEC meetings, the Prime Minister chose Mr. Jalil as the person whose case we would use with regard to our concerns for human rights. Mr. Speaker, Canada has a long tradition of defending the rights and freedoms of the individual. We have a Canadian citizen, Mr. Speaker, in Mr. Jalil. He's an imam in the Muslim faith. Mr. Speaker, the question that I had asked the minister was at a time when Mr. Jalil had been detained by the Uzbeki authorities. Mr. Speaker, there is a relationship between Uzbekistan and, I believe, Kazakhstan and China. And, Mr. Speaker, it's called the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It's similar to Interpol. And it basically says that if someone is in your jurisdiction and there is a so-called or a quasi-Interpol notice, that person be detained and we will cooperate and have them extradited to a jurisdiction. The issue, Mr. Speaker, has to do with Mr. Jalil was detained in Uzbekistan when he was there visiting with family members, and he was going to be extradited. And I asked the Foreign Affairs Minister whether he would go to visit the ambassador in the U.S., since we don't have our own ambassador from Uzbekistan, to negotiate the release of Mr. Jalil and send a delegation to Uzbekistan to get Mr. Jalil into Canada's hands. The answer from Uzbekistan was we would have preferred to have Mr. Jalil released to Canada, but Canada had shown insufficient interest in his file. My question then for the minister or for the parliamentary secretary is why is it that we are now, after he's been extradited to China, why is it that now we are talking about Hussein Jalil when it is in fact too late?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honourable Member from Mississauga South for raising this issue. In his presentation, he just said that Mr. Jalil had been sentenced in absentia, and I can tell him that he has not. As far as we are concerned, been informed that the investigation continues and that Mr. Jalil has not been tried and sentenced so far, and no trial date has been set. So that piece of information I thought I would correct and bring it to the members' attention out here. Now, in reference to the issue of Mr. Jalil, it is, Mr. Speaker, both the Foreign Ministry has made extensive representative to the government of China. The Minister of Foreign Affairs met with Mr. Jalil's family and continues to take personal interest in this case. This government of Canada takes this case very seriously and continues to approach the Chinese at every opportunity and every level of the government. Repeated representations have been made. In fact, just this past weekend, the Prime Minister spoke directly with the Chinese President and raised Mr. Salil's case. Canada continues to stress that he is a Canadian citizen, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs has raised this issue with the Chinese Foreign Minister on 3 occasions, and most recently in person during a bilateral meeting at the APEC meeting in Vietnam. I would like to assure the honourable member that we are making every effort to obtain access to Mr. Salil in China. We will continue efforts to confirm Mr. Salil's well-being and to ensure that he is afforded due process and that his rights are protected. Meanwhile, DFED officials continue to maintain regular contact with Mr. Salil's family in Canada, Mr. Speaker. What I would like to say this, Mr. Speaker, is Canada and China share important political, economic and people-to-people ties, and Canada remains committed to building our strong bilateral relationship. This government is steering Canada's relationship with China very effectively. Our primary goal is to protect the interests of Canadians in tune with our values. We understand China's considerable and growing importance to Canada and to the world politically and economically. For these reasons, we are committed to full and constructive relations with the Government of the People's Republic of China, wherever our interests are at stake, including in trade and investment, human rights and the rule of law, security, for example, on crime and terrorism, health and the environment. Are there challenges in our relationship? Of course there are challenges. There are differences of outlook and interest in all bilateral relationships. That is the nature and reason for diplomacy. This government will always defend the interests of Canadians and will seek to influence China on issues of significance to Canada. Canada maintains 5 diplomatic missions throughout China. Canada's embassy in Beijing is our largest in the world. It operates major trade, political development assistance and immigration programs. China is Canada's second largest trading partner after the United States, and commercial activity between our 2 countries continue to grow. China is also a source and destination for investment and a partner for science and technology. The government is working to create the right environment for Canada's business community to benefit from China's potential in all these areas through the negotiation and implementations of various agreements. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, our relationship with China is very important, and we bring this issue out in the front. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary is totally misinformed. I'm really saddened that he comes and brings this information. In fact, China does not recognize dual citizenship. They do not recognize his Canadian citizenship. He has, in fact, contrary to what the Parliamentary Secretary said, he has been tried. He has been sentenced to 15 years in prison, and there was no legal representation. There was, in violation of the Vienna Convention and our bilateral agreement on consular affairs, we were not advised that he was in their custody. There was no disclosure of the charges. There was no consular access, and he was not assured of having due process of law. And in fact, he had no legal representation. The Parliamentary Secretary is a good man, I understand that, but he's totally misinformed. Mr. Jalil has now been sentenced to 15 years, and it is because of the incompetence of the Conservative government that he is in jail. They didn't take action when they were asked to take action to go to Uzbekistan and get this man out.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you. I can understand the passion behind my colleague from Mississauga South. After all, we are dealing with a Canadian citizen out here. But I would like again to confirm this, that the information about this 15-year was verified and it was confirmed not to be true. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.